China needs a lot of things from the United States, and we need a lot of things from them. And so there's a lot to bargain over, whether it's their purchases of aircraft and soybeans, their desire for advanced semiconductors, a whole series of things on that negotiating table. But one thing we would like from them right now is, and they did it once on the ceasefire, is to weigh in heavily with Iran, because they are Iran's biggest customer. And they probably have more influence on Iran than any other nation on earth, including us, of course.
Well, there's immense pressure from Democrats, the left. I think from the, what is it, what column is the press? I don't know, it's one of those columns. It's always like this, and in any struggle, obviously, any war, you never, I mean, I was around for the Vietnam War. I remember exactly what happens. Is it worse this time, do you think? Do you think President Trump has the resolve to not let that affect him? He cares. He cares what the stock market does. He cares where his polls are. There's not support. And I think a lot of it, some of it is just anything Trump does, certain people are going to hate and hope that he fails at whatever he's doing. But it's always difficult.
Well, I'm not in that camp, because I think the blockade,
what you said
is the right idea.
What you said, I'm not saying you are, but you're different in a lot of ways.
What I worry about, though, is if this recent perception that the war would be short and oil prices would begin to come down and everything would be, in a certain sense, fine that way. If that proves wrong, because this blockade takes a lot of time, and by the way, that proves also to weigh on markets, will President Trump have the patience to hang in there? I hope he does, and I think it's in his interest to do that, because that's the only way you're going to get real change on Iran, and rationalize, by the way, the original decision to go in the first place. But we'll see.
He's going to be hammered by.
We'll see.
New York Times, Washington Post.
Well, I see a lot of stuff on the internet supporting the idea of the blockade.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that's seen by people that really know what they're talking about as a bad idea. Including the fact that, as I understand it, now I'm not an expert here, I understand we can place our vessels, in terms of their locations, sufficiently away from the range of Iranian weapons.
To still block it, yeah.
That the Iranian ability to attack those vessels will be limited, not zero, but limited. So maybe that means hostilities won't resume. I don't know. But I think the blockade is the right idea.
Yeah.
It's just going to require a lot of patience.
Thank you.
It's fascinating.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Dr. Oz did your transplant 25 years ago.
24 plus.
I had to tell Kelly, I was a TV snake oil salesman.
I did not think he was a snake, but I thought it'd be like if he said Oprah did his heart transplant. I was like,
So allegedly, the marriage certificate for Ilhan Omar has been released from the White House now.
Drawing more business and development to the Lone Star State. Dallas Mayor Eric Johnson's leading a delegation of business leaders in New York City to promote investment in his hometown. He's going to tell us about the rise of Y'all Street. That's next. Squawk Box returns in just a moment. it should have a lot of things on break. It should all be televised, right?
Like your 50
Mr.
to
Mayor?
70 push-ups?
Yeah, our next guest will weigh in on the business climate in U.S. cities, businesses exiting high tax states and more. Join us now, Dallas Mayor Eric Johnson. He's a Republican, or is the Republican Mayors Association chairman and president. Mayor Johnson's leading a 2-day delegation of business leaders in New York City to promote investment in Dallas. And off camera, we said, you don't even need to do this. We get it. We understand. Just don't,
Not quite that.
You're not, you're right. There's a
Dallas
lot.
is expensive though now. It's not like you can
Yeah,
just say, the homes.
We're in the home of Mom Donnie. We love welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
But that helps, doesn't it?
Well, the reality is I think we're starting to see that it matters who's in charge. It matters the political philosophy that the people who are in charge adhere to. And, rhetoric at some point becomes policy. And I think you're starting to see that, when you run as a Democrat socialist and you get elected on that platform, you start proposing Democrat socialist ideas, people respond to that. So my phone has been ringing a lot since that election. So it's helping. But the Dallas story's been a good one for a long time, to be honest with you. It's been doing well for a long time.
Texas and Florida is the beneficiary of Gavin Newsom and what's happening there, what's happening up in Washington State and everywhere else.
Well, we're also doing some smart things, I think.
Right.
I mean,
it's not just what everybody else is doing.
That's
what
right.
You're doing.
It helps that people are getting it wrong, I think, and embracing less capitalist approaches to putting your economy together. But it's also true that we've been a no income tax state for a long time, and we can put that in our state constitution. It wasn't enough that we just didn't have one. We put in the state constitution that we will never have one. We've banned, we don't have any statewide property tax. Those are all done at the local level. And then we also have banned securities transaction taxes through our constitution and state laws. So, I mean, we're a very pro-business state, and Dallas within a pro-business state is a very pro-business city.
Mr. Mayor, one of the things that I always see as a criticism of Texas when you talk about sort of the libertarian capitalist viewpoint is that maybe certain social programs aren't as good as in other states. There's not enough money. How's education? Does Texas rank in terms of education? You've heard the raps,
I mean,
right?
of course I've heard it, and the reality is Texas is a great state, and people are moving with their feet from places like New York, from places like
Where's it
California.
rank for education?
Right. And what I'm getting at those, they wouldn't be coming and moving their families. These aren't just if they didn't feel like they had educational options that met their needs. I mean, we have wonderful flagship universities. We've got wonderful public schools. We've got wonderful private schools. Because of our state legislature this last session, we've now got school choice in Texas. So, I mean, the reality is that there are wonderful educational options, and people think about all of those things when they're trying to decide to move a family. So, we're not just getting corporate relocations. We are #1 in the United States for corporate relocations. Yeah. We're not just getting the employees. Jamie Dimon was right when he said that, companies, it's not always just when the headquarters moves. You got to look at the employee count. He says that since he's been at J.P. Morgan, he said, Manhattan's workforce down 10,000, Texas workforce up 20,000 since he's been there. Those are families moving, fully aware of the school system and everything else.
And again, everything you've done, a lot of the energy stuff and everything. That said, I actually had a friend, a barber, who moved back here from Texas, and he said it was cheaper. Joe, hold on to your chair. Mm-hmm. He said, so think about, your sales taxes are actually very high, isn't it like 8%? Property taxes are pretty high because there's not those other income taxes that you mentioned. So I think sometimes people who have left this region do go, because you think, well, geez, look, it's got to be, and you get a little bit of sticker shock, kind of a little bit more subtle sticker shock when your money doesn't go as far down south in some of these places as it used to. That said, you obviously have a corporate advantage. So I don't know if there's a way to they could ever do something about those areas where people are feeling it, in the wallet.
Well, it's not like moving to an underdeveloped economy, in some foreign country where you're getting that type of an advantage by moving, but it's still significant. I mean, the last numbers I saw, the cost of living difference is 60% more expensive to be here. It's the housing costs here in New York are 5 times what they are down.
Yeah.
In California, it's 2x, it's 5x here. I mean, you're still making out really, really, really well, and that makes a huge difference for the individuals obviously. But then when you think about it from the perspective of, in particular, I think why we're doing so well with financial services companies in particular is, I mean, I went to college here on the East Coast where, the Holy Grail was getting a job at an investment bank or a consulting firm. Those companies are the land of the bonus. They give you a pretty good base salary, but you get the opportunity to make your entire salary, again, or 2x your salary in a bonus. Well, in environments where the tax situation is better, you can actually put together a much more talented workforce and recruit better and get better talent when you can actually stretch your payroll a little more by not having to pay as much through taxes. So I think we're doing a really good job of making the financial services industry go, you know what, we have, for a company like ours, too much personnel in New York for historic reasons, not actual practical reasons. And so we're not just getting back office stuff. These jobs that are being created, Scotiabank's new office, 1,000 new employees, Goldman Sachs new office, they're going to add 2,500 new employees. It's already the second biggest office in their company. These are six-figure jobs minimum.
You get it, right?
So it's good stuff.
No, you get Y'all Street
Yes, I get Y'all Street.
because the Texas stock that starts in July, right?
Yeah, they start trading in July.
NASDAQ and Big Board both have.
That's right.
But I'm not sure I get the purpose of a lot of these. Don't we have the long-term stock exchange? I feel like I always hear these ballyhooed launches of these other stock exchanges, and then you turn around and you go, "Did I ever hear from that again?"
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, there's a lot of conversation around these exchanges right now since we're getting, regional offices of NASDAQ and New York Stock Exchange, and then the Texas Stock Exchange. I'm not an expert on exchanges, but what I think it does at least tell us is somebody somewhere who actually does understand this stuff thinks that there's a play here and that there's a reason to be there and doesn't want to get left out.
What is it? Is it for Texas companies or smaller companies?
Yeah, did you run as a mayor or as a Democrat for re-election?
We are nonpartisan in Texas, and all.
But you're
Texas,
a Republican now.
I am, and I was a Democrat in the state house for about 10 years. So
Really?
yeah.
Did you get hit by lightning and riding a horse and like Saul?
I got hit by defund the police and said I've had enough.
Really? Is that
Oh
true?
yeah, that's exactly what happened. I mean, the defund the police movement pushed me over the edge. Yeah, it was too much.
Is Texas? All I ever hear from New York, wherever, New York Times, Boston, going blue. Going this time at Beto. This time really going blue. We're going blue. Austin going blue. Headed blue. It's a big blue, 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 blue. Ever going blue?
I don't know about ever, but I don't
Not
see
there
it.
yet.
I don't see it going blue this election cycle. And look, Texas it's a conservative state. It's definitely
Austin's not.
It's overall, even Democrats, I think, in Texas are more pro public safety, pro law and order. People ask me all the time. They say, do you have to govern differently now that you are a Republican than when you were? I govern as mayor the same way I did as a Democrat. We appreciate the police down there. You don't see as much of the anti-ICE protests and stuff like that. Even in the Democrat-run cities, supposedly, in Texas, it's a much more law and order respecting climate, and just it's a different place. It has just a more conservative bent to it. Period.
Are you termed out ever?
I am. I'm termed out, and
Then
I
what?
I leave at the end of 2027 or beginning of 2028. I guess in the inauguration is.
So then what? Can you tell
Well,
us?
I have no idea.
What do you
I
mean?
take it one day at a time.
Mayor of New York.
I've got my hands full trying to be the best mayor of Dallas. So I'm here, really, for the next 2 days, pitching Dallas to a bunch of firms and all to expand operations in Dallas and send us more of these talented New Yorkers who want to live a more, capitalist lifestyle, frankly.
Right, because there are mayors in big cities that I don't know. There are some problems in some of our biggest cities, based on a lot of what you just said, the antithesis of.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm surprised. I mean, I really am surprised. It's not a political sort of spin thing for me. I am surprised by how much these failed ideas. I mean, it's like I lived. I mean,
No cash bail.
I read Animal Farm and I saw the whole
Right.
Soviet Union falls. Did people miss that movie?
Yeah,
It's like the kids.
apparently.
The kids
They didn't do it
missed
right.
the whole movie.
They didn't do it right. We're going to do it right this
Yeah,
way.
it's unbelievable. This whole command economy idea, you're gonna from the mayor's office control the price of rent, groceries, childcare. You're gonna make Manhattan affordable. I don't remember Manhattan ever being affordable. It's Manhattan. It's insane to me to think that we are back to thinking that we can, as the government, set the prices of things and make things affordable. It's pretty extraordinary, but it's taking root. It's winning elections.
Come back. Thank you. Next time, if you come back.
Senate, governor.
Come back
Yeah.
and take some more
President.
companies with you.
Yeah, we'll see.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank
Speaking of Goldman Sachs, by the way, let's see how much of those earnings are going to go to Texas. Leslie Picker has their Q1 results. Leslie?
Hey, Kelly, yeah, shares are down on those results, although Goldman Sachs beating on the top and bottom lines and delivering its second highest quarterly revenue and earnings. The firm's top line jumping about 14% year over year. That was led by a surge in investment banking fees as well as equities trading. Both of those businesses, guys, are housed in the firm's global banking and markets division, which posted record revenue. Completed mergers and acquisitions contributed to $1.5 billion to the top line, up about 89% year over year, while IPOs remain muted. Convertible offerings, they really bolstered the equity underwriting business by about 45%. The firm did say that its backlog declined slightly from last quarter. The volatility from the first 3 months of the year was a boon to Goldman's equity trading division, which gained 27%, and that helped offset some of the declines around trading in things like interest rates and mortgages and credit. That FIC group missed estimates by nearly $1 billion. Asset and wealth management fell a little short as well. Assets under supervision were at a record $3.65 trillion, which boosted management fees by 14%. Headcount at the firm was unchanged from the end of last year, but total operating expenses jumped about 14%, which the firm says is due to better operating performance. In the statement, CEO David Solomon describing the geopolitical landscape as, quote, very complex, and we'll of course be listening in for more color from him when that analyst call begins in about 2 hours' time, guys.
Down about 2.5% this morning. I mean, the shares are up, Leslie, 83% over the past year. So let's kind of put that in perspective. But in a nutshell, what was the miss? It was
Fixed
expenses
income
high.
Yeah, I
Fixed
think it
income,
was it was almost about $1 billion miss for its FIC trading. That's fixed income currencies and commodities.
Got
So
it.
relative to the street expectations, $1 billion miss is pretty sizable for Goldman, and higher operating expenses as well, and miss in asset management. So not a perfect quarter, but definitely setting some records. And that global banking and markets division, driven by investment banking and equities, certainly helped drive the overall beat.
All right. Leslie, thank you very much. Leslie Picker.
And coming up, peace talks between the U.S. and Iran broke down. As you know, President Trump now ready to block the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to talk about this tense situation with former NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. That's next. Spark Box will be back in just a moment. U.S. and Iran walking away from talks in Pakistan with no deal. President Trump saying a U.S. naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz will start today. We're joined by now by former NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. He was in that position for 10 years. He is now Norway's finance minister. That's why you're here for pension issues. But we'd like to talk to you about all the experience you had, I think, for 10 years, 2014 to 2024. As Secretary General of NATO. It's good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me.
Do you, in any way, agree with Secretary General Rutte about things, the way things are going? We had a guest on Friday. I think he's running for president probably at some point. He said, I said, well, Secretary General Rutte thinks that this could be a good long-term thing for the Middle East and for the world. He goes, oh, he just likes kissing Trump's ass. That's basically what I was told on Friday. Couldn't possibly be true. Is that how you see it?
Well, first of all, Mark Rutte and I, we are close friends. We have worked together for many years when I was Prime Minister, and then the 10 years when I was Secretary General. He was Prime Minister of the Netherlands. And I think it's not a very good, as I say, habit to comment too much on what your successor is doing. But
would you be handling it differently?
But he has a very difficult task. His task is to keep more than 30 countries, 32 NATO allies on both sides of the Atlantic together when there are obvious disagreements. And that's not easy. That was also my task. And I think he really tries to do that because he sees that if NATO is weakened, then we are all more vulnerable, not only Europe, but also the United States, because a strong NATO is good for the United States, makes the United States stronger and safer.
It seems like he's putting all of he's skewed to the one country, obviously the most important country in NATO, but if you're talking to the United States as conciliatory as Mark is, don't the other 31 feel like he may be not representing their interests to the same extent?
It's not for me to speak on behalf of all the 31 others, and neither on behalf of the United States. But what I can say is that I think that Mark Rutte's main message is that the main criticism from the United States, from President Obama, from President Biden, and now from President Trump, is that European allies have not
It started with President Trump.
Yeah, no, actually it was President Obama who was president in 2014 when we made a decision to increase defense spending by European allies and Canada. And at that time, to spend 2% was an ambitious target. And then it has, over the years, really increased. And now Europeans are really investing more. And many European allies are actually investing more in defense than the United States as share of GDP. And this is a fundamental change, which I think helps NATO and it demonstrates that the United States also benefits from it.
NATO has the notion that the Middle East is not their purview for some reason. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that in the way that NATO is first and foremost a defensive alliance, is to protect NATO territory. Then different NATO allies have over these close to 80 years been involved in different conflicts, and NATO has normally not been part of that. Then there are a couple of exceptions for that, from that rule, and that's, for instance, Afghanistan, where all NATO allies went in together with the United States after the attack on the United States, and more than 1,000 European soldiers have lost their lives in a war that actually was about protecting US. So that's one example of how NATO actually matters also for Europeans.
You're talking about September 11th, or what are you talking about protecting?
No, I'm talking about after 9/11.
Right, but it wasn't. I guess it wasn't the country of Afghanistan itself.
No, but I mean,
that's kind of a stretch.
No, but I mean,
and we got a lot of criticism for going into Iraq when it was a
and NATO allies were not part. So normally NATO is not part of operations.
So you agree that with what's happening now, that the United States is not getting much help from its NATO allies, and you think that's the right?
Well, I think it varies. Some NATO allies have provided basing, logistics, and for instance, Germany, many other allies have made their, of course, their
But you know who hasn't, though.
Yeah, I know that also some allies have not, but this has not been a NATO operation. If there's going to be a NATO operation as it was in Afghanistan, then you need to consult with all the allies. You need to make decisions in NATO. And that has not been the case in this, when it comes to the war against Iran.
It
That's-
just seems like we should be less concerned with what happens in the Middle East. We're much further away. We've got less interest in NATO. You look at the amount of energy that's dependent on what comes through the Strait for Europe versus the United States. So I guess NATO would have to decide it was just not the right move for President Trump to enter into this.
At least it was not a NATO decision, because partly also because the United States never tried to make it a NATO decision.
But it could be more
then-
consequential for NATO countries than for the. You've got more skin in the game than a lot of other places.
Well, I think we all have skins in the game, meaning that, for instance, we now see that oil and energy prices are surging. It matters for the United States, a big oil producer, but also for Norway. We are a net producer, a huge net producer of oil and gas.
Well, yeah.
But of course, it matters for our economy because inflation is going up, growth is going down. So global economy matters for small and big economies, the United States and Norway, regardless of whether we are producing oil or not. So it matters for all, and of course, it matters that we all are extremely concerned about Iran's ambitions to get a nuclear weapon.
Think about that, yeah, and everything. And 40,000 dead Iranians that just trying to exercise their right. They don't have a right, obviously, to free speech. But there's a long list. Do you think anything changes in terms of NATO's viewpoint, or?
Well, NATO's
Europe,
view
or Europe?
has been, and it's clear. So we first of all we condemn what the regime in Iran has done against their population for decades. And,
Those are just words. Yeah.
well, we also implemented heavy sanctions against Iran, and NATO has supported the negotiations to find the Iran nuclear deal that put actually some limitations on Iran's nuclear program. And of course, we are very much in favor of also now upholding the ceasefire, if that's possible, and also to open the Strait of Hormuz.
Who is going to help? The UK has already said that it's not necessarily going to help with this blockade. Should other countries help the US?
But I think we need to distinguish. I think that many European countries, and I can at least speak on behalf of Norway, we want freedom of navigation. We don't want the Hormuz Strait closed. We want it open for global economy, for inflation, for energy prices to not make that they increase further. Then Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, he said clearly that he actually convened close to 40 nations a few days ago to look into how can we help to keep that strait open to ensure safe waterways. Now there's this new.
What was the answer? What are they?
No,
gonna
they were all they came and they were willing to sit down and discuss how can we do that. But that's a different thing than being directly involved in the war against Iran.
But
and
what
of
else
course,
can if the U.S. and if those countries say we want the strait open, what are they going to do?
well, that's what's exactly what they were discussing. Partly there are diplomatic means. I mean, the normality has been that the strait has been open, regardless of all the conflicts and all the wars in the Middle East. The strait has been open almost all the time. Second, there are always sanctions that has been an issue, and thirdly, there are of course naval capabilities that can be used to ensure that the strait is open, but that doesn't mean to be directly involved in a war with Iran.
All right. You're not here to give us Greenland, I guess, are you? Is that probably not?
Not at all.
Not at this.
So
not at this
Greenland-
time. We'll
Greenland-
talk. We'll talk. Yeah, I'm kidding. we can't get into it. That was a throwaway comment just to make you laugh. You're laughing now. Thank you. And good luck with the pension and what you're doing in the city today. Far from the
Welcome back to Squawk Box, where we've seen now a considerable move lower in the futures. We were less than 200 points down on the Dow about an hour ago, and right now we'd open down 460, which makes more sense given the backup in oil prices. Also, Goldman, which is in the Dow, is selling off this morning on earnings. We have much more coming up, including Congressman Jody Arrington of Texas, 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time. We're coming right back here on Squawk. Washington is becoming the new home of global capitalism. Semaphore holding its World Economy event today to bring together hundreds of political and business leaders. I thought it was in Dallas, but anyway, we'll talk to Semaphore's co-founder about that event next when Squawk Box comes right back. The Semaphore World Economy event kicks off in Washington today, bringing together more than 500 CEOs, policymakers, and financial leaders. Ben Smith is Semaphore's co-founder and editor-in-chief. He joins us now along with Justin Smith, who is the co-founder and CEO. Welcome to both of you. Ben, you can start. And, to what extent is the Iran conflict overshadowing all of this? Or, does it actually feel like it's not as front and center as it feels right here as we're waiting for the market open?
Yeah, I mean, I think in a way the Iran conflict embodies the reason we're doing this event here in Washington, which is that the most important economic and business decisions of the last decade and just increasingly, are so close to politics and are happening here in Washington. And you have, I think CEOs and business leaders who for many, many years would not have particularly made Washington a central stop on their agendas now have to be here to try to figure out what is going on with these huge issues that affect their business. The Iran war, being the biggest of all right now, and so that's why I think a big part of why I think it'll be the biggest gathering of CEOs in the United States this year is happening here in Washington.
And Ben, just to stay on that for a second, is it then, if we were to go back to, I'm sure, the planning stages of this, you're probably thinking, this is a big discussion about AI or something to that extent. And I mean, there's certainly, that is another major thing to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I think these guys have to walk and chew gum these days, don't they? We do anticipate a lot of conversation about AI. We've got one of the Anthropic co-founders on stage today, and I think particularly the big questions around mythos and the scramble. Scott Bessent, who actually we're also talking to today, convened CEOs at Treasury last week to try to get ready for what the fear of catastrophic cyber breaches.
Yeah, Justin, you've also, David Rubenstein, Ken Griffin, Harvey Schwartz, Michael Dell, Mark, our own CEO, by the way, looking forward to that.
Yeah, anything we should ask him, Kelly?
Yeah. Look, you guys maybe are in a better position than anyone to talk about the shifting media landscape. Justin, I'll kick this one over to you, but I would definitely like to hear a lot about that.
I mean, the shifting media landscape is the reason Semaphore was created. We started 3.5 years ago to effectively attack the biggest problems in 21st century journalism: bias, polarization. I'm sorry, Joe's not on camera because he'd appreciate those. Loss of trust, information overload. And we built a whole media company attacking these different problems with a more intelligent, a more intentionally balanced, cerebral, and really straight up the middle editorial product. And really, Semaphore World Economy is a true expression of that original editorial idea. It's sort of a live journalistic expression. And what's interesting is that if you compare Semaphore World Economy to the other big CEO events in the world, Davos and Milken, there's one key difference. Semaphore World Economy is about journalism. 500 CEOs come not to give closed-door press conferences and have business meetings alone. We do plenty of that. Actually, they come to Semaphore World Economy to be interviewed by Semaphore's journalists across 3 stages, 5 days. So 500 on-the-record interviews, follow-up questions, keeping people accountable. That's what Semaphore World Economy is all about.
Yeah. We were talking about, it's like everybody we've met, Oz is there, they've got Stoltenberg,
We've got 10 cabinet secretaries, 20 finance ministers and central bankers, 500 CEOs, and actually, most interestingly, 350 of the business media are covering it, including some of your colleagues from CNBC.
You guys are starting to look alike, the Smith brothers. Did you see him in that two-shot? I mean, the cough drop. You know I'd say that, Ben. You were just waiting for it, right?
It's the glasses. It's the glasses.
We've been spending a lot of time together, Joe.
Yeah. So Justin just Ben said that you are a paragon of neutrality and right down the middle mainstream media. And you heard that, right, Ben? So I want to see that from here on out. Okay, those are big shoes to fill, Ben Smith. Okay.
I think you speak honestly. I think you speak for a lot of people in that, Joe.
But also, Joe, I'd say, I wouldn't say we're claiming to be the paragon. I'm saying that we are a news company whose mission is to try.
It's not easy. It's not
mission is to try every day.
Right. Look around. It's not easy, and there's immense pressure. These are times that I don't know. It's always. I was in we talked about Vietnam earlier. I remember what it was like then. This is crazier now, don't you think? guys, than it's ever been to try and do this fairly?
You know, I think actually I see it a little differently. I think there's a huge appetite for polarization, and there are media companies that feed it, and there is a big opportunities in just pandering in the most outrageous ways you can find. But I think there's also a big audience that hates that, and that is really looking for something that's factual, and it isn't allergic to points of view, but that brings in different ones, and that opens the room that there are reasonable disagreements.
I've heard, Justin, I've heard people say too, I was just going to add that AI is going to be this kind of new Walter Cronkite, this arbiter, instead of social media and the internet pulling people to the extremes in order to get clicks, that AI is going to force everybody back to the center, to this kind of one answer, which makes, just great stakes for that answer. But do you think that might be true?
I think in some ways, the more that AI becomes prevalent and not flagged in different pieces of content, the more consumers and readers, especially leaders, are going to turn to brands and places that they can trust. And so it sort of cuts both ways. It's going to be, the market's going to be flooded with more content, but trusted brands that are human-centered. I mean, not to say that AI can't power and multiply and create all sorts of advantages for human journalism, but the human has to be at the heart of it, especially for the type of content which we produce, which is content for decision makers, for leaders. They just can't afford to get this information wrong any time.
But how does it affect if I'm just getting that answer from, on Gemini,
On Gemini, well, I mean, Gemini would be much more a broader consumer product, I would say.
Right.
Semaphore is really designed for CEOs and C-suite executives and public policy leaders, which is why Semaphore World Economy is such a natural expression of what we do. So, but certainly, I think the mass market, the middle market, that is the market that I'm the most worried about in terms of AI not being sort of safeguarded from a content and trust and balance perspective.
Well, now you guys have sold me now, but when Kelly said Washington is becoming the new home of global capitalism, I said, hold on. That's how we tease this segment. But because you're bringing this to DC, hopefully you've got some.
We actually saw this in advance. Like, I'll tell you, there are some international CEOs from, like, for instance, from Japan and Korea that I know that have been to Washington 9 times this year already. Or at least in the last 12 months, sorry. It is a new phenomenon. American CEOs used to hate to come to Washington. It was sort of like, pulling teeth, going in front of Congress. Now it's literally jumped to the top of the inbox of most CEOs' offices. Get me to DC, I need to be in front of the regulators, I need to be in front of the government. And so we saw that 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, right. It's by default because of what happened in New York City, I guess, maybe then, right?
Or the power that Washington has.
Or Washington.
Yeah, I think it's
right.
All right. Gentlemen.
Started with Biden, but now it's really the Trump effect, I think.
Yeah, that's probably true. Really appreciate it. Thank you both so much for joining us.
The glasses.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
They do in the hair a little bit, the blonde.
It's just after 8 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Joe Kernan, along with Kelly Evans. Our top story, President Trump says a blockade of Iran's ports will begin at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. A couple hours away, it follows talks this weekend in Pakistan between the U.S. and Iran that did not yield an agreement on ending the war. I don't think it even got close. If the basic tenet of no nuclear.
There were multiple points of straight nuclear, funding regional proxies.
Crude 104 again this morning. And the futures after Goldman Sachs, which is a Dow component, now down almost 500 points. You can do the math on a big move. And Goldman's an $800 stock. We were down 250 or so earlier, and then Goldman reported. We have some breaking pharma news. Hopefully Angelica Peebles can fix it for us because we broke it. Join us now with more. Angelica, good morning.
Morning, Joe. Well, Revolution Medicine saying that its pancreatic cancer drug met its goals in a phase 3 trial, almost doubling overall survival and cutting the risk of death by 60%. RevMed CEO Mark Goldsmith calling these results unprecedented, saying that they're dramatic and practice-changing. So this daily pill, daraxonrasib, extending survival by about 6.5 months versus chemo in patients whose cancer had already progressed on another drug, so that's the second line. And only a fraction of patients even make it to that second line of treatment. As you guys know, pancreatic cancer is a really awful disease and has the lowest 5-year survival rate of any major cancer at just 13%. And RevMed's drug targets what are called RAS mutations. Those drive tumor growth in about 90% of pancreatic cancer cases. And you might have recently heard about this drug in particular, and that's because former Senator Ben Sasse, he said that he's taking this drug, and he described what he called, quote, crazy side effects like a rash you can see on his face. And RevMed said that it can't comment on any individual patient cases, but most of the rashes that it sees are mild. And then in this trial, this drug was well tolerated with a manageable safety profile. And the company plans to seek FDA approval using that new Commissioner's National Priority Review voucher. That could mean that this review only takes a couple of months. You can see that stock up about 39%. This is a very big deal, guys.
Wow, look at that too. It's 300% almost over the past year. Anything, for pancreatic,
Yep, it's a tough.
Seeing Ben Sasse, the way he's fighting it, it's just unbelievable.
Tough one.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Angelica.
Let's get to Pippa Stevens now. She's got to look at more of the morning's other pre-market movers. You mentioned Goldman, obviously biotech. Pippa, over to you.
That's right, Kelly. So we are going to start here with Goldman Sachs because those shares are sliding almost 4% here, despite posting a beat on the top and bottom line for Q1. Likely seeing some selling after the firm's fixed income, currency, and commodities group missed estimates by nearly $1 billion. Asset and wealth management fell a little short as well. Meantime, Sandisk shares are climbing about 1.5%. On an announcement that the memory maker will join the NASDAQ 100 on April 20th. The stock has soared more than 260% this year amid expectations that the boom in AI data center construction will drive up memory demand. The company is replacing software stock Atlassian in the index. Its shares have slid about 65% this year on AI disruption fears to the sector. And we'll cap things off with shares of Constellation Brands. TD Cowen upgraded the Corona and Modelo maker to buy from hold. The firm expects the company to outperform amid easing comps, tailwinds from the World Cup, and subsiding pressure on Hispanic consumers. The stock is higher by about 1.3%. For more on that and other top analyst calls of the day, head over to cnbc.com/pro, where subscribers can get more details around the day's big upgrades and downgrades. Kelly, I'll send it back to you.
Just wondering, we always have JP Morgan and then Goldman and Morgan. It's just a different pattern this time around. So we'll see. I don't know if it's any kind of tell. Usually JPM a little bit more of a broad bank tell there. Pippa, thanks. Take a quick break. Coming up, we'll take a look at Morgan Stanley's view of the markets from the bank's head of research and strategy. And tomorrow, the chairman and CEO of home improvement retailer Lowe's, Marvin Ellison, will join us. Squawk Box will be right back.
Join us now, Dan Skelly, Head of Market Research and Strategy at Morgan Stanley Wealth Management, Kelly and Skelly. You said it's like Kelly with an S, that would be Kelly's.
That's right, yeah. It depends on where you put it, Joe.
Or Dan's.
Yeah, it always does.
Dan's Kelly, like Ruth's Chris.
Did anything change, let's start in the last week for you, in terms of Washington, or how about in the last 3 months?
I think the market, Joe, is starting to get a sense that at times this White House escalates to de-escalate. And I think the market got more conviction around that recently. And then I think, frankly, when you zoom out and think about what's going on in the U.S., we're going through a productivity boom right now. And there's a lot of good stories underlying the day-to-day narrative as well.
Is it really possible just to use that as the main thing to look at? Is there any way to get around what's happening on a daily basis in the Strait of Hormuz and oil prices?
I don't want to diminish the conflict going on by any means, but when you think about it, a year ago, April, we were talking about another big policy snafu perceived to be at the time, and here we are not thinking about that as much. And so I think, look, at the end of the day, you're going to go through these challenges day to day, week to week, but the underlying narrative in the U.S. is one of innovation, one of technology, productivity, and one of pretty strong earnings, and we're getting a test of that right now in terms of earnings season.
Ed Giordani talked about record margins and record earnings, and that's what usually dictates what happens in the stock market. You pick your multiple and then multiply it times the earnings, and that's what it doesn't necessarily immediately translate $100 oil into lower earnings.
That's right, and look, the tools and the services and all the platforms we have surrounding us are faster and more accessible than ever. And so I think that's what challenges us, Joe, in terms of remembering your tried and true playbook. The multiple's off 18% since last fall. And so absent any type of big economic recession, which we do not foresee, this is a good opportunity, we think broadly.
What's your buddy thinking at this point?
I got to give Mike credit. Mike was saying that we would have a drawdown, but it would be manageable. And look, peak to trough, we had a 9% correction in the last several months, and the market, we think, has bottomed. Look, I'm not going to say we don't retest, but it's hard to understand what new information the market learns that's that draconian when we already know the motive is to have a ceasefire and to move on beyond this.
Do you hear Roger Altman last hour? I mean, you hear what Roger says and you go, of course he's right. He says, yeah, he thinks the blockade is the right thing to do, but you have to have the patience to stick it out. And that patience, he thinks, will probably need to extend more than a little while, and which would, he thinks the market's kind of not waking up to that.
Yeah, Kelly, it's an interesting point, and I would argue that thus far it's been a 2-on-1 game, and maybe what the blockade does is reference the idea that global players, Asia, Europe, others might have to pay more attention because arguably their oil exposure is even more concerning and more damaging than it is for the U.S. So maybe the blockade is yet another one of these instances of escalate to de-escalate.
Yeah, he thought the lows were in. Giordani did. You think the lows are in as well?
I agree. And one of the other markers for that is that the VIX has come off, the volatility index has come off substantially off of that 30 level, and usually the volatility has to peak before markets can bottom.
And you layer on AI and all the things with productivity improvements, just on top of everything else we were talking about. And I guess a bit of a tailwind from stimulus from the big, beautiful bill.
Yeah, look, that's a great point, and people are not talking about it enough, Joe, but we are going to see continued affordability measures and other stimuli ahead of the midterms, so that's an offsetting factor for the higher gas prices at the moment. Let's come back to AI, because this truly is the story. We were talking about tariffs a year ago. We're not talking about as much. I guarantee you we'll be talking about AI the next time I come on this program. And look, here's what I'll say. My colleagues in MS Economic Research, Michael Gapin and others, have looked at 200 years of innovation, and every time they look at new technology cycles, it's beneficial to jobs, it's beneficial to productivity, and whereas a lot of people are thinking that a lot of jobs are going to go away, that doesn't necessarily hold true.
You also think the Mag 7 is stupid. Can I say stupid cheap right now?
You could.
Stupid cheap. I mean, if you look across and say the U.S. is one of the worst performing of the major averages so far this year. Growth is like the worst component of that. Cyclical's fine, value fine. So you think this might be the opportunity?
We do, and Kelly, when you look at the genesis of the correction, go back to last fall, people started to rotate to cyclicals because we were thinking stimulus ahead of the elections. We also were seeing a lot of spending by the Mag 7. But what have we seen recently? To Joe's point, we're seeing more and more evidence of companies in the Fortune 100 monetizing and utilizing AI. And it's the Mag 7 themselves, the tip of the spear, that are going to monetize the most. In this particular earnings season, technology is going to account for 45% of earnings growth of the market. And so the Mag 7, which has been in correction mode since October, looks very interesting to us.
I'm scared of Anthropic again, reading that article. Did you read that?
Which one?
The one that's not safe? It like went off on its own.
Sandwich, the guy who ate the sandwich and everything went to hell.
It went off the reservation. It was like sneering at its, I mean, it's, Hal's coming from 2001, faster than we could open the pod bay doors. I'm afraid I can't do that, Dave.
Well, they think it'll be a whole cyber thing, that if the message is basically, if the message is these tools are so strong that you have to go spend with us or other cyber providers to make sure that, you know, we're not going to.
2 years in. What happens 5 years from now? We're toast.
We're not. This is the thing. The internet's going to do it. The coal mine, the Luddites.
Hunter killers.
We always find a way.
Terminator 1.
Jobs are created, right? Productivity ramps up, but we always find a way to get through these periods.
AI killer drones. Yeah, think about that.
That's a terrifying thought. They'll have guardrails.
Dan, thank you.
Thanks for having me.
So you defer to Mike on certain things. Do you ever tell him he's full of it? Or
Mike is an amazing thought leader. We've worked together for almost 20 years, and there are times where we disagree. I think in the last several months, we're starting to see that conviction in terms of the bottoming.
Okay. All right, Dan, thank you. Talking about Mike Wilson in Morgan Stanley for people that are playing.
They're
People know? Yeah.
They know. Coming up, get this. The home of OpenAI CEO Sam Altman targeted for the second time. Speaking, we were just talking about AI. For the second time, it's been targeted now in just the last couple of days. We'll have the details of the latest attack. That's coming up next on Squawk Box.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. The future's now down not quite 500 points on the Dow. We have the S&P down 43. It was a pretty solid week last week, but the Dow at this point, after Goldman Sachs reported, I haven't looked. You know, when it's pre-market and
It's down 7.
yeah, and at the time I almost said there's no way to know where it closes out the day, but 867, which is down even more than that now. Then maybe we can look at a intraday Goldman chart because it closed at 907, now bidding 867. So that's even worse than, but
So
it's
that's
down
about
about
40,
24, 25 at this point. Now it's down.
So 40 times 7 or 8 is, 280.
And now it's down
300
40.
so.
So yeah,
Wow.
so that's a lot of the Dow sell-off is from Goldman.
Exactly, just so people don't think.
Higher expenses, that was it.
And a miss on
Fixed
fixed
income?
income, yeah. And we'll hear from Morgan Stanley, I think tomorrow, so see if they can provide more context. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman's home appears to have been the target of a second attack yesterday morning. Police say 2 suspects in a Honda sedan stopped their car in front of Altman's property and appeared to fire a gun toward his house. Police said the suspects fled in the car but were later arrested. The incident comes after a man was arrested on Friday accused of throwing a Molotov cocktail at his home and then threatening to burn down the company's headquarters. The device caused a fire on an exterior gate. No one was hurt. On his blog, Sam Altman posted this photo of his husband and son, saying he's a private person but is sharing the photo and hopes that it might dissuade the next person from throwing a Molotov cocktail at his house. Yeah. President Trump, meantime, is threatening to impose a 50% tariff on China following a report that said Beijing is preparing to deliver new air defense systems to Iran. In a Fox News interview, the president said he doubts China would do that, but if we catch them doing that, he said, they get a 50% tariff, which is staggering. President Trump had previously threatened a 50% tariff on countries found supplying military equipment to Iran. Meantime, China's foreign ministry denounced those reports of weapons sales as groundless smears.
Okay. Who said it's staggering? Was that your
I
quote?
believe that was the president, it wasn't me.
Yeah.
That wasn't me.
You seem to be really editorializing. That's my job.
It was fortuitous that it was not a quote.
At the end of the day. Okay. Saudi Arabia says its east-west pipeline, that's your fort, has restored full oil pumping capacity. The pipeline runs from the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea with the Strait of Hormuz effectively closed. It's been Saudi Arabia's only oil exporting option previously, and full capacity in the pipeline is about 7 million barrels per day. Last week, Saudi Arabia said strikes reduced throughput in the pipeline by about 700,000 barrels per day.
This is key to watch for retaliation. Iran knows if it's going to be blockaded and the Gulf is getting oil out through these pipelines, it's a target. Coming up, House Budget Committee Chair Jody Arrington on the push to fund the Department of Homeland Security. We'll be right back with a whole lot more on Squawk. alert on shares of Roblox, which are fractionally lower. The company announcing new age-based accounts for younger users on its platform. There will be separate categories for users 5 to 8 and then 9 to 15. These are an extension of the protections Roblox began implementing earlier this year, which included facial age checks to access chat features. Roblox faced backlash after it was accused of hosting explicit content that was accessible by children. Keep an eye, as we said, on the shares, down 3% over the past year. Let's pivot to the broader economy now, following last week's hotter than expected headline, 2.6, though 7 on the core. Joining us on that, as well as Fed policy and the impact of higher oil prices, Joe Davis is Vanguard's global chief economist and head of the investment strategy group. Joe, it's good to have you here. And the impact so far has been significant in terms of headline inflation. We're up almost a point. When is PPI this week? They think we'll be up another point or so on that. How much of that you think gets passed along?
Well, again, I think inflation is going to remain just a headwind, just given what we're seeing in the news even this morning. I think at the end of the day, though, we would have to see rapidly higher oil prices, despite the current uncomfort, for it to really start hitting growth. And until we have that, I think it's going to be uncomfortable, but not detrimental to the outlook.
Right, although what should the Fed do about this then? Should we think about this like Ed Yardeni was saying, which is they said they're doing no more cuts and holding there, or as a growth shock? And those who argue for cuts say, you know, when you get sticker shock like this at the gas pump, or
yes,
you know, when consumers say they might be pulling back elsewhere, you know, and if this goes on the way that Roger Altman is kind of suggesting it could, and oil and gas prices stay up here, is that going to be a growth hit?
Well, I think even before the oil prices, we were skeptical that the Fed was going to deliver on their anticipated easing over the course of this year. Now, again, a lot has happened. I think I hear both sides of the debate, but at the end of the day, it's hard to be preemptive in easing when you have inflation going up, not down. And so I hear those things of, at the end of the day, you have to look at the labor market as the determining factor, but they're not going to do it anytime soon. It's tough to do it in an environment of rising prices. The economic fallout will matter, but unless we're talking about north of $125 a barrel, this notion of craving for easing, I think, is a little bit misguided.
All right, so 125 for you, and we're not getting, look, the evidence, as far as if these numbers are correct, Redbook retail sales accelerated last week. That doesn't include gasoline. That's kind of traditional. Up 7.6% year on year. Bank of America card spending, core, not including fuel, which was up. Bank of America core card spending up 3.6% in March. I mean, this is resilience.
Oh, you stole the words right out of my mouth. I think resiliency is the key. We actually have the largest leading indicator, arguably, of the labor market, perhaps the United States, because we have 401k plans here at Vanguard, and so we know hiring rates sometimes before they manifest themselves in the data. And we continue to see resilience. We've had a slowdown, but part of that, we also are not seeing fire rates. And so again, it depends where the economy was before the oil prices rose, and we were talking about clearly north of 2% from a real GDP perspective. Yes, inflation is high, but we had strength going into the shock. And so that matters a lot for the next several months. You have to talk about a material step upwards in oil prices, which is not our baseline, to start talking about easing, deterioration financial conditions, and really risk off.
Although I do think, I mean, people, they talk a lot about it. They're asking about it. They're upset about it. I guess what you're just saying is maybe if we stay up here at 4+ all throughout the summer driving season, I wonder if it could have more of an impact.
Well, you've also seen wages. It's uneven, but wages have improved, wage growth. And so that helps absorb some of the sticker shock. That said, I don't think many people's incomes are going up at the rate of the oil prices. So clearly it will have, it's not welcome for growth, but to really make a mark, you just have to talk about a higher step up, just given some of the other strength we've seen in the high-end consumer and the business investment. As you said, beginning this program, there'll be more return to AI. Without that AI boom, we're probably talking about a different vector, but that's not the present situation.
You think the AI boom is helping the economy?
Oh, clearly. I mean, our diagnosis 2 years ago, we probably have arguably the next 3 years the highest economic growth forecast in the United States, probably in the asset management industry. We're approaching 3% as our baseline without any material labor force pickup, meaning population growth. And how you get that is the productivity, somewhat AI and fuel, and it's going to be very disruptive. So we could go on for some time on our AI diagnosis, but we've been laser focused on that. We have to care about oil, but the long play from investor standpoint is next 2 or 3 years, who are the beneficiaries as AI continues to just dissipate throughout the economy?
All right, I think that's fascinating what you said, that because you can see 401k plans because you're Vanguard,
yes,
you can actually, so I think what you're saying is maybe if people open a new 401k account or something, you know there's been a new hire.
They get auto-enrolled. They get auto-enrolled, and so we can see real-time hire rates. We can also see wage increases because their withholding for their retirement plan goes up, the dollars. And so it's a really good measure of both firing rates and hiring rates. It's supplemental to the economic statistics by the government, but it's good in the recent environment.
You should do an index on that. It'd be like job. I mean, could you? I think you should. You know, we're looking. The government data is response rates and everything.
We disclose that. It's a public service. This is not our data. It's anonymized. This is our clients' information. So we release it to the public in the same time, like other providers do, whether it's LinkedIn or other networks. So I think it's a nice way to triangulate the picture of the labor market. Listen, we all need as much help as we can get, and so this is, I think, supplemental to all that.
All right, Joe, really appreciate it. Thanks this morning.
Thank you.
And now to a scoop, CNBC scoop on OpenAI. Kate Rooney has that story. Hey, Kate.
Hey, Joe, good morning. So behind the scenes, we're hearing that OpenAI has been touting its new relationship with Amazon as a driver of enterprise growth, at the same time calling out some limitations of a long-standing partnership with Microsoft. Guys, this is according to an internal memo we viewed from a top OpenAI executive sent out to employees on Sunday. Denise Dresser, the chief revenue officer over there, talks in this memo about OpenAI's Amazon deal as a key avenue to really win over companies that want to be using ChatGPT for business. So in the memo, Dresser, who's also the former CEO of Slack, writes that our Microsoft partnership has been foundational to success, but it has also limited, she says, our ability to meet enterprises where they are. For many, that is bedrock. She's referring there to Amazon's AI offering for AWS. She says since we announced the Amazon partnership at the end of February, inbound demand from our customers for this offering, she says, has been frankly staggering. The memo does come a couple of months after Amazon announced a $50 billion investment into OpenAI. The comments do also point to OpenAI's ongoing efforts that we've seen to really try to reduce some reliance on Microsoft, which is a longtime backer and investor. It's backed and spent more than $13 billion on OpenAI since 2019. That was well before the launch of ChatGPT. And OpenAI has really been moving to more cloud providers too, Oracle, for example, but both companies have said that their relationship does remain strong. Finally, Dresser in this addresses some of the back and forth with Anthropic. That is widely seen as one of the winners in enterprise. They are competing here for this higher margin battleground in AI right now. Dresser says that the market can be noisy. She calls it volatile and distracting at times, and that Anthropic's strategy is built on fear, restriction, and the idea that a small group of elites, she says, should control AI, while OpenAI, she describes it as a more positive message. She says that is going to win. We don't have a response yet from Anthropic or Microsoft on this, guys, but you can read more on CNBC.com. Back over to you.
Very good, and we will do that, Kate, to get the full story. I asked Kelly if she
I know you will, Joe. Go Google it.
Yeah. You know, here's all I say. Why do companies keep sending these internal memos? It's like you might as well just post it for the public, because at some point the information is going to get out. I mean, they might slam Anthropic, but Anthropic might be making more revenue than they are at this point. Anthropic's revenue might exceed that of like Mag 7 companies within a couple of quarters at this rate. It's mind-boggling what a killer app their, you know, all these Claude products and now, you know, who knows what Mythos will be.
Yeah, $30 billion is what they've reported. There has been some pushback on kind of what it looks like behind the scenes. Because these are private companies, it's really hard to know the economics. But they've taken totally different strategies on spending. I think that's been one of the pushbacks here. OpenAI also in the memo, they talk about spending. They talk about compute really being an advantage when it comes to enterprise, because they're not going to run out of compute at this point. They're spending $600 billion over the next 5 years, where Anthropic at the same time is taking a much more conservative tack when it comes to spending on compute. They're saying we're going to win because of that.
Why is Anthropic able to get to spend less on compute?
Well, that's the knock right now, is that some, including OpenAI, we saw another memo last week in which they criticized this, but they're saying that And Ben Thompson at Stratechery has really talked about this too, where they could actually run out of compute. So that is the risk here. They have said that, hey, we don't need this much, but some have said they've underestimated demand. And if they run out, that's when they might hit a ceiling on product and enterprise growth. That would be OpenAI's argument, saying, hey, we have compute that is a moat, but Anthropic has said we don't need to spend that much and we're going to partner versus really see this as a strategic win. But someone's going to come out looking smart here. I think we won't know until we actually are able to look under the hood, see the S1s for these companies as they look to go public, and actually see what the economics look like. How unprofitable are these companies? We know they're not profitable, but how deep are the losses?
Right, absolutely. The revenue growth is only impressive if you're not losing multiples more than that.
Yeah.
Kate, thanks very much. Kate Rooney.
All right, coming up, Congress is back in session. All right. That's this week. On the agenda, a bill to fund the Department of Homeland Security and end the partial shutdown. Republican Congressman and Budget Chair Jody Arrington will join us next. We'll be right back. Our next guest joins us to weigh in on the latest funding fights on Capitol Hill, the Iran war as well, not a funding for, but separately the Iran war. Let's welcome Congressman Jody Arrington of Texas. He is chair of the Budget Committee. It's good to have you on.
Good morning, Joe. Kevin, good to be with you.
We were going over some of the recent things that happened, and I went back to the, whatever that was with Majority Leader Thune. It's no one was around, so you didn't have to vote on it. So Mike Johnson was hit with that the next day, which basically would have allowed Democrats to carve out ICE out of the DHS funding, right?
Horrible precedent, wouldn't you think?
I thought, and I understood. I
rejected it.
I did, and I was proud of Mike Johnson. But then I heard from former Speaker McCarthy, that they should not have gone home without passing that.
Yeah.
And I do understand that Republicans, right or wrong, they could get blamed for this because people don't really understand what's happening.
It's hard to make sense of it, but let me do my best. Republicans in the House will not vote for what is effectively Homeland Security with ICE and Border Patrol defunded. So the order matters. There are two ways to do this. Either we use reconciliation for a simple majority in the Senate, right? It's an all-Republican exercise if we use reconciliation. And we get the funding for multiple years, take the leverage away from the Democrats, not just now, but into the future, through reconciling Border Patrol funding and ICE. And then we fund the rest of it. But you got to do that before you do the full appropriations for Homeland. Or I think what would be better if we could do it is just take the whole kit and caboodle and use reconciliation to fund Homeland so we don't establish the precedent of picking and choosing whole cloth departments and agencies and offices, and we fund it. But either way, Joe, we can't leave the critical operations of Homeland Security that's protecting us against a terrorist attack through Coast Guardsmen at our port, or the guys that are protecting us against cybersecurity attacks. This is unacceptable. The Democrats are recalcitrant, and their posture is going to be obstruction until the November election. So we have to do something, and it's going to be unilateral action by Republicans.
But unfortunately, it may not come back to tarnish Democrats. The first shutdown on the Obamacare subsidies, I mean, it was clear what that was, wasn't it? Okay, in hindsight, the narrative is changing already.
Yes.
I hear people say that the Republicans didn't want to fund Obamacare. Okay, this is the same thing's going to happen now, but wasn't it the same thing? It was a DHS funding. Normally, you would vote yay or nay on DHS funding, but they want to carve out ICE and Customs and Border.
Yeah, they want to defund ICE.
They won't vote for all of it unless you carve that out.
Unless we carve it out.
Unless you carve it, that is threatening to close down that unless we get our way in extortion, right?
Well, that's exactly their posture. So we have to make a decision.
Why aren't people saying that's unacceptable?
Well, I think it is unacceptable, but here's the other thing that's unacceptable. We have had an increase in cyber attacks through Iranian actors. The threats have
That's not coming back to haunt them either. To not fund DHS during a war is like...
Well, it should, and we should continue to remind people that's continues to be their posture. You would have thought they learned their lesson and heard the resounding voice of the American people in the last election, which was mainly about securing the border.
They're looking for the next election, Joe.
They are, but
they think to get both out.
But we have to be the adults in the room and do the right thing to keep America's homeland and our people safe and secure. And they're not, because of the longest shutdown and on account of the obstruction, and basically for the reason of pandering.
When's it going to end? When will it be? When will it happen?
I think we've got probably a few weeks before we can wrap it up, but President Trump's already signed the executive order to effectively fund everything, but it's a short-term solution. So again, I prefer to do all of Homeland in reconciliation, but if we do just the sort of targeted for ICE and CBP, that has to come first. You can't send us the same Senate bill and effectively defund ICE and CBP and expect Republicans to sign.
Didn't you want to do a lot of other things in a second reconciliation bill? You'll blow your chance on just doing this?
I worry that we don't get to a third reconciliation, so we have two more opportunities here. We've got widespread fraud, so there's tremendous savings that we could put against supporting our troops. We're going to need supplemental operations resourcing, notwithstanding the president's vision for modernizing the military and some of the, what I would call, capital investment to be prepared for future wars. We can support that through the war on fraud and the savings that would accrue. We saved $1.5 trillion from the first big beautiful bill. That was focused on SNAP reforms, program integrity in Medicaid, and the Obamacare to prevent illegals from siphoning money away, or people who are ineligible or refusing to work who are healthy. There are 70+ more means-tested welfare programs that we spend well over $1 trillion every year on, that we should apply the same discipline, rigor, and safeguards. And then underwrite the support for our troops and Commander-in-Chief right now, and any future down payment on readiness through those savings. It makes, to me, too much sense. Republicans ought to be about it. The American people gave us unified Republican leadership. Shame on us if we don't exercise it. The
But
only thing.
do you sense, I don't mean to interrupt, Jody, but
No, please.
do you sense the political winds shifting out there? And I don't have any data on this. Your polls, you probably have better access to polls and all of that than I do.
You might not even need polls. You can.
I mean, the internal war within
I'll show
a
you
lot
my
of the
Twitter
MAGA
account.
community, Joe's followers. I mean, this war is, I think it's safe to say, not that popular.
Yeah.
Gasoline prices are high. And this shutdown is confusing.
Yeah.
And you're going into a midterms where I think it's safe to, I think the question is how big the blue wave might be, or if there is one. So I don't put those forth myself. I simply wonder about the shifting landscape amid all of this, and question what we should expect, almost from like a market's point of view as well, to come out of the next few months in Washington.
It's a great question. I would just pose a statement for commentary generally. The easy things are already done. The hard things remain to give us a safe, strong, and free America. Securing the border and deporting criminal aliens sounded like an easy task initially, and then it got very unpopular really quick. How about leveling the playing field and having reciprocal trade with trading partners around the globe, since they've taken advantage of us for decades, all because of our addiction to cheap stuff? Well, that seemed like the right thing. Everybody seemed to support it until we had to do the hard work of getting to that fair trade and putting our producers, manufacturers, and workers in a better spot.
And now you've got the SAVE Act kind of tied up with the, as I understand it, the shutdown piece. All of this sounds hard. All of this sounds hard. So what, is anything going to be able to move forward?
I think first of all, thank God we have a president that's willing to do some unpopular things that aren't even in his best political interest, but are in the best, in my opinion, interest of my children and our country's future vis-a-vis a nuclear Iran. So I think the president is spot on. I mean, what would you trade to not have an Ayatollah that had nuclear weapons for another Kim Jong-un as part of the axis of evil? What would we trade? What cost would we pay? So there's no doubt there's disruption in cost. The president, I think, is doing the right thing. It's very complicated. But every other president for 47 years decided to defer that, probably because they didn't want to be bogged down in the entanglements that would be associated with such action.
And believe me, I hear it from the other side, but you put together October 7th, and you can trace that for Iran. You put together how many innocent people were killed that tried to go into the streets in Iran. Any other time, you'd see 30 or 40,000 people butchered and murdered, and you'd be like, okay, but we've been so inured to this death cult that runs that country that they could do almost anything, and there'd be pacifists that would say, oh, geez, yeah, but let's talk some more. And then you add to that Witkoff, believe him or not, and Trump said that President said it was obliterated. Witkoff said enough fissile material for 11 nukes within, 6 months?
Yeah.
Whatever it is, you put all those together, and I think...
But the two problems are the oil price, and when the president himself concedes that he goes, we can't do the daycares.
You
and
could look through the oil price, couldn't you? I mean, we had oil prices here because of the Ukraine war. We had
because of the Democrats' war on American fossil fuels.
on
Which didn't
pipelines.
make us safer,
Right.
it made us weaker and made us more fragile economically and from a national security.
There's never a good time to do so.
That's the point.
And I don't know if this works out, and it could be a horrible Iraq situation, and we could all look back and say it was a mistake. I understand it. Or it could be incredibly good for the Middle East and for the world.
I think your point about there's never a good time.
No.
And again, the easy decisions have been made, and quite frankly, all the window dressing from the JCPOA and the economic sanctions and all the actions which have basically amounted to appeasement with no effect, no avail on their desire to have a nuclear weapon.
There's just not much budgetary room. 40% increase in the defense budget. On top of $1 trillion in interest and everything.
Listen, that's a starting point. That's a vision for what we would like to have. But I can tell you there are debt hawks like myself that see a debt crisis on the horizon as a equal, if not greater, and more irreparable threat. We have to be able to walk and chew gum. We have the savings. Reconciliation will allow us to put those reforms in the mandatory programs to underwrite what we need now and a down payment on future warfare preparedness.
Would you rather have that or a $5 trillion Green New Deal? If it wasn't for Manchin and Sinema, that take your pick.
100%.
Right.
100%.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Where are you
Great to be
going?
with you.
When are you out?
This is my last year of my 5th term. 10 years is enough.
Yes.
I'm going back to the big, beautiful West Texas
What was the
flatlands.
Your company?
What's that?
What was the company back in the day before you were doing politics?
Well, I was with President Bush for 10 years, and I was at the University of Texas Tech, my alma mater, guns up. And,
Don't they need a chancellor someday?
Well, I don't know what I'm going to do next, but I'm going to stay in the fight. I can tell you that.
All right.
I'm going to stay in the fight.
Keep coming on
Not at
here.
stake.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
Really good to be with you.
Absolutely. Coming up, we're going to wrap the top stories of the morning. We'll talk about what's driving Goldman shares lower and the impact on the Dow. Squawk Box will be right back. Breaking on Squawk Box all morning long, we have shares of Goldman Sachs now dropping almost 5% this morning. They did beat on the top and bottom lines. They put up their first quarter report, their first of the major banks, and really kicking off earnings season this morning. Revenue and fixed income, though, fell 10%. That stock is sliding, and it is affecting Dow futures. Meantime, Revolution Medicines, they're up sharply pre-market. They have a pancreatic cancer treatment that succeeded in a phase 3 trial. And of course, we're watching oil. Brent and WTI are both up about 7%. Nat gas is pretty flat as the U.S. prepares for a blockade for part of the Strait of Hormuz that is set, Joe, to begin in an hour.
Right. We've been watching the clock go, and it will be.
You know what's fascinating? Everybody seems to support this idea
Of the blockade.
But as Roger Altman said, it's just a question of tenacity. I don't know. Let's pick the right word.
Right.
Perseverance. Sticking with it. And will it marshal China to say to Iran, all right, it's time?
And it takes resolve, and we're in a tough political climate for resolve following the last two experiences we had with nation building or whatever you call it. When you really do need it, in this case, I guess I've been arguing, and I could be wrong.
Well, and with the pressure on the oil price, it's a real time. It's tough to make long-term decisions.
47 years of a death toll.
Yeah.
And what, the Iranian people. Final check really? Oh my God, it's the final check. But you'll be back tomorrow. We'll continue. We will continue and start right where we left off. Make sure you join us. Squawk on the Street is next.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer, David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Here we go again. Oil back to 104 as talks with the Iranians go nowhere over the weekend. And the president threatens a blockade of Iranian ports to begin in about an hour, which NATO will not join. Equity futures lower as Goldman sets up big bank earnings. It'll be a drag on the Dow today on this FIC revenue miss. Our roadmap begins with the coming U.S. blockade of the Strait, set to begin next hour as Iran talks fall apart over the weekend.
Plus shares of Goldman Sachs are under pressure ahead of the open, despite notching its best ever quarter for banking and markets. And of course, we'll be talking about the state of AI. It's the trading of stocks related to it, uncertainty surrounding the technology, and everything else.
Jeez.
Yeah.
After the U.S. and Iran ended the weekend without a deal, the president announcing plans for a naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz.
We have a blockade going into effect. That'll be 10 o'clock tomorrow. Other nations are working so that Iran will not be able to sell oil, and that will be very effective. But what we want to do is we want to, and again, we don't need it. What we notice and what we see and what I think is maybe my idea, maybe not, I don't know. But there are many boats heading toward our country to fill up with oil and then go and take it. So they're not going to go through the Hormuz Strait. And ultimately that'll be corrected.
Jim, we don't know exactly how this is going to work or how sustainable it is to do on our own.
Yeah, I think that what happened is that people first saw it and the futures were down a percent and a quarter. And then as the morning went on, as the late morning went on, people just kind of felt, this is my interpretation, that, you know what, stuff wasn't going to go through anyway. Now, I think that that's doesn't put any war premium on it, as if there really will be nothing that would make it so that Iran would step up. But, David, I don't know. I mean, you're doing it during the ceasefire. Maybe it's a test of ceasefire. But I think the oil stocks rally. I think that oil itself rally. But it's not as horrible as thought of, only just because, well, come on. I mean, there wasn't, they're not doing anything. I mean, nothing was going through except for Iran.
Right. So now that won't be going through.
That won't go through. That's
What
China,
do we
right?
make
China.
at this point, Jim, of the impact this is going to have? It's been, 40 plus days now. Are we going to start to see, in terms of Asian countries that rely on so much of their oil and natural gas moving through the Strait, helium supplies for semiconductor manufacturing and fertilizer, and on from there for both Asia and Europe as well? Are we going to start to see more of an impact? And
It should. I mean, strategic petroleum reserves are going to run out. I think that this is one of those moments where Asia is really going to be hit much harder than everybody else. Now, we have continental self-sufficiency. I know that the president said that we're sending stuff overseas. That's because gasoline is a world market. But, Carl, increasingly I think what we're talking about is the natural gas advantage. So much of our country runs on natural gas, whether it be heating, whether it be the data centers, the way that we do make a lot of things. And that's our real advantage. Because the president's not talking about it enough. I think it's hard to understand natural gas because these industrial gases, I didn't know what they were until I got in the business, but they are vital, and Asia really is being crushed by those. So I think that if I were an Asian country, I would either say to the United States, you can't do this, please let us go. Or you go, I think what the president's hoping for is maybe that there's a coalition of people who gang up on Iran. I don't think that's going to happen because the president hasn't been good at building coalitions.
No, if anything, it might be the opposite.
Yeah, I
France
agree with
today
that.
talking about multinational sort of diplomacy with Iran.
I think you're right. I think that's the theory. I think that, is it going to backfire? I mean, look, so much has backfired that you almost say, yeah, this has to backfire. And I think that's become the narrative, and it's not what anyone hoped for in this country.
No, but you did write this morning, stocks are basically saying if the bond market's okay with it, it's okay with us.
Yeah, I did a huge piece this weekend. I apologize to all of our subscribers. I just went on and on and on. But, people are trying to figure what the heck is going on. And I said, well, the bond market rules. And the bond market's kind of, so, I mean, the 10 years like at 4.3, 4.3, 4.3, 4.3, and that still gives Warsh a chance, the incoming Fed chief, to cut. And, David, I think that our markets are trading on the cut. They're not trading on the oil, in part because the only thing that we see or feel is the pump. Now, there were, some outrageous things. I mean, the Iranians really, they play X.
They're trash talk online?
Well, I mean, they're like, they're like an NFL player. You're like, they're 15 yards. I mean, you got like, the way Iran plays it.
No, this line, you'll be nostalgic for $4 to $5 gas?
David, you got to admit that Iran is, they got
a good social media
They have a
game.
good social, they're very good at social media. And, true social, what do you think, true social
Wouldn't have
versus-
expected that going into the conflict. There you go. There's a big surprise. Yeah.
Well, but it does kind of
mean much
it is
of anything, but
no, but it is emblematic of what they seem. They're clever. I mean, they're clever. Now, should we have known they're clever? Why not? There's it's an educated country. Of course they're clever. But I think, Carl, like every time you turn around, like every move. Now you have to get the minesweepers in.
Yes.
But we don't have a lot of minesweepers. I was looking at Textron. Textron makes minesweepers. And then I said, all right, they'll take Textron up. Because what am I going to do? Am I supposed to just, I'm a stock guy. I want to buy Textron.
That's literally why we're here.
I want to buy Textron on this.
I hear you. We had one day last week, I think, we didn't lead with the war, and I very much enjoyed that because I think we much more enjoy digging into companies, trying to understand what's going on in the economy, trying to understand what businesses are doing right or wrong, than discussing things, frankly, that we have no ability to answer.
Well, I mean, look, if you're the president, which I am not, most certainly, you call Canada, which they certainly don't do. That's just the 51st state. Remember that? The 51st state? Which, of course, was so insulting. You can't even call Mark Carney, which is, But I have to tell you, they have the ability. All right, listen to me on this. RBN's piece today, my guys. They have the ability to ship a lot of the really crummy oil, the oil that they were going to send to Keystone.
Tar sands oil.
They can send that. They can send a lot of it, and they can send more and more. So here's what the president should do. He should call up Carney and say, listen, all is forgiven. How do we work together? Let's get that pipeline built in the ways that we used to build pipelines in the 30s, which is that, we used to have armies of people. You would get a job at a pipeline.
Oh, yeah, that would be very helpful.
Well, no, but if you didn't have a job, let's say you were like Grapes of Wrath, you could get it. Remember Grapes of Wrath?
I do.
Tom Joad? I think he could get a job. You understand that we can build these pipelines much faster than people realize.
I'm just looking at
Didn't really end well, that Grapes of Wrath, that last final
No, this
scene.
is a new way to end Grapes of Wrath.
Didn't really end well.
No, I know, but I'm doing a revisionist feel. Bear with me.
I'm just looking at what Carney said over the weekend. Many of our former strengths, which rested on our close ties with the United States, have become our weaknesses. To your point about the degradation of relations.
I was trying to see you stick what Hungary's with. Oh, Hungary just left the fold.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little. Ukraine left the fold. Who's in the fold? Who's in the fold, David? China?
Well, I mean, Japan is not in the fold.
Well, they need all the natural gas they can get. We can't send them more. We're running, by the way, we're selling more max natural gas than anybody thought we could do. Well more than we thought. And it's, of course, obviously not enough, but we are going to be in charge of natural gas.
Yes, although rig count Friday, no bueno.
No, and there's no...
And by the way, Morgan Stanley today says because of all of this, countries are going to want to enlarge their stockpiles, which is why they keep Brent at, trying to look, MS, Q2 110, Q3 100, higher than the conflict.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with that. I will say that the Permian there's been no pickup because these oil companies, they say, oh, we've seen it all before. I think that that's precisely wrong. They haven't seen it all before. This is different. No one thinks this is going to be short term.
Nobody does at this point?
No,
really?
That's why you can still buy the refiners, David. I know you wanted to take away. You can still buy Valero, okay?
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. I think Chevron goes right back to 108. I would buy Chevron.
Great place to end and start with Goldman.
Yeah. Let's get to Goldman Sachs. Shares down in the pre-market despite topping Q1 estimates. Revenue for FIC did drop by 10%. That was a miss, although, Jim, highest profit for a quarter in about 5 years.
All right, so when you speak to David, or you
David
get any,
Solomon. Or David Faber?
No,
Which
when I
one?
speak to David Faber.
Oh, okay.
No, when you speak to someone, I mean, here's the deal.
Making sure I had my Davids correct here.
Yeah, well, I feel it's a little slower in March, but everything's picking up. April's been very strong. Now, I think, and David, you're going to disagree with this because it's too Pollyanna. You're going to say, Jim, you worked there, and therefore you said that.
All right, what?
But it's entirely possible that this is the beginning of like a smoother. Like we got to stop it with the aggressive. Remember, people put up very aggressive targets.
Yes.
And they don't do that for Citi. They don't do that for Jane Fraser. There goes Fraser. There goes Fraser.
Down goes Fraser.
Okay, no, I didn't want to say down because she's going higher.
So you misquoted it.
No, why no? Because she's going to win. They always
up goes Fraser.
Up go Fraser because they keep her numbers down.
All right, but back to Goldman.
That's a reference
It was
to
a very
Joe
strong
Frazier.
quarter.
They're going to keep the numbers down. She's going to be
19.8% return on
Remember when you said it would never be more than 5? I remember that.
I never. By the way, you keep lowering it. It was 10.
It was 10.
It was double digits.
It was high single
but now it's 5. And next week it'll be 0.
Okay, what we're talking about is the base level.
But the fact is that almost having a 20% return on equity is pretty shocking. We're obviously at Goldman. Now, meanwhile, to Jim's point, it's down in part because it's been up a lot. I mean, I know it's a simple explanation, and the expectations may have been even higher. Revenues, though, were up, 14% higher than the first quarter. Global markets, global banking and markets, $12.74 billion in first quarter revenues, 19% higher than the first quarter of last year, and 22% higher than the preceding quarter.
Second biggest.
Yep, revenues and equities, and then on from there. I did notice
How about the buyback?
They didn't change their headcount at all. They didn't add or subtract any employees. Kind of interesting, given that kind of growth period.
That could be AI.
And operating expenses were up 14% as well.
Wait, how about the buyback? See how much they bought?
I
They
did.
bought back 5?
I did.
$5 billion, used $3 billion?
They returned $6.38 billion, and as Jim just said, $5 billion of common. They did buy it at $923, so that'll give you a sense. So a little bit higher than the stock's going to trade today. That was the average cost. So
What do you think about them going first?
In terms of earnings?
Yeah. As a zeitgeist.
I don't know.
Usually less. Because JP Morgan's down big ahead.
No, Morgan Stanley usually comes. Well, I guess they come in the same day.
JP Morgan and Wells.
JP Morgan and Wells, right.
And then you got Morgan Stanley, and then you have Bank of America.
Yeah.
All I can say is that if you're selling these solid, regular consumer banks off of Goldman, that may be, I don't know, no bueno.
By the way, the call is beginning at 9:30 Eastern, so
they're going to tell
let's...
a decent story.
All right.
No,
Okay.
I think it should be.
Nostradamus.
My travel trust.
Okay.
My travel trust. Not Nostradamus. My travel trust sold some last week. Visionary? No, we still have a lot. But I do think that when I talk about it on Thursday at our call, I'm just going to say Goldman's now offering a little smoother. You may not like it, but the estimates are too high, and frankly, you're going to miss each time. But I think the estimates are going to come down, and they're going to start beating them, and you have to buy the stock into weakness because the buyback will be there. Remember, the officers can sell for a couple of days. Buyback will be there by next week, and I think you'll be fine. Now, I know a week is a long time in this business, but that's what I like.
Right. It'll ding the Dow by a couple hundred points.
Yeah.
By the way, Friday night, Jim, there were a couple headlines on private credit. One was that the Fed was asking banks about their exposure out of Bloomberg, and then the Journal, this new tool they're designing to basically bet against private credit.
Well, look, I think private credit's still a big story, but when the Fed gets involved, it's near the end. They're like, hey, man, what is this? Don't you think? What is this ours?
I'd like to think not.
Ours? Is it ours?
I would like to think not. I would like to think that they have the ability to sort of see things before they develop into real problems.
Oh,
but
you do.
I would like to think that. I didn't say
You're
that I do
talking to the
think
man
that.
who said once they know nothing.
They're the last to know. I mean, in 2007, they were still raising rates. Hey, let's raise rates. I mean, that was really helpful. I'm being facetious.
We will continue to see redemptions exceed requests for quite some period of time.
Are you in the
And
camp
many
now,
of these
like I am, which
funds-
just doesn't matter?
No, I will not say it doesn't matter. I will not say it doesn't matter. I still believe it's a liquidity issue as opposed to a credit issue at this point, but I think it does matter. And by the way, I think one of the things that we seem to overlook to a certain extent is if the credit is, there's worries about the credit ultimately being impaired in private credit portfolios. What about the equity, which is held by any number of large firms that do leverage buyouts?
Well, they're crushing that.
They're still able to raise money.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
I mean, people, insatiable.
So, and by the way, then I start to think about, well, where the money is coming from. This gets right back to the beginning of our conversation this morning. Saudi Arabia's economy is contracting, correct?
Right.
Qatar, UAE, aren't they all?
Yes.
They are an enormous source of funds for private equity, hedge funds, you name it. I mean, think about the EA deal alone in Saudi, or Paramount, what they stood up. Are they going to be able to continue to put out that kind of money, given their economies are going to be in a different place than they had anticipated?
No, if they do, they're going to do it to AI. They're not going to do it to this stuff. How can they be this brain dead? They're not. They're not brain dead. To put money with private credit is brain dead.
No, it isn't, Jim. You don't understand. Oh, I was talking more private equity. I'm not sure that they are actually huge in private.
See, but they're still in the you don't understand, Carl.
That's that private credit. Many of these funds have returned 9% over the last 3, 4, 5 years.
That was then.
I know, but
David, that was before AI. This is about AI.
well, then we get, which we will get to, of course, is let's see how the IGD does today after that shellacking.
Oh my God! And a lot of the executives in the ones that I would describe as non-software were into me this weekend saying, like that index is questionable.
Palantir looks like it may be up a little bit after being down 13% last week.
Have you gone to them?
Well, the president issued a buy rating on Friday.
Oh, I saw that.
Remember that.
Was it a buy or was it a strong buy? I think it's a strong buy. Now, he likes the Dow. He should X the Dow or talk about the S&P today because it's gold.
Yes. We'll talk about some sell-side calls today. Downgrade for Nike again, now down more than 30%.
Hard for the darn course.
But there's also Starbucks, Intel, Best Buy, T-Mo, CoreWeave in a minute.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Here. Jim, I see you're wearing your famous Hawaiian shirts. minutes. Oh man, 11 minutes. Burp it up. Oh, there's my towels. Oh yeah.
Thanksgiving rolls in like an EMA. A time to sit back, be thankful for this day. We've done our work, we've made our climb. Counting wins in a special time. With every trade, with every win, we built a circle thanks to Washboardjim. Harvest of gains, we all rise. Grateful hearts, clear blue skies. Together we've grown, accounts aligned. A thankful crew, one of a kind. Oh yeah. Stocks and laughter, two worlds collide. Who'd have thought we'd grow and hit our stride? Charts and patterns, they tell a tale. But it's the fun we have, the holy grail. Pass the pie, pass the cheer. We're thankful for this wild, good year. Trading dreams, growing strong in this community. We all belong. Harvest of gains, we all rise. Grateful hearts, clear blue skies. Together we've grown, accounts aligned. A thankful crew, one of a kind. Harvest of gains, we all rise. Grateful hearts, clear blue skies. Together we've grown, accounts aligned. A thankful crew, one of a kind.
Yeah. Hope someone did some kindness this weekend. Show me some cleavage. No. Resistance to break 678.64. That was real close to my support level that I called in the channel, the gap. We all know what a gap is, don't we, man? Come on. So this is done on the 1 hour time frame. Now I went from the last one, not this one right up in here, which that could be a solid support somewhere in here. But This is where we stopped at. We dipped a little bit down there. This is on the 1 hour. So, $20-day 1 hour. So that means we're still in the Darvis box. We do have a breakout, which kind of creates a little bitty megaphone with a higher arch up, the lower lows on the 1 hour with a triple bottom quad with a wick. Today's volume leaders is Cisco, NVIDIA, PLTR, Amazon, Tesla. Netflix has got earnings this week. Speaking of earnings, let's see what we have here. For my name is Washboardjim. I'm the founder of the Sneaky Snake trading strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. Being in the now. CRWV. What time is it? It is now 4 more minutes to close. Earnings update. April 13th. We've got Goldman Sachs. Tomorrow we got JP Morgan and Wells Fargo and Citibank and Bank of America and Morgan Stanley. Now they've had a great run and they're going to have good earnings. But they've had their run because of Trump. So on the 16th, we got TSM and Netflix. This is a pretty good week. We got United, Healthcare, Tesla, IBM. I mean, we got some real good ones this week. And next week. April 23rd, we got Honeywell. Yeah, these are good earnings. I mean, these are going to be... The banks have already had a good run. I expect a little pullback. I'm smelling something. Oh, I got 3 minutes to cook a cheese thing. I'll be right back. I put my waffle maker on, I have a snack.
Particularly off the back of these deals, which has sort of further cemented its position in the AI infrastructure landscape. And that's really what a lot of the analysts have been talking about as well, Nicole. So just yesterday, you had Macquarie, for instance, upgrading CoreWeave to outperform. So coming off the sidelines here from a neutral rating, they've now got a price target of $125, up from $90. So what they're getting at is that the recent announcements I mentioned with Meta and Anthropic suggest its ecosystem is becoming, quote, more structural. So CoreWeave, they see, is no longer just a temporary solution, it seems. Macquarie does believe that CoreWeave will increasingly become a structural player into the next decade as opposed to a stopgap on the balance sheet financing GPU risk. So basically what they're getting at here, it seems, Nicole, is that, you know, companies used CoreWeave really temporarily when they lacked GPUs or the infrastructure, but the view now seems to be, particularly from this analyst over at Macquarie, is that it could become a more long-term essential provider of some of that AI computing power. Now, they also say that the company has the near-term capacity to shore up compute needs relative to the in-house deployments, and it says that recent headlines validate CoreWeave's differentiated platform, because obviously these companies like Meta and Anthropic, off the back of these tie-ups we learned about last week, they need a huge amount of GPU power, Nicole. We know that. And so CoreWeave is basically selling this AI infrastructure now it's not actually betting on just one model, and that's where it sort of stands in the entire ecosystem here. But I've been talking to a number of analysts off the back of some of these tie-ups we learned about last week. I mean, obviously you've got some of the concentration risk as well. And don't forget also the other risk associated with a name like this is that it does rely heavily on NVIDIA GPUs. And so the view is that if NVIDIA sneezes, CoreWeave could catch a cold. But for now, it's shaking that off. I mean, look, we are up in the pre-market right now, looking to add onto these gains that we saw last week. Up almost 30% over the last 5 trading sessions. And if I look across some of the analyst consensus as well, Nicole, I mean, you've got the most of the cohort in a buy camp, 7 in a strong buy. There are a number still waiting on the sidelines, just waiting to see how things pan out here. They do really want to see the ROI.
Yeah, without a doubt. Any other quick thoughts on the market before the opening bell?
Well, I mean, you know, with 40 seconds to go to the cash open, we of course are counting down to
30 seconds to go, the market's open.
Nicole, what that's going to look like, what it's actually going to mean. I mean, a lot of conflicting headlines still, but it looks like the market response with oil only at 103. I say that because a lot of the conversation has been focused on the fact that some had suggested it could have gone higher, a fragile ceasefire, but
when do you take Trump's word for anything?
Did say that the meeting went well and that the points had been agreed to. So you've also got the dollar firmer today pressuring other currencies around the world. Keep an eye on dollar yen, nearly approaching 160, economically and very politically sensitive.
Sam?
It sounded good until that screaming started. I have resistance at 678.64 with a pullback to the previous high. Come on. Take your time, wait for the setup. Getting to the first support. On SPY. Cockroach. Put the wrong password in there. Here we are. This will tell us if we're bullish. I don't see it. I don't see it. Illegal demands. You know what I'm saying? Screw Iran. Blow them off the map. Beautiful. I'm having a cheese chip with cottage cheese for breakfast. And I put the cottage cheese on my cheese chip. Gordon Ramsay style. I think I should demonstrate this. I live in America. I live in America. This week, cottage cheese with cheese chips. Spy. Here we go. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. Reversed up to 50. So here's you got the 50 SMA with a tweezer bottom. Three white soldiers. And you're out of the trade. That's a spinning top at top. It means we could still hold and do a double top, but so far our base support is the 50 SMA on the 1 minute. Come on, Nike. I need you to do something. Apple has a double bottom. CRWV is really cooking. Good morning to the room. Does anybody like my cheesecake? My cheese chip? YouTubers? What do you think about that? Has some great cottage cheese, not the cheap shit you get at Highland. And real good cheese called a cheese chip. I take the cheese chip, I put the cottage sleeves on it. A nice protein snack. Good morning, Bug. Gordon Ramsay style. Oh, God. Oh, okay. Oh, megaphone, Randy. SPX, megaphone. Get ready to go long, baby. Chips look good. Watch the megaphone. My eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. We are stepping out the vintages where the grapes were rather stored. His truth is marching on. Oh, looky. I hope somebody took it. Because you're going to get rich. Oh, what a beautiful setup. Oh, my God. I'm bullish as I can be. I'm bullish I can be. Look at that. Thank me very much, Randy. Who's the best trader around? Don't be shy. Might be news? No, it's me. It's not the news. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Chart patterns, moving averages, oh my gosh. Scale out some. We're at the pivot point. Ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Na 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 na. I don't know how he does it, but we're going to talk about this trade and how beautiful it was. Now, I really want to make this perfectly clear. If you want to make big money, you need to be alert. Stop listening to opinions and propaganda. Because I've seen days a whole lot worse. So we had a double bottom here with a fallen wedge and then right after it, we also hit the bottom of the megaphone. When I saw that, man, I was ready. I was ready to take the trade. There was nothing. I'm bullish. For I am Washboardjim, the founder of the Sneaky Snake trading strategy, where the snake decides to take the bite and he springs out with 3 white soldiers as he had a cheese chip. So I would tell everybody to have a cheese chip with cottage cheese right before you trade. I mean, that trade alone was 100% gain. We're at the pivot point. Now I'm going to get me some cider. I'm done for the day. 3 minutes. I made more than most people make in a week. Maybe 2 weeks. My eyes have seen the glory. So Iran wants to give up their enrichment. You don't fuck with the United States. I'm going to be sick. I'm going to be so happy. A lot of people are very negative about this. I'm probably more positive that we're going to have peace in the world. and everybody's going to be proven wrong. But me. A lot of wars are started with money, then religion. See how we stopped at the previous high right here? We have a hammer off the 9. Oh boy. So, let's see if we consolidate and go sideways. That was a nice trade there. Now we're coming up to double top, double top, double top, double top, double top, double top. Can we break the orb? Can we break the orb? It's a question. Washboardjim, I was watching you call that trade out, and once you saw that megaphone, I've seen you trade that many of times, and so I went ahead and I jumped right into that trade. I just want to thank you and give you 10% of my collecting so you can go take a vacation. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I've been wanting to take a vacation for about 6 months. Since my last one. And I haven't... Oh! Oh, gosh. Oh, how's he do it? How did previous high? Trick. Trader's trick. Do you see what I see? Little one. Oh my gosh. Scale out, scale out, scale out. I'm all out. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity. This is good news. I don't believe them. I don't believe Iran's probably buried 100,000. I mean, they probably can't even get to it. Their uranium. But they're choked off. China probably came in there and told them, hey, it's time to go ahead and peace out. Because that's cutting off China's oil. Big picture. Don't have a heart attack and die. I'm going to see if by 11 o'clock it ain't raining and I'm going to head out. 12 o'clock. So what was resistance, or was opening price? Became support off the 9 EMA to where my first exit was the 3 white soldiers and the final was a double top. Now we've had 3 black crows. I'm very bullish today. The charts are very clean today. Real clean chart starting the day out. Real clean. Not saying we won't have a knife. But what I am saying is we've been going in a Darvis box for 3 days. Maybe 4. This was a real clean one right here, too. It's now been open, we've been open 36 minutes. You ought to put a picture of me in there. Can anybody do that? Put a picture of me in here? I know someone can, because that's what I'm saying. Who said day trading is stressful? I'm 20, well, not 23, but put my picture in there. I feel like I'm 23. Oh man, that was great. I'm so excited. I just got to calm down here. All right, my man's up.
Crude oil, WTI, move a little bit more aggressively than Brent. So a lot that is out there. If we see a full-on blockade and nothing moves through the strait, unfortunately, from a global economic standpoint, it would definitely cause some pain here. I think the administration's taking that risk to say maybe short-term pain is going to bring the Iranians back to the table. They can have a resolution here. We'll see
exactly.
If that happens, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the story over the last 24 hours had been the fact that there had been some reporting around the fact that China had been supplying arms to Iran off the back of this. China now coming out and denying that. You've then had President Trump coming out and saying that China will be hit with a 50% tariff if they do help Iran, which obviously Beijing's not impressed by either. You just wonder, I mean, this is sort of the tone going into what is going to be a very high-stakes meeting between President Xi and Trump next month. And it comes off the back of a week where Trump had been sort of suggesting that maybe China had played some sort of role in Iran coming to the table last week. So, I mean, you know, it's a very confusing situation. What does it mean right now,
Don't
though,
twist it, baby.
I suppose, if you're talking about a blockade, you know, physical market impact right now on oil?
Just because you're showing your cleavage doesn't mean I'm going to agree with you.
You're looking at the actual physical market. And so there's still a major disconnect here. And it makes it harder for a lot of these energy companies to hedge as well. We'll probably see that impact, not in this quarter's earnings, but maybe their guidance moving forward in the next earnings announcement. And then you are seeing this rerouting of ships.
I'm rerouting my fist in your face.
And a month ago, 2 months ago, you see those ships now saying, well, hey, I can go and sell this over to the European markets for a $15 premium per barrel. And those ships are rerouting. And so this is causing a logistical problem
I take it back.
as well.
I'm sorry, Mr. Green. I didn't mean it.
That you actually do see one of these major players like India or China
This guy's
actually
smart.
become the hub
He's smarter than
for
me.
a lot of the energy flows from Iran.
I don't
basically
appreciate it.
laundering Iranian oil. And that's something that's not out of the norm. We saw the same situation happen with the Russia-Ukraine conflict, where India actually started exporting more than it imported, and India is not an energy producer at all. So the numbers really didn't add up. That's because they were obviously moving that dark fleet oil to the international markets. That probably will happen in this type of respect as well. I think the last thing that we have to also keep in mind here is the fact that we are seeing the cooking oil aspect within India is really impacting their economy. And a lot of that LPG, or a lot of the tankers have been actually moving LPG, or liquefied petroleum gas, not really crude oil. So that would actually put a little bit more pressure on their economy as well. So a lot of dynamics taking place here. We'll see how everything kind of shakes out. Market's trying to be as optimistic as possible. If you're looking at these red lines between the U.S. and Iran, it's not only just the enriched uranium, it's the ballistic missile program. There's a lot of different items that probably did not get resolved over the weekend, and I think that probably gives us a little more heightened volatility here in the back end that we still have to be mindful of, and I'm not sure if we're in the all clear yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I think the market seems to be pricing in what seems to be a fragile ceasefire, but at least holding for now as we're in week 7 of this conflict. So we'll wait and see. KG, thanks so much for breaking down the details and giving us a bigger picture on what is happening with oil right now and this blockade. Coming up, we will get into the situation a little more from the macro perspective. Morning Trade Live is back after this.
I'm Nicole Pedalides at the New York Stock Exchange. Live interviews, market movers, and real-time coverage right from the floor. Subscribe now at schwabnetwork.com.
Intern, this place is incredible.
It's where I get all your office supplies.
Your golf balls,
Your fancy coffee, your giant TV.
it's everything in one place. It's like
Schwab. Everything investors need,
all in one place. Come again?
Yeah, at Schwab they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between.
Come
Like,
again?
I'm gonna be sick.
We have to buy that now.
Schwab.
Invest your way with Schwab.
No politics, no spin, just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7, any screen,
We got Netflix this
anywhere
week.
at schwabnetwork.com.
We're back on Morning Trade Live. Goldman Sachs double downgraded shares of Best Buy to sell from buy with a price target of $59. The firm cited a risk to margins as higher memory costs lead consumers to potentially trading down and volume declines as manufacturers prioritize fewer consumer electronic shipments. So we are down almost 3% on that name this morning, $60 and change on Best Buy. Let's take a look at some of the other movers and shakers on the session so far for us this morning. We've got the leaders board here as we can see a number of these software names as KG and I were talking about getting a little bit of a look in today off the back of being pretty much beaten down last week. ServiceNow up 5.5%. You've got Workday up 6%, Oracle up 5.5% right now, and Albemarle in the business of materials is up 6.5% right now. So there's some of the winners on the session. Let's take a look at the laggards board. Some of the losers. Lumentum is lower, Sienna is down, Conagra down 4.5%, and Goldman Sachs down 4%. Even though we got a beat recently, of course, a record equities trading revenue number. And of course, we did see revenue and fixed income coming off, so it was a bit of a mixed quarter, but all in all, it was a beat across the top and bottom line for Goldman Sachs, but we are trading lower this morning on that name. All right, joining us now is Michael Shaul, who's the portfolio manager at Ion Macro Fund. Michael, it's always nice to check in with you. Thanks so much for joining us. So obviously, we continue to monitor these headlines coming from the Iran conflict. The markets seem to suggest, given this performance this morning, that the fragile ceasefire, while somewhat confusing, is at least holding for
It's
now.
not confusing.
Right, we got
There's
failed
nothing
talks,
confusing
but Trump
about it,
seems
baby.
to think the meeting went well. We need a bit of an up.
I'm done with you. PLTR had a good run. Little bounce. It's up 3%. So we're going to do what I do first thing in the morning, but I'm just kidding. After I seen where the SPX was, I went straight to it. I mean, that was an easy call. Probably nobody even saw that coming. But if you follow my chart patterns, moving averages and being in the now, which I think I'm more in the now than anybody in the room right now. Because I'm not scared. I'm not confused. I've seen times a whole lot worse in my lifetime trading stocks. I watched this invade 7 countries under Obama without congressional approval. Biden, same thing. Billions and billions thrown at Iran to build bombs. It's not that hard to see it coming. This day was going to come sooner or later. You know, Hillary once said, what'd she say when the soldiers were left over there? What? At what'd she say? What? Oh, fuck, I can't remember what she said. That really pissed me off. Let me see. By this time, what matter does it? Hillary. What matter does it make? With 4 dead soldiers. What difference does it make with 4 dead soldiers in Benghazi? Trump went right after ours and saved them. She didn't have the balls to do that. I've seen times a lot worse. Leaving our soldiers stranded to die, and then blame it on propaganda. So yeah, I can just go on and on with stories. I've seen a lot worse than what we're seeing right now. What difference does it make if there's 4 dead soldiers? Fuck you, bitch. And she invaded Libya without congressional approval.
Gasoline going from $3 to $5, but I mean, the sort of brutal truth is, you know, it's quite affordable, and I don't think you're going to see demand destruction. I think people have really been well ahead of that. You know, and as for stagflation, you know, it's really about the inflation side of things, not the stag side of things. The U.S. economy, it's not ripping ahead. But this is not what a recession looks like in any way, you know, in any way whatsoever. So as I say, I think we have higher than anticipated inflation, higher sticky energy prices, okay nominal growth, kind of mediocre real growth, and what that really means.
Nvidia had a nice
you know,
little bounce.
The US
it's still doing strong.
Concerned is that you
Meta
shift,
pulling back to the 200.
Is that you shift a whole bunch of, you know, you shift a whole bunch of
at resistance
earnings capacity away from, you know, non-energy towards energy. I think energy just very straightforwardly ends up being a big winner out of this.
Okay, we'll be watching. Michael, always appreciate it, and your insights today. Michael Shaul, Portfolio Manager at Ion Macro Fund. Thank you so much. Coming up, we will get a closer look at the big picture with the team from Charles Schwab. Morning Trade Live will be right back.
I'm Diane King Hall on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are live with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
Washboardjim, secret trade strategy.
How's it going?
First day, so.
Sometimes you know.
Nice. Try it again.
You could have done better.
Please.
Boom, boom.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform.
Okay.
The final 90 minutes of the trading day, that's when markets make headlines and traders make decisions.
From earnings shocks to sector rotations, we're tracking the catalysts that move markets right into the close.
Here on the floor, I bring you real-time sentiment from traders driving the action.
And in Chicago, we break down the data, technicals, and trades you need to see before the bell rings.
Live coverage of the close every single day. This is Market on Close, live weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network. We're back on Morning Trade Live. CoreWeave is up this morning again after Macquarie upgraded the company to outperform with a price target of $125, up from $90. The firm pointed to CoreWeave's recent deals with Meta and Anthropic as strengthening its role in the ecosystem to the point of becoming structural instead of a stopgap, and validates their differentiated platform now. So this has been up about 30% in the last 5 trading sessions, putting on another 8% this morning for us, trading at 110 and change for CoreWeave. So it's having a really nice run here. So that is the price action off the back of the Macquarie upgrade. Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. It's time for the big picture. Let's welcome in Colin Martin, Head of Fixed Income Research and Strategy, Schwab Center for Financial Research. Very good morning to you, Colin. Thanks so much for joining us. As you write, new week, same uncertainty. So how are you and the team thinking about things this morning?
Hey, Sam, thanks for having me as always. You know, we're looking at it based on the headlines with the conflict in Iran and what's going on with the price of oil. I mean, we have plenty of economic data that comes in each week, but it seems like the markets, whether it's the bond market or the stock markets, they're being driven mostly by headlines in the Middle East, and that's kind of driving our view right now. It all comes down to the price of oil and how long it stays elevated, and therefore how long of a pass-through that will have into inflation. And again, that seems to be the key driver. And if we go back a week ago or a little bit less than a week ago, we got some good news with the announcement of a 2-week ceasefire. So that pulled Treasury yields down a little bit. It lowered expectations about the path of Fed policy, where potential rate hikes switched to rate cuts again. But now we're back where we started, and Treasury yields are back up again as the price of oil has increased. So we're using that as our guidepost right now, but we're trying to take a step back and have a more of a long-term view. So even though we see Fed rate cut expectations or even rate hike expectations shift by the minute or the day, our view is that we expect the Fed to remain on hold for several meetings. So that is mostly unchanged. And when we look at longer-term Treasury yields, like the 10-year Treasury yield, we think it'll probably stay in the 4% to 4.5% range. There'll be some volatility in there. It'll bounce around in the range, likely given on news and headlines of the direction of the price of oil and a potential end or no end of the conflict. But we expect it to trade in that wide range for now. So even though there's a lot of moving parts each day, a lot of new headlines, our views haven't changed too much from where we were coming into the start of the year.
Okay, yeah, I mean, this 10-year note, the bond yield has done quite the short-term round trip, as we've seen just in recent sessions or so. I'm just wondering then, there seems to be a debate going on about the stag versus deflation. I just had my previous guest more sort of focused on the latter part of that, but then I had another guest on last week who was more concerned around the stag part of the equation, and she was saying that there's a serious problem with the integrity of the data coming out of the government, and even said that 80% of economists in the US are in agreement with her. So I'm just wondering where you guys sit on that debate right now, as we've started to see tinges of it coming through in the data.
Yeah, well, it would be a concern if that were to come to fruition. I'm not saying it won't, but it's a concern of ours because we know that the longer that the price of oil stays elevated, we do see risks to the economy and to the consumer and to consumer spending. So if we look at the stag part of the inflation, that part always gets me. Stag, I guess we're talking about growth there, right? So on the growth side, growth is still okay. And that's been our case coming into the year. We've seen the economy growing at or above trend for a number of quarters now. We thought 2026 would actually be pretty strong given the tailwinds we'd see with tax refunds and the stimulus from the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. So that was pretty good. And I think it'll take time for the potential negative consequences of a rise in oil and gas prices to filter through to the economy. And I think we're generally seeing that so far. The labor market, yes, there's some cracks forming, but we got some good news with that March non-farm payrolls report. The unemployment rate remains relatively stable. So I think that's good, but the longer the conflict goes on, it poses a risk there. But for now, it appears to be holding up. On the inflation front, I think fears of stagflation usually go back to the 70s and 80s, and we're nowhere near those inflationary numbers. Inflation by whichever reading you want to use, say in the 2.5% to 3%, maybe a little bit more than 3%. Yes, it's above the Fed's 2% target, but it's well below levels we saw just a few years ago. So we think that those fears are probably a little bit overblown for now, but it is a risk the longer that this conflict goes on, because so far everyone's talking about inflation, but there can be negative consequences. And that's something that investors need to consider. If that flows through to the economy, that should flow through to businesses, and that can have an impact on stocks. It can have an impact on corporate bonds, and there's a lot of flow through there.
Right, and at least we're starting to get some corporate reads this week on how some of these companies are actually thinking about this. But I guess it's no surprise then, Colin, given everything you've just highlighted as to why TIPS, which are obviously the government bonds which protect against inflation, have been outperforming across fixed income. Can you explain just by how much as far as that relative performance is concerned?
Yeah, we think TIPS would be a pretty good investment to consider if you are worried about stagflation, because in a stagflationary environment, you have slow growth but high inflation. And that's a conundrum for traditional treasuries, because which will be the key driver there? Will it be inflation that pulls yields higher and prices lower? Or will it be the slower growth aspect where investors want safety and they go to perceived safety of U.S. treasuries? It's an unanswered question. If you look at TIPS, though, they have inflation protection because they're indexed to the CPI, but they're still considered safe. They're backed by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government. Now, there can be price fluctuations. We always like to say that TIPS can offer protection over the long run. They're not necessarily short-term hedges, because we saw that in 2022. But if you're worried about inflation and you're worried about slower economic growth, we think TIPS are pretty attractive right now, especially given their positive real yields.
Okay, then, Colin, what's the next catalyst you're looking out for as far as moves in these markets, given we get back to fundamentals this week, but no doubt keeping an eye on the macro picture as well?
Well, I think we're focusing most on the conflict. Good news, bad news, that's the key driver. But we're going to be looking to see, are there potential spillovers to the economy? And that's when we'll get a little bit more nervous if we start to see that, because right now, if we look at the Fed, for example, inflation and oil prices are the key driver there. If we start to see the spillover and we start to see consumer spending decline or retail sales decline or more cracks forming in the labor market, that puts the Fed in a more difficult situation where their mandates could be back in tension. And again, it's not really the case right now. Now, it usually takes time to see this flow through to the economic data, but that's really what we're looking for. So cracks in the labor market, but again, they've been okay so far. And I'd say cracks in consumer spending. If the high price of gas is taking away spending from elsewhere, that would be a cause for concern. Again, so far things have been holding up relatively well, but if we start to see a slowdown in other parts of the spending markets, then we'd start to get a little bit more concerned.
Great stuff, Colin. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining us today. As always, Colin Martin, their Head of Fixed Income Research and Strategy, Schwab Center for Financial Research. Coming up, it's time for the Morning Trade, and we will take a closer look at Nike after another downgrade. Can't catch a break, this one. Morning Trade Live. We'll be right back.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, the SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on schwabnetwork.com.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. The countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute-by-minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings, and global movers, just the trades that matter. As the bell hits and the markets react in real time, Opening Bell, live at the NYSE, right when it counts.
We're back on Morning Trade. The focus on Nike now. The athletic footwear and apparel company is down over 13% this year and down over 20% in the last 20 trading days alone. Here's a look at the charts. It's uncomfortable. It's down 0.4% right now, trading at $42 and change. But as you can see, it's come a long way off those highs that we saw. So it is very much on a downward trajectory here off the back of course, its earnings, some of the downgrades we've been talking about as well. So that very much is the focus of the morning trade. So joining us now for a closer look, I'm very pleased to say, is Marley Caden, who's back in the hot seat. It's so nice to see you, Marley. Hope you had a nice week off. So Nike just can't do it. What's happening?
Yeah, just can't do it, Sam. And it's not just coming from HSBC. This is just the most recent one, and it's great to be back with you as well. HSBC downgrading Nike this morning to hold from buy. They've got a new price target of $48. That's down from $90. Right now, trading below that range at about $42.39 for Nike. They cited a few specific things, but the overarching theme of the note from the analyst is that they have limited visibility on the company's business recovery. They just don't feel like it's moving fast enough. They said that the turnaround thesis has shifted from what they called a not if but when thesis to now a show me story with no short-term catalysts. As we know, Nike CEO Elliott Hill, who took the helm back again in 2024, has made a lot of restructuring decisions from people to processes to products, but is still showing weakness in Converse brands in China and Europe, in the Middle East and Africa, and sportswear continues to weigh on the company's recovery. So in addition to the downgrade and the price target adjustment, HSBC also cut its fiscal 26 and through 28 EBIT estimates by about 35% for Nike. That's a huge reduction there. We also got a note from Piper Sandler on Friday downloading Nike. They downloaded them to neutral from overweight. They cited saturation concerns in the athleisure segment, aka sportswear. They made their price target $50, so just barely higher than HSBC's. RBC Capital still somewhat bullish. They have their price target at $70, down from $78, but also cited these prolonged recovery challenges, particularly mentioning Greater China and other segments. That China story, as we know, Sam, we covered the earnings live together, was a big miss for the company. And I think that that's where there was some optimism coming into earnings this quarter. And it just didn't hit for Nike. So, I mean, just in the last month alone, we're seeing them down more than 20%.
Yeah, it's that turnaround story that's just not convincing at the moment, and it's really about the timing, isn't it? It just hasn't proven itself at this point, and you say the China story is such a big part of it, but the last time I was looking at an overall chart, it was trading down in the low 40s. It was back in like 2014, so it's a tough chart as we had up on the screen earlier. But thanks so much for getting us across the details of this latest downgrade, Marley. Let's trade this name now with Mike Shaw, Director of Trading Education, Prosper Trading Academy. Mike, so nice to have you on the program. Thanks for joining us. Walk us through an example trade for Nike, because as I said, it's a bit of a tough chart.
Yeah, it's a really tough chart, and if I had to make, a trade in Nike right now, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense selling it on the lows if you don't have, a position that you're just like, well, I'm just done with this. And so looking at it from the outside, that you're looking at it from
a retail trader's eyes,
inside out type of way, that you probably have more room to the upside than the downside. It's not like Nike's going to zero. It certainly feels like it. But if we're bottom picking here, then, and I was looking, my initial thought was, well, implied volatility should be high. It is. It's up in the 73%, but actually the put skew is not really all of that steep, meaning that I think that we're probably bottoming out here. So I think that if you're going to do something, that you would take a shot to the upside. So I want to give myself a little bit of time and go with the May 45, 47 half call spread. You should be able to buy that for around 40 cents. And that's obviously a pretty good reward to risk ratio, probably.
That's what mine is.
In the upper threes there. So
May 15th.
It's just very hard to initiate a short position here, even though the chart doesn't look all that good. We're still holding that 42 level.
Yep.
And so if we can get any sort of good news, I think that we have a little bit of bump in this stock.
Okay, we'll certainly be watching. I mean, as we mentioned, it seemed to be the cadence of that turnaround story that's just not doing it for the markets and the street right now. Thoughts on the overall performance of the market? I mean, a bit directionless today, Mike.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not down a little bit more today, or at least exploring the downside and see if the buyers are going to come in. But at least, early on, we're seeing a little bit of support here, which I'm frankly kind of surprised about. I think that, I thought they'd let it run a little bit, and I thought that the buyers would come in a little bit lower, but not here.
Yeah, I think some are surprised by the
Always
moves in the market
Jim.
this morning and the lack of, because of course we do have oil back over
Yeah, I'm here about
$100,
you.
but I think everyone's just waiting for the contours of, what's going to happen next, what's going to happen with this blockade as
Hey,
well.
are you there?
So far, it
Who
looks
answers
like
the phone
ceasefire is
like
holding,
that?
So I think market's taking some comfort in that. Mike, always
Holding for
appreciate
now.
it. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Mike Shaw, Director of Trading Education, Prosper
My
Trading
name's
Academy. Always appreciate
Johnny,
it. Coming up,
and I'm
we will
gonna
take a
call
closer
Johnny.
look at the sectors on the move this morning
Phone rings.
and international headlines impacting global markets.
Are you there?
Too. Morning Trade Live. We'll be
He
right
answers. Hey, are you there? Who the hell answers? Who places a call are you there? Yes, I'm here. I would have answered the phone if I wasn't. You are here. Of course.
Morning Movers. Be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech Check, Options Corner, Futures Focus, Technical Analysis. Morning Movers covers it all.
Oh wow, oh wow. Washboardjim trades stocks at dawn. He's got his eye on the charts till the night is gone. Patterns dance like a wild old song. Breakouts rip and dips of gold. He's got the secrets the wise ones hold. 3 black holes in the morning light. Bull flags waving like they're gonna take flight. Washboardjim, yeah, he knew it. Alright! How does he do it? How does he do it? Moving averages, they paint the tail. Up and down like a shipping gale. Catching the wind, he sets the sail. Green candles climb, the bears retreat. Jim's got rhythm, the market beat. 3 black holes in the morning light. Bull flags waving like they're gonna take flight. Washboardjim, yeah, he knew it. Alright! How does he do it? How does he do it?
That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Today's losers are CCL, Target, Apple, AMD, Home Depot, Amazon, TSM, Meta. Today's winners. We got earnings on Netflix coming up. Got a lot of good earnings this week. And today's winners on my watch list. We have Oracle, Affirm, CrowdStrike. Whoa! Tesla come real close to hitting my support. Real close. Very close. Shop, PANW, that's another one I want to trade one day. PLTR keeps moving. Oh, Tesla full self-driving vehicles approved in the Netherlands. Application of permission to cross EU and European countries. Washboardjim, yes. Whew. April 10th, 2026, a message you will read important information about the new type of approval established. The RWD has issued a type of approval for Tesla's driver assistance system. It's been extremely examined. I tell you what, it's probably safer than some of the people I drive here in Springfield, Missouri. I mean, God, people treat their cars like crap and they don't care about yours at all. We're still trying to have a resistance. Man, I'm so glad I switched that trade. It was within probably 30 seconds. Boom! Probably 10 seconds when I got in it. I mean, I had to move fast. So if you're new to trading and you did that trade and you get a big boom like that, you get a real nice call, you just want to walk away. It could be your day to do a couple more. Like I said earlier, the charts were reading clean. I can tell when they read clean and when they don't. And what do I mean by clean? That means they respect the moving averages, the chart patterns, And then the news that Iran wants to go ahead and foreclose their uranium. They were a great country at one time. They didn't do terrorism. They were a democracy. And for an Arab country to be a democracy, not a big one, but it had that women didn't have to cover and didn't get beat. I mean, some of the brutal shit that them people do, them women stepping on their face. I mean, I get my eyes start to curl. I keep a close eye on SPX here. I think this is the last chance for it to break out. The volume's real low. We've already had a good run. Probably waiting for a Trump tweet. I think it was a genius idea to block that channel. They could be one of the richest countries in the world. Iran could be. Their people don't have to suffer anymore. If they just drop the killing and the terrorist attack, I think it would be just a wonderful thing for the Middle East. And we're going to go in there and probably get a bunch of contracts, and it's just an option, I'm just saying. I don't know. I'm just thoughts that go through my head. There, we broke it. V-I-C-T-O-R-Y, that is my battle cry. There we go, don't you know, symmetrical flag and head and shoulders. Follow the trend lines. SPX, SPX. I truly believe everybody has a different personality. Mine is full of happy and joy. If I come in bubbly and happy, oh boy, we are at a pretty hard resistance coming up. SPY just broke resistance. Do you see what I see? A megaphone. So it's time for a chart pattern lesson. Is everybody ready? Give me a yay or give me a nay. So what I am going to do is I'm going to record it. Jim, will you please give us a chart pattern lesson? Yes. This chart I picked up about 2 years ago, when we were having a correction under Joe Biden, maybe in 2022. If you can count to 3, you can learn to trade with Bobo. Who's Bobo? Well, that was what they called me. First, I was called Paraphernalius in high school. And then Bo Jackson came into the scene. They called me Bobo because I was a ball player. And little kids call me Bobo when they first learn how to talk. It's one of the first that sometimes the little kid will say Bobo before he says daddy. So get them starting with them pronouns and I'm going to show you a picture of my ex-girlfriend. Chart pattern lesson coming up. Oh God, this is going to be one of them days. Hello, my name is Washboardjim with Always Clean. May I help you? Where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, being in the now. This is a recorded phone call. May I help you? Oh, you wanted to hang up. Woo! Confederate, Yankee. Okay, I want it, and a two bits, and a freebie, and a 4. There we go. Sorry about the French. A bump. Not yet. He's about adjusted to where he needs to be. Hello, my name is Washboardjim, the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy, and I want to talk about a very profitable pattern right now. Very profitable. A lot of people don't recognize it, but I started using this pattern back during the Biden crisis we had back in 2022 when things were a whole lot worse. I mean, it was hard to even find toilet paper in the grocery stores, as long as, tampons. Yeah, things were real bad back then. So I've seen things a whole lot worse when I trade stocks. So we're going to talk about a pattern. And when things don't look too good, this is a great pattern to go to. It's always catch them on reversal, downtrends, and then on a good knife. It's called the expansion pattern. Megaphone, I refer it to as. But I'm the Sneaky Snake founder, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. This is what you call a megaphone pattern. If you can count to 3, you can learn to trade with me. If you can count to 4, you might make a little bit more, is my trading session. I mean, I make it so simple to where even the smartest people can't understand it. So that's called a megaphone. I usually, when I'm looking for patterns and I'm studying them on my grid, I like to Google in the pattern and then research it under Google, and I get all kinds of different diagrams on how to trade it. For example, this is a bullish megaphone, and this is a bearish megaphone. And they can reverse either way. It depends on market conditions. So we're coming to the end of the war. We're starting to knock some sense into them Iranians, and they don't want to be cut off, because what we've done is we've cut them off. So that's kind of a good sign that they're kind of giving in a little bit, and they want to bring peace to the nation, to the Arabs. So I'm bullish on that fact alone, that they want to give us their enriched uranium, which they probably can't find anyway. and you never can believe what's going on, so you just kind of take it in a second ear. And like I've said many of times, I've seen things a whole lot worse than they are today. It's hard. I mean, through all the opinions, I was talking to a lady this morning, and I tell her about the situation, about how people have really started showing their grit. And she says, it's all opinions. It's all opinions, she said. And that's what it is. It's just an opinion. You don't know for a fact. But I go on instinct. I've got that God-fearing instinct. So but I'm going to show you the megaphone on the trade that I called out this morning. And I'm scanning through charts. I'm just going back and through. I always go through the SPY and the SPX first thing to get some kind of feeling on how the market's turning. If it's a bearish market, if the charts are easy to read, and right out of the gate, I was saying they were easy to read. So we had us a megaphone, bullish megaphone, where you had the flagpole and the expansion pattern going out. It was real easy to see, but I didn't see it until I pulled up the chart just like instantly. We were pulling back, and I wanted to see, so I zoomed out in the chart. And when I zoomed out, I noticed that we also had kind of a little fallen wedge right here coming down off that bottom of that megaphone. And zoom out, see, this is all I saw. Then when I zoomed out, I said, oh shit, we got some megaphone, man. I'm getting in this trade right now without even thinking twice, because I'm bullish for one. I'm in the now. I've got my chart pattern, and I'm checking out my moving averages. So this is on the 1 minute. We had a double bottom and we couldn't break the 9. Then when I noticed the chart, we were right here. I had like not even a minute, and we already touched down, and we started going up. And I didn't have but just a split second to take this trade, because I was very bullish on this pattern. Now, along with it being a megaphone and then bouncing off the bottom, this is what you call a wedge. A wedge is a bullish pattern. So I've got a fallen wedge, which I call out all the time. I've got the bottom of the mega pattern, and I've got a triple bottom, or I don't know if I got a triple bottom on this or not. Well, yeah, I got a triple bottom, 1, 2 bodies, 3 bodies, and we had a little wick touch down here. So if you count to 3, you can trade with me. The biggest possible time for a breakout is on the 3 and on the 4-digit number. If you go beyond that, you got to think we're going to consolidate. We might consolidate sideways, or just kind of just lose it all and dip on down on that 5th touch. So you become more careful after the 3 and the 4, but it's the simplest way to trade. Nobody out there will tell you this. Nobody. I've traded with thousands of traders. I've been doing this for 22 years. Nobody has ever talked about the 1, 2, 3. So it's my patent. Don't be stealing it from me. So we have a pivot point in that megaphone. It was already established. We have resistance, support, support, resistance, resistance, this didn't show up yet. So I jumped right into the trade, and it wasn't even 10 seconds, and that thing started to break out with an engulfing candle. And I took 3 white soldiers. Again, I'm talking about 3. If you can count to 3, you can trade with me. It's an automatic exit idea on that 3rd soldier. That's a leading indicator that we could have another breakout, but we're going to consolidate that 3rd soldier 49 out of 50 times. The odds are that great to sell that trade and buy the dip. So we bounced back and we hit the 9. I called it out again. I said, I was still in the trade. I just sold 2 contracts and I had 1 left. Boom. Then we had the 3 black crows with another bounce. So that's called the megaphone pattern, and the more confirmations you get on the trade, the better the trade is. And that's a fact, Jack. So I'm Washboardjim with a sneaky snake trading strategy where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. Have a great day. I see the light. The 3 white soldiers consolidate, get out of the trade, boom, bang. The ruffians are here. Stop it. Oh, gosh. All of a sudden you're going to start hearing not downgrades but upgrades. This is a big week for earnings. I don't think the banks are going to matter much. It's going to be technical, the techs. Again, they'll prove them wrong.
The most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. The countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute-by-minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings, and global movers, just the trades that matter. As the bell hits and the markets react in real time, Opening Bell, live at the NYSE, right when it counts.
She looks like you, Dad.
Aw, she's got your smile.
Carl.
Yep, your #1 broker's here to welcome your new independent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab now. They have everything we need, all in one place.
I can set up her college fund.
I've been learning about new trading strategies.
Schwab helps me generate retirement income.
All this Schwab is everything you need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a nap?
Schwab!
I don't like that
Invest your
commercial.
way with Schwab.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. It's time for the big three. We've got 3 stocks for you, 3 charts. Rick Ducount will be taking us through the charts as always. Here to take us through the trades today, Achilles Larea Jr., the founder and CEO over at Larea Wealth Management. Great to have you both with us. Achilles, happy Monday to you. Would love to start with your thoughts on how we're starting a fresh trading week here. You know, a little bit of uncertainty, Dow a little bit lower thanks to Goldman. What are some of your takeaways so far?
Well, inflation seems to be the big problem here, Marty. Thank you for having me, by the way. We're starting to see
inflation.
As far as inflation,
so bullshit, man.
Perennial increases in wages and pricing. We're also seeing housing, which was half of the CPI, affecting it. We're also seeing, as far as tariffs, deportations made this situation even worse. And now with the war,
I'm done with this here,
we're coming
idiot.
upon even more challenges because it's disrupting the.
I've been hearing inflation for 5-6 years. Sick of it. It wasn't a big deal under Biden when we really had it. God, I wish I know how that happens. Oh! God, I wish I know how that happens. Oh, that's too much. Ah. Ah. Oh. God, I wish I know how that happens. There we go. That won't happen again. Okay, where's my pattern at? Now I know I saved this. Huh. Don't make me do it again. Wow. I can't find it. Okay. One more time. That ain't the chart. Ugh. Not it. It's 5 minutes. There we go. Well, heck, I had it saved already. Save it again. Okay. Watch list. Saved. It's the most wonderful time in the world. Now what the fudge? I can't find it. Unbelievable. It was a JPEG. Got a very profitable pattern right now. So let me see if I change it to JPEG file. This is a portable network graphic file. Very strange. Single file. There's more on that one. Yeah, that saved it. Okay, I'll leave it alone. Let's try this again. Jim, you're so embarrassing. All right. Well, I'll be right back.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden, live in our Chicago headquarters. It's time to spotlight space stocks. Artemis 2 returning to Earth this weekend. Lots of excitement around a potential SpaceX IPO and how the market is responding. Joining us now to take a closer look, Andrew Channon, the CEO and co-founder at Procure AM. Andrew, thank you for being with us today. You know, a lot of hype around space right now, space exploration, and all of the companies tied to it. You know, as we talk about SpaceX, I think that's a primary driver here and a good place for us to start. It could be one of the biggest IPOs we've ever seen. How transformational do you think that could be for the overall market, not just for these space and aero defense names?
So we've been hearing from index providers around the world, which is in many cases how a lot of investments tick. And they're looking at potentially rewriting their index methodology guides to handle potentially an earlier entry of a potentially newly IPO'd company into their indexes. Many times you have a waiting period and a look and see, and we're hearing companies from around the world that develop these various indexes, including technology-focused ones as well as broad-based ones, are looking at finding ways of potentially including a company like this earlier than normal. So that alone shows how important such an event as an IPO of SpaceX could be.
So if we're looking at rewriting the rule book just to get in early for SpaceX for some of these investors, do you then say that there is an expectation that this will become the largest pure play space company nearly immediately? I mean, potentially overnight? Or are we getting a little bit ahead of our skis here?
I mean, this is a company that we're talking about, potentially being over $1.5 trillion in market cap. Although the float offered at IPO might be significantly lower than the overall market cap expectation, this is a company whose market cap at those levels would be larger than the annual global space economy at today's levels. So we're talking about a major impact. But this is a company that many people have been inquiring about investing in. It's been very difficult to get pure play direct exposure to it. Many people looking to utilize potentially costly SPVs or other ways of getting some exposure to it. And this would be a way for retail investors to get truly direct exposure. So to the extent that there was a large buildup of demand for many players, this might be their first way to get that exposure. So I think a lot of people are looking at this from the media perspective, from the investment perspective, and what this could do for the overall space industry as far as bringing more investment forward, which could be one of those uses of that capital raised at IPO.
And so how does that then reshape the competitive landscape in this space? If its market cap is going to be bigger than the whole of the industry as we know it right now, how does that affect the other companies and the inflows we see into the space?
So that will certainly be determined in the future, but this is something that, if you have such a large company, it could be a major competitor, but it already is, even as a private company. That said, there had been talks towards the end of last year that Sam Altman was looking to create a rival to SpaceX, and he said that he would do so by either building, partnering with, or acquiring existing space companies. To the extent that SpaceX says, hey, we have more cash and the ability to acquire those companies to block out a potential emerging threat, that could be one use case, or pulling forward investment in certain areas like orbiting data centers or other areas that we're starting to see some significant investment interest in. These could all be uses of proceeds. Now, for other companies, what we've noticed is that for some, just because SpaceX is doing well doesn't necessarily mean that it hurts those companies. SpaceX, you have to remember, is the pioneer of reusable rockets. So the significant amount of reduction of cost to access space is something that SpaceX helped provide. And for companies that need launch services, their ability to continuously reduce the cost of accessing space could be a driver for other companies. So it's not necessarily a one company wins all. In many cases, what we've seen is we have companies that build out infrastructure for space that can benefit that company, but also in many other cases benefit other end clients.
So we've been talking a lot about investor demand in there and it moving into the space. So I want to talk about your ETF, your space ETF. UFO is the ticker here. I was just talking to my last guest about a Firefly Aerospace, which I think is still a part of your ETF here, and just the massive move we've seen into this sector. As far as that surge in investor demand that we're seeing, how much of that is tied to the SpaceX IPO versus Artemis 2 launching and the excitement around that? Or is it more just broadly tied to space still being the new frontier, even though that's been a line for decades now?
So it's difficult to tell exact percentages of where the interest is coming from, but for us, we've been seeing inquiries from investors, small and large, as well as even foreign companies and foreign investors looking to get exposure to the global space economy. And UFO is a global fund, so we have roughly 50 publicly traded companies from around the world. And space is also a truly collaborative and global industry too. So it's an interesting representation that our index providers have been able to capture. But this is something that is drawing interest, I think, from all pockets of investors, of space enthusiasts. And it's something that we had seen maybe several years ago during the pandemic, where there were a lot of retail investors starting to look at different momentum stocks, and space had been a hot area. It also was one of those heavily invested in SPAC target areas. And we saw some kind of post-SPAC areas where people didn't want to necessarily touch those de-SPAC'd names. I think a lot of that kind of SPAC contagion has worn off, and we're starting to see companies get priced based on their own merits as opposed to what the broader SPAC economy was doing. And so, hopefully we've built out a more fertile kind of foundation for the space economy to grow. But we've also seen many different drivers out there, including the militarization of space, which has been now deemed by all global superpowers as the strategic high ground for military conflict going forward. So space is already a vital area of our economy, as well as national defense and security. So it's something that deserves to be in people's focus today.
Sadly, we have to leave it there, Andrew, but definitely going to have you back on because there's lots more to cover in space. And of course, with the SpaceX IPO impending, you'll definitely come back to the show, I hope. Thank you so much for your insight today. Andrew Chanin, CEO and co-founder over at Procure AM, their ticker UFO, up 141% in the last 52 weeks. Coming up next, we've got the disruptors. We'll be taking a closer look at Intel after getting a price target hike over at Jefferies.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com
and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden here in our Chicago headquarters. Let's head out to the New York Stock Exchange for a check on the markets. Welcome in Nicole Petalides, host of Opening Bell and the Watch List. Good morning to you, Nicole. Nice to see you. We're about 2 hours into the trading day today. Only the Dow slightly lower thanks to Goldman. What's sticking out to you so far in trading this week?
Yeah, hi, Marley. Welcome back. I was on the show between 9 and 10 a.m. and just before 10 a.m. we started to see the markets come up off the bottom, and that was on the reports from the New York Post that now Iran may be willing to talk about stepping away from uranium enrichment. We still have, obviously, the blockade now going underway in the Strait of Hormuz with U.S. Navy and saying if any Iranian ships come too close, that's the end of the ship. So tough talk there, and obviously in Iran and what's going on with the geopolitical turmoil. That's the usual here. We've come to know that to be true. Oil, both Brent and crude are above $100. So let me get to some of the other things here that we are looking here across the board. We got the Goldman Sachs numbers in, and really they saw record revenues when it came to banking and trading, and that's some good news there. And David Solomon, the CEO, has talked on the conference call, and he was saying, look, with the IPO market, we're going to see conditions stabilize, and then there's going to be more activity. And so he was feeling pretty good about the long term and opportunities in general. And we'll hear from JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citi. That's Tuesday. Wednesday will be Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, and more. You'll have Netflix this week. You'll have Taiwan Semi this week, ASML. So the Netflix earnings will be key. Nike got another downgrade. Also, CoreWeave has just been an incredible name with more and more deals, is up about 32% this month. So that is the big picture. The home sales came in. And Marley, I'm sure you weren't surprised to see that, that number dropped 3.6%. The forecast was just for minus 0.7%. So the number of homes sold was fewer than expected because the housing market is still struggling in the big picture. Marley?
Yeah, certainly the housing market continues to struggle without any sort of fix to the affordability crisis. But I want to talk about Starbucks here and pivot and take a closer look at one of the upgrades we got today. We got several notes today, but Starbucks got a nice upgrade. Not seeing a move to the upside too much, but can you take us through the note?
You know, it was interesting. Over at Jefferies, they put a $92 target up from $86. Look, that's still lower than where we are. But some of the language was some good news. It was just talking about the big picture here, less exposure to China. I know they recently made a deal with Boyu to have some more capital holdings. Boyu now has 60% of the China business, and Starbucks has 40%. So really now surging here in the United States, also having 90 initiatives to try to cut costs overall, maybe cut $2 billion in costs. So they put now a hold from an underperform. The company has invested $500 million in labor, and the vision maybe is a little more clear when it comes to how they're going to execute things. They've also doing things like expanding tipping and bonuses for barista pay, so people are maybe seeing some of the same faces. They're getting rid of some other less performing stores. They also continue to expand in cold brew and protein, things like that. What I did think was interesting was RBC last month did talk about the young folks and the competition from the likes of Dutch Brothers. Will all the investments that Starbucks is making in hopes for a turnaround, will that really still hit the young folks, which are much more online oriented, which do drive-throughs like Dutch Brothers? And so RBC was a little more hesitant, and they had a hold rating. Marley.
Yeah, and right now seeing Starbucks down about 0.5% at 96.08. Nicole, thanks for breaking down that note for us. Nicole Petalides, great to have you on the show. Now it is time for our disruptors. Kevin Green, our senior markets correspondent, here to talk about Intel today. We had Intel in our big three today, KG. We've got Intel. They also got an upgrade today from Jefferies. Jefferies released a lot of notes today. To start, can you just take us through some of the sentiment around Intel right now?
Well, you're seeing the shares up about almost 3.5% for today's session. It's going for 9 consecutive days in the green here. So some buyers have really stepped in on a lot of optimism when it comes to the CPU business. And that's why we are seeing Jefferies raising their price target on the shares to $60. And that's up from $45. Now, they still have their hold rating on the shares, but they do see a healthier server CPU market here in the near term, which is going to be a tailwind for Intel. They also mentioned the fact that they have pricing power and the ability to expand margins here because of the high demand as well as the lack of supply when it comes to certain memory chips, which they are able to kind of pad that supply shortage, if you will, and they're able to pass that off to their potential customers, and that's what's also going to be able to backfill their business. Now, we kind of talk about this artificial intelligence space, and obviously when it kicked off, we were looking at NVIDIA, and it's the GPUs, but this market, but it's just been a little bit slower in order for it to actually catch a little bit more traction. Intel's trying to really capture that market. It seems like they are getting a little bit more enthusiasm here for today in the last couple of trading sessions. And we also know that they have the tailwind of the administration at their back as well, which has been supportive for them and really gave them the initial boost or shock to the upside when we saw the U.S. government invest in the company last year.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, and then they've got their expanded Google partnership announcement, involvement in Terafab. Those are just recent headlines. Shares up more than 40% just in the last month. And we are only 10 days away from their next earnings. So, KG, as you're looking at Intel and all of its consecutive days in positive territory, year to date really outperforming the market overall, how might you structure an example trade here?
Well, if you are a shareholder and you're concerned about maybe a pullback to the downside, or if you're taking a little bit more of a bearish stance and maybe this this run that we've had, maybe we do see a little bit of a pullback, especially for the fact that we do have a gap between this $53 level and $55 level. Actually have a little bit more of a hedge trade or a bearish trade. The long put vertical, going out to the May monthly expiration, buying the $55 put, selling the $50 put, doing this all for a debit of $1. So the max loss on this trade is going to be $100 with a max profit potential up to $400 and a break-even point of $54. Now, obviously, you need the stock to move, and you have to move below that $54 level in order for you to start seeing a profit. But this could be, once again, a little bit more of a hedge if you're long the shares and you're concerned about a small pullback. Or if you are looking for that reversal, this is a trade that's going to pay out around 4-to-1 reward to risk ratio here if you are able to see those shares go below that $50 level at the time of expiration, Marlon.
All right, and right now, as we're looking at Intel, we're at 64.70, but again, a more than 3.5% move to the upside, thanks to that note and some of those tailwinds that you mentioned. Kevin, thanks for being with us for Disruptors today. I'll talk to you again later today. That's Kevin Green. Coming up next, it is time for our 360 round. We'll be taking a closer look at all the financial earnings coming our way, as well as Goldman Sachs, which we got this morning. Stay with us.
Hey, Dad, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The 2 grandchildren, planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
This is Fast Market, built for traders who want more than just headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management, and a focus on execution.
From options to earnings to volatility plays, we bring decades of trading experience to every segment.
With real-time insight across products and sectors, we deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market, weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. It's time now for our 360 round. For that, let's bring in our panel to take a look at bank earnings kicking off this week. Joining us now, Pierre Boulay, the managing director at global consulting firm SSA Company, and Stephen Bigger, the director of financial services research at Argus Research. Great to have you both on this show. Pierre, let's start with you. We got Goldman this morning. They had a beat on the top and bottom line, but I was just looking at them. We're down about 3.25% right now. Can you take me through some of your takeaways from the report here and why you think we're seeing this move to the downside?
It's interesting. I mean, for Goldman and I think for all the banks this week, we will see very good results, record results in many ways. At the same time, we have a lot of dark clouds that are in front of us. Specifically, there are risks around potential stagflation, 25%. The market doesn't feel 100% comfortable at this stage about the long-term performance of those banks. They could be greatly affected on their earnings in the coming periods.
And Stephen, as you take a look at Goldman too, I mean, is this a case of good but not good enough? Why are we seeing this reaction?
Well, I think a couple of reasons. Yeah, there is some concern. Obviously, the longer this the conflict goes on in Iran, the more corporate boards will be hesitant to make big moves. So there is that. I do think the results were pretty strong. Also keep in mind, I mean, Goldman Sachs is up 80-something% in the past year. It's actually done very well over the past 4 weeks when the market has not. So I think there was a good head of steam coming into these results, and the expectations, at least that, at least on the volatility side, what helps trading volumes, on the fixed income issuance side, very strong. Even investment banking at large was pretty healthy here. So I'm not reading too much into today's bit of weakness in a down market.
All right, and Pierre, as you look at this space on the whole, what are your expectations for the earnings we're going to get this week?
So the earnings will be good this week. There is no question about that. I mean, if you take JP Morgan Chase will come with no surprise, I think, this week. Citi and Wells Fargo continue to operate and recover very well. Bank of America as well as Morgan Stanley, I think, will have very positive results. Wells Fargo is continuing to do well as well. So overall, the earnings should be very healthy this week.
And Stephen, are you in agreement with that? Are we going to get healthy earnings across the board this week?
I expect so, yeah. We look at bank earnings up probably 15 to 20% year over year, and still favorable trends. The loan growth should be helped by the Fed's recent lowering of interest rates that has lit a fire under some lending categories. The prime rate down. Corporates have gotten more interested in debt issuance at these levels, so that helps. Net interest margins also benefiting here. We've had a bit of a steeper yield curve in the last 6 months. That's beneficial. So the lending businesses are in a good position, and no surprises on loss provisions.
I think I'm going to go and cut my yard.
Is going into the quarter.
Cut some trees down.
Pretty strong here. We've got pretty stable unemployment trends. That's a big
Yeah, 3
influence
acres.
on net charge-offs and therefore credit loss provisions. So probably no surprises there. And again, this capital markets cycle continues on the upswing. So I think we'll see good results not only this quarter but going forward.
And Pierre, Stephen just highlighted, credit looks stable on the surface here. What are your thoughts there, especially as we're seeing, banks like JP Morgan Chase and Wells Fargo building their reserves?
No, that's exactly the point. I mean, clearly they are very well positioned on the current level of reserves, and they are building reserves, which means they are expecting effectively a downgrade or some worsening with regard to credit worthiness in the coming few months. They tend to be very conservative in their approach, and therefore they are beginning to provision, which tells us, again, as I mentioned before, there could be some on the horizon.
And Stephen, with Goldman today, we saw equities trading as a big standout in terms of the numbers here, and the expectation seems to be pretty heavily across the board that there will be strong trading and investment banking numbers. But my question is, how sustainable is that beyond this quarter if we start to see some of this volatility cool down in the markets?
Sure. Well, these investment banks and the global banks can live and die by trading in a certain quarter. So, it does
Jimmy
feel
said the banks are going to look good.
Volatile here. So I don't think these results are necessarily what I would book into the second, third, and fourth quarters here. So I think we will get some calming down, but at the same time, banks being as well hedged as they are, when that does pull back a little bit, then the investment banking will likely pick up, because the may not be the all-clear single, but it will be at least corporates and institutions saying, okay, now is the time. Maybe we're backing off this volatility, and let's get to work on financing and more deal activity.
All right, and Pierre, we're starting to run low on time here, so I want to make sure I get both of your thoughts on who's the best positioned coming into earnings right now. Who are your expectations the highest for?
Clearly, Goldman and JPM continue to be the fortress banks. The other ones will surprise us nonetheless. I mean, if you see Civic will go up significantly, I mean, a lot of them will do well, but the strongest ones remain JP Morgan Chase and Goldman Sachs.
And Stephen, same question to you. Who's best positioned right now? What are your expectations for this week in terms of who the best performer will be?
Well, I think likewise, we're looking at the Goldman results here. Will probably show that the Morgan Stanley results are going to be pretty strong. JP Morgan Chase as well, and I would expect even a Citigroup to do a bit better in this environment also. So really the large global banks have the upper hand here. We've been looking for and waiting for some recovery in regional banks, and I think the lending environment is there, but they just don't have the kind of leverage from the capital markets that these large global banks do. So I think that's where the excitement this quarter is going to remain.
Well, it will be an exciting week as we kick off earnings with the banks, but want to thank you both for taking a closer look with us and previewing them. Pierre Boulay, the managing director at global consulting firm SSA & Company, and Stephen Bicker from Argus Research. Also want to thank all of you for being with us today on Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. You can download the free Schwab Network app in the Apple App Store. You can also tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. Stay with us. Fast Market is coming up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Schwab Coaching is concepts brought to life in the real world.
Schwab Coaching is learning constantly.
It's relatable, it's practical, clear, understandable, and hopefully entertaining.
Take it for what it's worth, but I think it's absolutely world class.
Schwab Coaching is actionable, individualized, community, growth, and empowering.
It's really a human touch with your investing.
We have coaches who have been in the industry and around the industry for a long time.
So the nice thing about Schwab Coaching is that clients get access to 9 different sets of expertise.
We want to engage with you and chat on the shows we host. We want to engage with you outside of the classes we host.
Consolidation, that could add to the trade. So we shall see.
We have different formats because people learn differently at different times.
If somebody's a real bookworm, we've got courses for you to learn from. They can dig in, go at their own pace.
We have webcasts running through YouTube all day, every trading day.
We've got this ongoing 24, 25 times a year events that are making their way around the country.
So you get that opportunity to share experiences and knowledge with other traders.
They're kind of helping each other learn step by step along with the education that we provide them as well.
We're going to be able to help you regardless of where you are on that path of education.
It's really unique, not just that it exists, but that you can tap into 30 some hours worth of it each and every week. How incredible is that? And it's free.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
Welcome to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall. Coming up on noon Eastern here at the New York Stock Exchange. And trading activity has been range-bound today as investors monitor ongoing tensions between the U.S. and Iran. Let's get into a check of your scorecard as we hit the lunch hour on Wall Street. The S&P 500 just above the flat line right now. At the top of the leaderboard, no surprise here, is energy. It is followed, though, by information technology. Energy, we're continuing to watch crude oil prices tick higher. We're sitting above $102 a barrel right now. The Dow's taking a step back, off by 0.5%. NASDAQ 100 better by a little bit more than 0.1%. Russell 2000 has a gain of a little bit more than 0.25%. Here's the roadmap for today's show. It's a big week for the banks. We'll look at example option strategies for JPMorgan Chase. It's got earnings due tomorrow. Plus, the team from Likefolio will be along with new sentiment data on Best Buy. And Citigroup is also on our radar today ahead of its earnings. It's been an outperformer year to date. Now that we've got the roadmap for today's trading action, it's time to bring in my co-host. You've got Tom White in our Chicago studio, and Kevin Hinks joining us live from the CBOE. As you know, we've got you covered from exchange to exchange and beyond. All right, oil still in triple-digit territory, you guys. Although we're kind of off the highs of the session, Wall Street trading in this narrow range today. It seems like investors are trying to read the tea leaves in the aftermath of these broken peace talks between the U.S. and Iran. You've got President Trump posting on Truth Social about, kind of, it seems like what has happened, what comes next. Tom, your thoughts when you look broad strokes across the market today?
Yeah, pretty powerful comeback from, we were down over 1% when futures opened up on Sunday night with this, the fact that J.D. Vance and his team left Islamabad and basically didn't have anything set in stone. Now there were some conjectures in there basically that they weren't willing to give up uranium enrichment, but then the New York Post comes out today and says that Iran's willing to give up that enrichment. So it's headline-driven moves that we've seen in the equity market. This comes off the back of the best week for the major indices since November. So we've had a little bit of a reprieve from the downturn here, but to see the market kind of claw its way back to basically unchanged at this point, pretty spectacular. I think the market should be thanking those software stocks that took it on the chin last week, down more than double digits as far as a percentage basis in CRM, Palantir, ServiceNow, Snowflake, and others. Those are all the winners here today. And that's probably, lending a little bit of credence to this rally that we've seen. But we're still going to be driven by headline risks at this point. China's just come out recently with stating that, hey, they have a trade deal with Iran for their oil. Nobody better stop our crude oil from getting through the Straits of Hormuz. So, yeah, there's he said, she said rhetoric on both sides here, Diane. And hopefully we'll get some type of resolutions. Right now, the ceasefire still in place. But will that change? It seems like crude oil's ready for the worst, but equities are a little bit more optimistic at this point.
It does seem like that, right? When we look at crude oil prices, that's telling one story. On the flip side, equities are telling a different story. Kevin, your thoughts?
I think the market, that Tom's right. I saw it down 1.2% early evening last night on the E-mini futures. They've come back, I think, because I think the market is starting to interpret several things. And one of them is there's less and less impact from these headlines. I mean, think about it.
I said
the
that.
Headlines of a breakdown over talks over the weekend.
I said that.
And the VIX currently sits right at 20.
I said that
31.
Friday. I said Friday, I said the headlines ain't going to matter that much anymore. Anybody remember me saying that? Battery full. Well, I'm going to go cut some lawn. How do you keep this trimmed down this year? I didn't cut it for 2 years, I think, or 3. And it was a mess. I had to get a hedgehog out there, guy, and run it over. I want to get this grass looking good. So, Everybody try to be calm in here while I'm gone. Probably won't be back.
Get caught flat-footed if this is like April of last year. Tom, let's talk Goldman. Those shares are under pressure. That hasn't changed. They did beat expectations on both the top and bottom line, but you flagged one segment in particular earlier. What's your take when you look across Goldman?
Yeah, pretty good report across the board, beat on top and bottom lines here. And then if you look at the growth rate that they had within specific segments of their industry, their profit climbed 19%. You look at investment banking fees up 48%. Now, they expected that to be pretty robust. Remember that wealth effect was built into the first couple of months of 2026, where they expected those numbers to be good. Fixed income operations revenue fell 10% to just over $4 billion. That came in light by about $900 million. But I think one of the keys here that you look at the different segments that are doing well, besides investment banking fees, equity trading rose 27% to just over $5.3 billion. That was about $400 million more than anticipated. But if you look at their asset and wealth management, those grew 10% to just over $4 billion. So good segments within this report. That one, the one fixed income kind of weighing down on the stock. But remember this, guys. The stock was already up pretty significantly over the last 12 months. Maybe this is just a little bit of selling pressure on maybe profit taking at this point. And remember, this quarter, most of the quarter that was just reported was built in before this conflict started. What is that going to do moving forward from some of these segments that had pretty good numbers? But it sets up well for earnings season so far as the financials go moving forward, whether it's the investment banks like Goldman, Morgan Stanley, or the money center banks like JP Morgan, Bank of America, and Citigroup and Wells Fargo. So, yeah, setting up pretty well, but I think this was expected, maybe just some profit taking here out of Goldman Sachs, just because of the run-up that we've seen over the last 12 months.
Yeah, and then the CEO, David Solomon, it seems like flagging the macro picture as well and being a little bit more cautious, maybe not as downbeat as how Jamie Dimon can sometimes be, even when they have strong results for JP Morgan Chase. But Kevin, what's your take when you look across Goldman Sachs?
This was the first bank to come out with earnings, and fixed income, currencies, commodities. That was the miss. The question now is, as we get into JP Morgan, Citi, and Wells Fargo, is that going to be similar to what Goldman does? Usually, Morgan Stanley is the one that shows the most comparison with Goldman. Wells Fargo, Bank of America, JP Morgan, all a little bit different. But we'll see if fixed income, if that's part of this, weighs on all these earnings. Remember, they usually move in a group. Citigroup might be a little bit different because they're coming out of a restructuring, but not a great start to earnings season. If you want to know why the Dow is down with the other markets higher, it's the Goldman Sachs effect on the Dow. But Tom's right. Stocks had a great historic move up. So when the bar's high,
when the bar's high,
like FICC did there, can hurt the stock, and it did.
All right, guys, let's talk home builders. Evercore ISI turning more constructive on housing. They're upgrading Pulte, Toll Brothers, Masco, saying...
Okay, YouTubers, I'm going out to cut this grass. And I got probably 3 times that to mow. My little cabin's going to go right back here, or camper. So that's probably where she'll go, right there by that telephone pole. I got it hooked up with lights on it now. So I'm going to build a little off-grid shed out there, or in probably a camper. That's what I'm going to be doing. I got to get it done before the rain starts to hit it, and then boom, it'll be 2 feet high. So it's now 11:11. Probably won't be back till later. This wears me out pretty much. I'm going to bring an aspirin just in case I need it. This is a big job.
Are low, right? Historically, they're typically low just due to the cyclicality within this sector. So you got to take that into consideration also.
Take it in consideration.
I've been pounding the table on it, guys, and I'll say it again until we see those 30-year fixed mortgage rates
Resistance will be the top of this here channel.
It's going to be probably bits and...
We'll probably have a later break of the day run or another headline from Trump. And use this previous support level right here at 677. About $2 to $3 less, $2 for your first support, or your actually you could use the 200 on the 5-minute 200 SMA, or this trend line right here. And that moving average will move around a little bit. So this here too. The farther out you go, the higher up it gets. But I think we'll break out to past 682 for now. I'm very bullish in the market. This is what we've been waiting for. Bullish enough to almost swing.
It's not good for investors in this name. It's been a falling knife for the last couple of years. You know, they've got some segments within their business that are picking up, maybe North America sales, but you look at China, you look at their Converse brand, those have been lacking and actually losing market share to some of their competitors. And we've mentioned this in these discussions about Nike. This isn't just a macro theme where maybe tariffs are hurting them. It's competition also that's come into this space over the last several years that's taking market share. Their innovation's been lacking. I mean, these are all the things that Elliott Hill continues to kind of pound the table on, that, hey, this is taking longer than we thought, but we're on the path to correcting a lot of the issues. Well, the stock is telling a different story over the last couple of years. And, you wonder, after the downgrades post-earnings, and Piper Sandler downgraded them last week, others have been cutting price targets here. Valuation's really getting inexpensive, right, compared to the historicals on Nike, but is the bottom in. And I think that's what a lot of investors are questioning right now because the stock has just been pummeled.
Kevin, your take.
Excuse me while I rant here, but this is why we don't trust analysts. Think about what just happened. Friday, with Nike down, close to where it is right now, the stock's barely moved today. They had a buy rating and a $90 price target. And today, after this big move that Nike, you look at the chart, now they lower it to a hold and a $48 price target. This is why you shouldn't listen to analysts very much, because
He's
that
right.
is probably a recommendation or a a downgrade that's not going to look good in a couple months if this turnaround starts to happen. And Rory McIlroy won the Masters. He was Nike from head to toe yesterday, and he.
Well, that I don't care much about. But he's right. These analysts, they're so freaking off all the time. You got to do your own due diligence. You got to work and line yourself up with the good tickers and watch them every single day and get a general idea on how they move. You can't listen to these guys. I mean, I listen to them because I'm the devil's advocate, and this network's 10 times, 100 times better than CNBC. And be listening to them today, they'll be pumping the shit out of stocks. Friday, the end of the world. They flip too fast, too much. I mean, their minds, their objectives. So, I'm going to do it at the top of that wick. Usually I'm going to go right there. I just go with what I usually do, the body. For today's resistance, 681.96. I'll catch you later. The longer I stay here, the less chance I have at getting it all cut.
Learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. On the earnings front, the banks take center stage this week, and JPMorgan Chase is next up at bat. The nation's biggest bank is expected to turn in a profit of $5.46 per share on an adjusted basis. Revenue is projected to top $48.5 billion. The Street's expecting to see strength in investment banking and trading activity. We will also get a window into how consumers are holding up based on credit quality. Coming into today, shares of JPM were down 3% year to date. The pressure on Goldman casting a little bit of a shadow. Still, JPMorgan Chase is up more than 30% year over year. All right, time now for the tug of war on the nation's biggest bank. For that, let's welcome back in our co-hosts Tom White and Kevin Hinks. It is bull versus bear time. So before we get to your example trades, we've got to talk about your thoughts on JPMorgan Chase. Kevin, I'll start with you. Your take.
Jamie Dimon, one of the top CEOs in the country. JP Morgan, one of the largest banks in the world. They seem to be good at everything they do. There is some concerns, though. The FICC, fixed income currencies, commodities, if it's at Goldman, is it going to be the same, or is that a weak sector at JP Morgan? That is probably why there's a little hesitation here. Stock's had a pretty good run. It's sitting just above, after backing off from recent highs of 337. It's sitting just above the 50 and 200-day moving average. Right now, the 200-day moving average is 303, so it's back above there. That in itself is pretty bullish, but these banks don't move in big ways on earnings. And there's, private credit, is that going to be a problem in some of these banks? Consumer credit, you just mentioned, credit card balances and delinquencies. So I think the overall market might have some fears. Jamie Dimon sometimes when he speaks, he plays a little risk manager and he brings out all the potential issues. So I think they're going to put up good numbers. They're going to probably beat on earnings per share and revenue. I don't know if the stock's going to go up based on that, Diane and Tom.
Good point, because listen, often off the back of its results, you see some pressure on JP Morgan Chase. So we'll see. And also, Jamie's often, he seems a little sour when he talks, and even if you have strong results. But Tom, your take?
He's a risk manager, Diane. He's supposed to be saying that kind of stuff. But you look at, Goldman's results, and you can kind of parlay that into maybe what we should expect from JP Morgan. Investment banking, that's supposed to be up pretty significantly. Net interest income is supposed to be up 10% versus year-ago levels. That's going to be a bonus for this company. The trading activity is probably going to be pretty robust. We'll have to wait and see on maybe the loan activity. One of the caveats we didn't really hit on with Goldman Sachs that might impact JP Morgan also is those provisions for credit losses. If those get hiked up at all, I think it was the biggest since 2020 for Goldman Sachs this past quarter. So that might be a current concern. And then also Kevin mentioned the FICC numbers, if those come in a little bit lower than anticipated. But you know what? They're at the forefront of what the consumer's doing. The first couple months of the year, we saw a lot of consumer activity and business activity starting to pick up. Now, what will they say as far as guidance goes? Are they going to give something a little bit lighter, maybe like Goldman Sachs CEO did a little bit, where maybe things are getting stressed here a little bit in the economy, and that might be a headwind. The stock's up over 30% over the last 12 months, hit all-time highs at the beginning of January, but we pulled back here a little bit. So, I think there's a bunch of different segments that you're going to have to focus on. But as we just saw from Goldman Sachs, it only takes maybe one, maybe two areas to kind of push this stock lower.
That's a good point. All right, let's get into the example trades. Kevin, we'll start out with yours. What's the approach you're taking today?
So mine is something more in the complex paper money trade, where we combine two spreads to create a complex spread. So if this is range bound, I looked at something in the neutral to bearish case. So I looked at the expected move, about $9.50. That's only 3%. Not a big expected move from these banks, because frankly, they don't move very much historically on earnings. So what I looked at about $9.50, $10 higher, sold the 320, 330 call vertical, and then used that credit to purchase the 1 week, the April 17th, April 24th, 300 put calendar. Combine those together, and the total package trades for about 25-cent credit. It's maybe a little higher than that now, up near 35-cent credit. But trading this for a credit means if nothing happens and the stock just sits range bound, you're profitable because you've done this for a credit. If it moves down towards 300, you're profitable on the short call vertical, and you're profitable on the put calendar. Now, the risk is the fact that you're short a $10 wide call vertical above the market, Tom. The whole package is about 25, maybe 35-cent credit, Tom. The risk, the difference in those $10 strikes and whatever credit you take in.
Yeah, let's break this down because it's directional, right? You can see here from the risk profile that Kevin brought us on this example trade, you want it to go at or near $300, right? The option market pricing in only a plus. This is a high price stock, right? Only a plus or minus $9.40 move either way on a $310 stock. So as Kevin mentioned, historically we don't see really big outsized expected moves in the banking sector. That doesn't mean that they can't move, but Kevin's example here, neutral to slightly bearish on this one. That 300 strike where he's buying the 1 week wide put calendar is where you want the stock to go, but because you collected a credit, anything below $320.25 is going to be profitability. But let's break this one down. In the April 17th monthly options that expire in 4 days, sell the 320 call and buy the 330 call. So there's that short $10 wide call vertical that helps finance the purchase of the 1 week wide 300 put calendar where you're buying the April 24th 300 put, selling that same 300 put in the April 17th options that expire in 4 days. 25-cent credit, the risk, $975, but that's all the way above the 330 level, all-time high, 337 in January. So this is a directionally bearish type of trade, lining up with that one standard deviation at or near that 300 strike. But at the same time, as Kevin mentioned, if the stock does nothing and kind of sits here, you're still going to be profitable on it. What you don't want to happen is maybe that one standard deviation move or more to the upside where you start getting into losses on that above $320.25. Now, Kevin, you mentioned the fact that historically sometimes these banks don't move that much, and that's why their one-day standard deviation moves are relatively muted. But I looked at a strategy that takes advantage of maybe an outsized move where it moves more than 3%, 4% in either direction on this one. So I looked at a long iron condor here, Kevin. I went out to that April 17th monthly options that expire in 4 days. And I'm going to buy an out-of-the-money call vertical. I'm going to buy the 317.5 strike call, sell the 322.5 strike call. And then on the downside, buy the 300 put, sell the 295 put. So a $5 wide long iron condor. You're going to pay roughly about a $2.10 debit on it, trading closer to $2 right now, so you can get a little cheaper. But the debit you pay on this strategy is going to be your risk, $210 per spread. It takes your break-evens on this one to the downside where you don't want it to go below 297.90, or where you do want it to go below 297.90, and on the upside, Kevin, 319.60 to the upside. So while we've got muted implied volatility, you got 4 days in this position, so even if you don't get the move initially, you've got a little bit of duration, Kevin, but this is definitely a bull-bear type of trade in one, right?
Exactly right, Tom. What these trades couldn't be more opposite of each other, except on the bearish side, right? You're playing for some type of move, and you, frankly, you don't care which direction. You'd like one of these $5 verticals to go to $5. You're paying about $2.10, so you'd make about almost 150% on your money if you get that move. I'm looking for lack of a move or slightly bearish. You're looking for a move in either way. Bearish is okay there too. So a move to 300 would, well, it wouldn't help Tom, but it would definitely help me. And Tom would do better on a move through 300 toward 295, Diane.
That is, I like the way you contextualize that there. So one of you wants to move towards 300, one wants something different than that. All right, that's a true bull v bear debate there. We've got cash checks coming up, guys. Investors are not buying Best Buy after a double downgrade today. Keep it right here on Schwab Network. Fast Market will be back after this break.
Hi, I'm Alex.
I'm Jane.
And I'm his mom.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Sam Vardis, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
No politics, no spin, just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Tom White in our Chicago studio. Time now for our cash tag segment. For that, let's bring in our next guest, and that is Andy Swan, co-founder of Likefolio. Taking a look at Best Buy today. So investors are not in love with this one today. Those shares are under some pressure after a double downgrade. You've got the latest look at sentiment right now. Walk us through how Best Buy compares to some others in the retail space, Andy, and good to see you.
Yes, you too. Happy Monday. Best Buy is underperforming peers on all of the metrics that Likefolio tracks, especially if we look at web visits on a year-over-year basis. You've got Target up pretty big, Walmart up pretty big, Costco doing okay, and then Best Buy in fourth position among peers. And that's off of what I would call fairly muted levels to begin with. And I think the big problem Best Buy has is it's kind of, they did a good job of reinventing themselves. They used to be, considered kind of a showroom for what you could buy online elsewhere. And I think consumers are just getting back to that behavior. The way that I approach Best Buy personally, I think is the way a lot of people do. And you like to go in there if you're going to buy a product or an appliance or a computer, you're not sure what to get, a TV, you look around, you can interact with those devices, and then you can go on your phone and you can generally find a better price elsewhere, whether it's Costco, Amazon, or even direct through Apple. So I think that we're kind of back to the old problems Best Buy had before it reinvented itself, and now they're going to have to do something different again because consumers just aren't loyal to the Best Buy experience. They see it as increasingly a showroom again for the products that they think they might want, but unless Best Buy has the pricing to match and the delivery to match the online competitors that they're going up against, consumers simply take their dollars elsewhere after getting the benefit of the showroom and the tour and the interaction with the devices. So Best Buy is definitely in trouble here. We agree with the downgrades. We think they were a little late in coming to the downgrade conclusion. Likefolio's been bearish on this for a little bit now, and we don't see that changing anytime soon. There's no real catalyst out there that we see that's going to turn this company around in the near future.
Yeah, Andy, competition in this space is pretty rampant. Last quarter, comparable sales fell 0.8%. They're usually shareholder friendly with buybacks and their dividend. Historically, that's kind of supported the stock here a little bit. But you make a good point. When consumers get into a mindset where, hey, I used to like to go to Best Buy because I wanted to kind of see it and in action, and maybe you'd have to do that. Is that part of the reason that we've seen the stock slide so much, is the fact that, hey, people are comfortable buying things online, going to Costco and just picking it up when you make your Costco run, Amazon. They don't care about their margins as much as Best Buy needs to because they're brick and mortar at this point. So is that going to be the continued pressure where, hey, as a consumer, everybody's getting more comfortable. If I just order something online, it's here in a day, hey, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I think that's the big story here is the competition. And it's not just Amazon. If we would have talked about this 4 or 5 years ago, Amazon was that primary competitor where, you'd go into Best Buy, maybe you check Amazon and, maybe I want it today, so I'll go ahead and buy it from Best Buy. Well, now Amazon can get it to you a lot of times in the same day. But more important than that, I think, is the competence of all the other competitors. Walmart has dramatically improved the online shopping experience. Costco has dramatically improved their online shopping experience, as has Target. So everybody is now doing what Amazon used to do, and that hurts Best Buy even more than it hurts everyone else. And so I don't think Best Buy has the greatest online shopping experience, and that's hurting them. And they are held back by the fact that they have to maintain these stores and that overhead and that employee base that essentially acts as a showroom for their competitors. And so we're back to that story with Best Buy, and Wall Street, for good reason, doesn't like it.
Andy, let me ask you this. Now, the one thing I notice in this chart is Target's at the top of your leaderboard. Is something about that also just because of easier comps year over year for Target?
Yeah. We can kind of throw Target out of there. I think, the real number for Target, they're coming off of very low comps. They had a devastating period there for a little while. So they're coming off of very low comps. I would put them more in the same category as a Walmart if I'm looking at this from a peer-to-peer perspective. And so, but they are competent competitors to Best Buy at this point. So is Walmart. Now, Amazon has gotten into the appliances business very quietly but very effectively, taking another shot at the kneecaps of Best Buy in terms of why people go into that store. So now you go into Best Buy, you're looking at a refrigerator or something, or a washer and dryer, and now you can check out Amazon against that even. So what Best Buy had as moats are quickly disappearing with more and more competitors able to traverse those. So very difficult situation for Best Buy, and I think the financial engineering, the shareholder-friendly buybacks, dividends, et cetera, that only goes so far. You have to see growth in a company. You have to see light at the end of the tunnel when you don't see growth, and right now we don't have either one.
Hey, Andy, if you look at the valuations, it seems like the 60 level is going to become a line in the sand over the last couple of weeks. Do you guys have an earnings score on this going into the report? Because it does pay a big dividend if they continue to pay that, and they are shareholder-friendly, and that's kind of helped them. Do you guys have a decent earnings score going into this, or are you guys sellers?
No, we're sellers. I think we're bearish on this. The risk is clearly still to the downside. There are some things that Best Buy could do. I think they'll lean in on some of the AI PC contracts that they have and those partnerships that they have with Microsoft and Apple, and they're going to be the showroom of choice for those, which is great. So they've got a decent story to tell, and like you said, they could throw something out there to make the company even more shareholder friendly. But over the long term, I think they have real problems, and it's going to be tough to put a Band-Aid on those in the conference call that follows the earnings report.
All right, thank you, Andy. That's Andy Swan, co-founder of Likefolio, with the latest look at Best Buy and the competitive landscape around those retailers. Now, for the trading perspective of all things Best Buy, let's bring Kevin back into the fold. Tom, you got some insights from the Likefolio team. He said, listen, they've been essentially bearish before these analysts seem to have caught up with what they're seeing. What's your thought before you guys get into the example trade?
Yeah, you look at a couple of their charts, they have that seasonality around the holidays every year, but it's continuing to drain. I mentioned that $60 level. We're getting there right now, and this has been an area of support over the last month and a half or so. Does it crack that to the downside? Remember those April lows from last year when the whole market sold off? The stock got down to just below 55 bucks a share. But Kevin, you look at this name, the valuation's pretty low. Trailing PE about 12. The forward PE on the stock is now below 10 times next year's earnings. But I mentioned that dividend yield's climbing up there, 6.34% if they continue to pay that, Kevin. And the option market's only pricing in a $1.25 move either way in this stock over the next maybe 1 day, but it does have a market maker move today, even though earnings are a few weeks off.
Earnings, I don't have earnings till the end of May, but this is a company. Let me take a little bit of the other side of some of this argument. This is a very well-run company. That said, they have struggles going forward. It might be like a Carvana CarMax situation where they just have too much brick and mortar. They can't get down to the prices that other people can. So, but they do a great job of buying back stock and controlling their head count and doing all the things that management can do to maximize what they do. But boy, like Folio's data is not great. But you also, Tom, can't ignore a 6.3% dividend yield. As long as they can keep that. Now, we don't know. We have no idea if they keep that or not. What I looked at is something, because the stock, if you look up at a 3-year chart, Tom, $60 or slightly below $60 is a pretty long-term low in this name. So I looked at something because of that dividend. I looked at something in a simple covered call strategy. I went out not 4 days but 11 days. I bought the stock, sold the April 24th 63 call. The net debit on that is about $59.90, $59.80, something in there. So if you think 60 is a key level, you're net buying the stock below 60, but you're collecting theta on a daily basis, and you still get to capture that dividend. So, if you think neutral or bullish in a stock like Best Buy, if you think the management can navigate these tricky waters, then you've got a 6% dividend and you're collecting theta on a weekly basis. So sometimes, Tom, that dividend just tells you to do the covered call.
Let's break this one down. For every 100 shares of stock you buy, you sell an out-of-the-money call in Best Buy. Kevin used the April 24th weekly options that expire in just about a week and a half. The 63 strike call, so about $2.50 above the current share price in there. We've got $59.60. That's where it was trading earlier. Actually trading a lot lower than that earlier, but now up to $59.90. But the debt you pay is also going to be your break even. So you're buying the shares at a discount. It's a capital intensive type of strategy on this one, but it creates yields on two fronts, right? You create that yield on the 6.3% dividend because you own the shares, and then also selling an out-of-the-money call. So while it's a bullish, slightly bullish trade, it's also a neutral strategy. As you get closer to expiration over the next 11 days, you'll have that opportunity or potential to roll that short option. That should create credits. That'll increase potential profitability, lower your break-even point. But you want to be a shareholder on a strategy like this where you can collect that dividend yield. But that's why it's capital intensive, right? You got about $5,990 in risk, $5,960 in risk if the stock were to somehow go to zero. So keep that in mind on a strategy like this. While it's a longer term one where, hey, if the stock just kind of consolidates at the 60 level, which has been an area of support, you can start trade management skills on this where you can start to collect credits. You've got some assignment risk on that short option over the next 11 days. So you might get your stock taken away if you don't adjust it to a higher level if the stock does rebound. But yeah, Diane, setting up, not really with what like Folio's data says, but you got some time until earnings, and maybe the stock on basically 12-month lows might find some support, but the dividend comes into play here.
No, it's a great point that you made, especially about that $60 level, because it's really, kind of just continue to kind of come back around that level over the past year. And year to date, it's certainly been an underperformer compared to the S&P 500 and its sector. All right, good stuff, guys. We've got the breakdown coming up. We're going back to the bank with a look at Citigroup ahead of its quarterly results tomorrow morning. We've got more Fast Market after this break.
connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall, live on the floor of the big board. Before we get to the breakdown, let me give you a check of where the markets stand as we get closer to the bottom of the lunch hour. Here's your scorecard. We are on the plus side for the S&P 500, better by about 1/3%. Dow still a little lower, but it's been gradually inching higher throughout this hour. We're off by less than 0.1%. NASDAQ 100 is better by a little bit more than 1/3%. And the Russell 2000 is higher by 0.8% as investors continue to operate with, or as optimism, I should say, increases about the U.S. and Iran negotiations. Going back to the bank, though, Citigroup has been one of the few outperformers in the sector. Year to date, that stock is up more than 6% and more than 90% on a year-over-year basis. It has a test in front of it with earnings due tomorrow. Analysts are projecting revenue will top $23.7 billion, which would be up from the same time a year ago. CEO Jane Fraser has turned Wall Street into believers, bringing in top talent and, to use her words, quote, competing for the full wallet. Time now for the breakdown for that. Let's welcome in Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent, taking a look at Citigroup today. All right, this is the big focus on the banks this week. We got Goldman out this morning. We've got JP Chase coming up. We've got Citigroup coming up tomorrow. Walk us through expectations, KG.
So when you're kind of looking at Citigroup, kind of think about this company as more of a retail banking focus or consumer banking focus. They have really divested themselves away from a lot of the international exposure, especially when you're looking at South America and really focusing on the basic lending as well as taking in deposits. That business has been their bread and butter here, and trying to trim the fat is what Jane Fraser has been kind of focusing on. And it has been paying off for them. And actually, if you're looking at it from a technical standpoint, we are seeing a kind of a pullback and kind of a testing of a neckline before a breakout right before the earnings announcement. Now, we are expecting around a 3% move to the upside or downside if you back out some of the theta decay over the remainder of this week. But as you talked about, the revenue expectation coming in at $23.7 billion, a lot of that may be driven by the net interest income, which is going to be the estimate right now sitting around $15.5 billion. And then the trading revenue expectation sitting at around $6.9 billion was actually very interesting. We had Goldman Sachs earnings today as well, and they did come up a little bit light when it came to the fixed income, currency, and commodity trading portion of their business. Citigroup doesn't have that much of an exposure compared to their overall revenue mix. So if you are concerned that maybe they'll miss on that particular metric, they may be able to make it out elsewhere within their business. Now, the last thing that I think we have to be mindful of, and I bring this up every quarter, when you're looking at the consumer banking segment, it still is writing down a fair amount of assets, or their losses. If you're looking at their assets, they continue to write down a pretty significant amount compared to others within this space, which is why we are seeing it trade at around a 12.5 forward multiple here with a growth rate of around 30% year over year when you're looking at EPS growth. Now, compared to their peers, they've been actually holding up pretty well when it comes to price action, but they still have a very long way to go if you're looking at trying to get this stock back to all-time highs that we saw pre-2008 financial crisis.
For the banks, how much does net interest income matter this time around?
It's going to be a factor, and actually that's probably going to be the bright spot because we have seen the curve itself, the yield curve, actually widen out during the quarter that's being reported. So as we see that yield curve widening out, just meaning that the longer duration's paying a little bit more of a higher interest rate than what we are seeing on the shorter duration, that's where the banks make money. They basically borrow on the short end, and then they lend on the longer end. Now, the longer end really is only about 7 years or 10 years. but that actually does expand profitability, which is why I also kind of mentioned that it could offset maybe some of the weakness that you're seeing in the fixed income trading, as well as the currency and commodity trading portion of their business. So it's going to be a big deal. Now, unfortunately, when you get to the latter half of this quarter, what we did see is that spread kind of coming back into the fold because of the uncertainty that we have seen when it comes to this geopolitical risk, as well as what the Fed's going to do moving forward. So kind of a double-edged sword here. But Citigroup is kind of positioning in a little bit of that sweet spot where it has investment banking exposure, it has traditional consumer banking exposure, some commercial banking and commercial real estate, and it's pretty much a 25-30% blend for each of those business units.
And then KG, when you think about its performance so far this year, it's been outperforming the S&P 500. It's outperforming other peers in the sector. Is the bar higher for Citi given its outperformance year to date?
I don't think so. I mean, the bar has been really low for this company for the last couple of years. We have that chart up here right now. It kind of just shows you where we were at before the financial crisis and where the stock is trading right now. We have to remember there was a significant reverse split for this name in order for it to kind of get back on its heels. So it still actually has a long way to go to get back to all-time highs. If you compare this to a Wells Fargo or a JP Morgan, Chase for that matter, a lot of those stocks are actually trading at relative all-time highs or new all-time highs at the moment here. So still a long way to go, but this company has really transformed over the last 10 to 15 years, where it had their hands in pretty much every type of business, especially overseas, especially if you're looking at South America, but they had to cut a lot of those businesses out because they provided a lot of risk, a significant amount of risk that, once again, Jane Fraser is just not willing to take. Trying to get back to the basics of lending, that's where they've been able to thrive in, and technically speaking, 125 is actually that breakout level to the upside, where if they have a good earnings report, it might actually have more room to run to the upside here over the next couple of weeks or months, and you're going to target that 140-ish area as your next area of major resistance.
All right, well, one to watch out for from 125 to potentially 140. Thank you, KG. That's Kevin Green, our senior markets correspondent, with the breakdown on Citigroup. So let's get Tom and Kevin back in here for example trade purposes. Shout out to Jane Fraser. I love it. You know, just this is more the a female at the top of the banking system there. So hats off to her. But let's get into it. Tom, what's your approach?
Yeah, divesting money-losing portions of the business, kind of tightening their belt around, being more domestically based. Now they're trying to get into the M&A activity, that a lot of the investment banks, JP Morgan, some of the bigger ones have a stranglehold on. That's probably going to be good. But the exposure to the consumer might be a little bit greater here. Net interest income is supposed to grow. Trading activity is supposed to grow. Now, are they going to have to set aside more provisions for credit losses for those loans? That might be a concern moving forward. We saw that with Goldman Sachs earnings. So you have to look at different segments within their business that might drag down their entire earnings, even if they're good results on the upside, because for the first 2 months out of this quarter, activity was really robust for a lot of these money center and investment banks. So I looked at a strategy. The stocks hit 17-year highs here today, guys, in today's session. The RSI is at the 70 level right now, so overbought on a technical basis at this point. So I looked at a strategy that takes advantage of vol dispersion. If you think maybe this trades like Goldman Sachs does, where it's a good report and it goes down because of the gains that we've seen. This stock is up 103% over the last 12 months. So I looked at a bearish put diagonal here, Kev. I went out to the April 24th, really short-term positioning. April 24th weekly options. Buy the 125 strike put that's basically at the money, and then against it in the near term, April 17th, monthly options that expire in 4 days, sell the 120 put. It aligns about with that one standard deviation move that the option market's pricing in. $5 wide bearish put diagonal, Kev, paying roughly, we've got 270 debit here. That's your risk. It's probably trading closer to 240 right now because the stock has moved higher as the market is now hitting session highs as we speak. But the debit you pay is going to be a risk. So a $5 wide bearish put diagonal, Kev, only paying roughly about 250, 270 on this. There's your risk. So anything below maybe 124 is going to be profitability on this one, and on a percentage basis, you don't need a big move to the downside.
I think the Goldman Sachs price move today has got everyone on the defense when it comes to these banks, that even good news might not be enough to make the stock go higher. Remember, good news or bad news, we're betting, you're saying that the stock can't hold these levels or may not hold these levels. And so I think that this is one of those, we do a lot of diagonals on this show. This is the put side, so a bearish diagonal, Tom, about $5 wide, 1 week, only spending $2.70, $2.50. If it's less than that, that is the risk on this trade, guys.
Yeah, and the vol dispersion lowers that entry point price, so anything below about 124 is going to be profitability on this one, because you're buying about 40% implied volatility on aggregate in that April 24th 125 put, selling about a 48% implied volatility on aggregate in that near-term April 17th on the 120 put. But definitely a bearish trade here, Diane, on this example, looking for maybe a Goldman Sachs type of move that we saw after a good report.
All right, we shall certainly see. And as you mentioned, sitting at the highs of the session, we had President Trump posting on Truth Social saying 34 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday. So it seems like we're seeing progress on that front. We'll continue to monitor the latest on between the U.S. and Iran. That's going to do it for us today on Fast Market. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Tom White and Kevin Higgs. Download the Schwab Network app. It is available in the App Store. Tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. You've got Next Gen Investing coming up.
So what is unique about Schwab Coaching is the community.
There's a lot of energy, like-minded people are learning with you.
You can just see and feel all the excitement around getting to learn a new topic.
Some of you want to get everything face to face with you and 400 or 500 of your closest friends.
Some clients like to be in the privacy of their own home on an online workshop, but still having that live interaction with the coach.
As I'm talking, questions are coming in from that live audience, and they help me fill in those gaps as an educator.
People learn differently, but all those ways we actually teach it all come back to the point of making a difference and helping you make progress.
And so that means not just giving you theory, it means giving you the practical implementation using our platforms.
So we want it to be fun, we want it to be informative, and most of all, we want you to walk away with a skill set and independently be successful in achieving your goals.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists, streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. schwabnetwork.com. For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at @NPetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
I'm Sam Vardis, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it
to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing up houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Welcome to Next Gen Investing. I'm Jenny Horn alongside Alex Coffey, and we have seen a bit of a recovery here in the overall markets as the session has gone on, of course, to start off this week. After seeing some of that pessimism trickle in on Friday, still close out a winning week, but does seem like the tone is getting a bit more upbeat as investors are clearly hoping for an eventual resolution with Iran. Did not see that priced into futures this morning, but again, a nice recovery here we're seeing intraday.
How much better does an up 30-day feel when you open down 60 Sunday night? Yeah. So, hey, whatever's going on, this sort of one step forward, 2 steps back, 2 steps forward, whatever it is, seems to be working. The market seems to like it.
Yeah, and the market only continuing to improve here in real time with that strength led by the Russell 2000.
Before we move on, I mean, we're now within like what, 2% of not the all-time closing high, but like the spike high for the S&P 500, which like just eclipsed 7,000. Like, it's not unreasonable that we could be there by the end of the week with a couple good earnings and maybe some couple good updates for the S&P 500. So, you know, all this talk and chatter of the last 2 months now, or 1.5 months of, hey, war and weakness and uncertainty. I mean, this is the best crash I've ever seen.
I mean, yeah, when you look at the month-to-date performances, and I know we're still very early into the month of April, but like considering there is this massive geopolitical uncertainty that is still an overhang in the market, we're up almost 5% in the S&P 500 so far this month. I mean, to speak to that. And like today, seeing again this real appetite for some of the dip buying we saw overnight.
And I'll add to it, and it's the exact same point I just made, though. It's not like in the tariff situation last year where you rapidly repriced like 15, 20%, and then you started to see the market stabilize and bounce back. You might have a 5-10, during COVID, you had 5-10% days several times, and you can make the case of, hey, this is just a volatile trade. There's a bounce back effect, a snapback effect. We're not starting from a low point. We're starting from a point of elevated valuation. So you can already say, not even just the fact that it was at all-time highs, but those all-time highs were expensive, all-time high to all-time high. And we're basically all the way back there already, and there hasn't even been the resolution yet. If anything, you saw escalation.
Yeah, I mean, 2.2% off of all-time highs in the S&P 500, which I know is not a small move, but I mean, like, it's considerable that, again, there's
That's
still...
a day.
Yeah, that is a day, especially given some of the activity we saw just last week. Of course, last week closing out a really strong week for all 4 of our major averages. But as always on this show, we'll kick things off with several of these key stock movers to keep on your Monday radar. We'll also preview Johnson & Johnson and CarMax, both ahead of their earnings reports due out tomorrow morning. And for FOMO, we'll dive deeper into a downgrade call on Nike, with HSBC saying its turnaround is now a show-me story with no short-term catalysts. We'll also break down why Evercore is turning a bit more optimistic on the very beaten down home builder stocks. And we will discuss the loneliness epidemic, its $400 billion economic impact, and the rise of this IRL economy. So, wide variety of conversations today, but to start things off, we have lots of analyst calls as we, of course, reset for this week, reset for the geopolitical headlines, and also reset for earnings. And I think that we're seeing a lot of this updated coverage as we now go into a full other earnings season. But starting off with CoreWeave, as we did see Macquarie upgrade CoreWeave shares to outperform from neutral. Price target also raised to 125 from 90, saying that their recent announcements with Meta and Anthropic, of course, that we got last week, suggest that its ecosystem role is becoming structural, and they believe CoreWeave will increasingly become a structural player into the next decade as opposed to a stoppage on balance sheet financing or GPU risk. So they did say they have near-term capacity to shore up their compute needs relative to these in-house deployments, and that recent headlines validate this differentiated platform that CoreWeave is trying to establish. And so CoreWeave has been definitely in the headlines and definitely of note as of late because we are now up just 44% so far this month and now up 56% on the year. I mean, this thing has been in a rally.
Yeah, and we've made the case that we've watched, and at least I've made the case for sure, that we've watched this infrastructure of a service kind of subset of the economy in the market, where these names like a CoreWeave, like an Applied Digital, and some of the Bitcoin miners, for example, and even some of the cloud players that have been able to show their role, NVIDIA, of course, can fit into this as well, but we've watched them almost take the role of the Adobes, the Salesforces, and sort of the SaaS subset of stocks within portfolios, because what have they been able to provide? Strong growth consistently, and also kind of consistent cash flow through a subscription-based model. So while they're selling capacity, while they're selling hardware, while they're selling maybe rented out space for data centers, whatever it may be, it's annuitized almost in its structure through that subscription-based model. And that's essentially what Adobe and Salesforce have been able to do for the last 5-10 years that the market absolutely loved until it didn't.
It's true, until it didn't. And we also did get some reports from the Wall Street Journal that CoreWeave did hike its prices by more than 20% through the end of last year. Also now asking for these smaller companies to sign more long-term, like 3-year contracts, up from prior commitments of just 1 year. So also interesting because, again, taking a note from the business model that the street tends to like, and that's more consistency, reliability, and long-term contracts. I mean, plus, again, inking like $21 billion deals last week definitely helped provide a catalyst. We rose 3.5% Thursday, another 9% on, or excuse me, 11% on Friday, and now we're up another 9.5% today. So this name's last 3 sessions have been really impressive. And again, it's finding these winners and losers with the broader AI trade instead of like, the broad-based strength we saw throughout most of 2025. But next name today here is Starbucks. Starbucks with actually some positive analyst news as Jefferies did upgrade shares to hold from underperform. Price target raised to 92 from 86. Citing the company's less international exposure now that China is franchised and a stabilizing U.S. business is also a bright spot. They did say visibility into their execution really of this turnaround has also improved, and added, however, though, that Starbucks continues to trade at a relatively large premium, which is unwarranted at these current conditions and current levels. Starbucks up modestly today, but has seen a degree of skepticism really in regards to, of course, new leadership and actually being able to continue to be as competitive and a fairly difficult market to right now dominate. But Starbucks still obviously a huge force and actually has looked pretty strong, up still 15% on the year.
Yeah, this is a little bit odd because there's a lot of things that are laid out that sound positive, and then at the end it's sort of but it's expensive. So it's an industry leader. It's one of the most, we're going to talk about Nike later on with Marley, and despite Nike's kind of stumbling that it's had apparently in terms of stock price, it's still one of the most recognizable brands. It's absolutely a top 10 logo. I put Starbucks on the short list of similar. It's one of the most recognizable brands, certainly a recognizable logo, and it really, it's positioned itself to capitalize on routine. And so again, we talked about infrastructure as a service for CoreWeave. Starbucks is certainly not a service in the sense of a subscription-based model, but it is a service in the sense of you consistently go back because it's preying on that, hey, I need my coffee in the morning, I need breakfast on the way into work, and that's what the market loves.
It's true, and the market does like that, especially right now in a discretionary environment that has not been very even either, actually. To speak to the comparisons of AI versus discretionary, totally different, but definitely confirming this is more of that stock pickers market, it seems. And next name today fits that broader tech theme to HPE with actually a downgrade from Raymond James to outperform from strong buy with a price target that was modestly reduced, $29 down from $30. They do still see significant upside to shares and consider it an attractive value stock, but they did cite less certainty around the growth and catalysts behind this downgrade, saying that their choice to focus on AI profits over market share makes sense as this strategy impacts growth but does protect their margins. And so again, interesting that this is a downgrade because most of the commentary from this note was pretty positive for a name that's been able to hold on to an 82% climb over the last year or so.
Yeah, and this is an analyst shop that provides kind of 5 ratings. So this would be like going to a 4 out of 5 instead of a 5 out of 5. It would still be on most industry compiled lists considered a buy. And so it is absolutely a bullish note. It's just incrementally less bullish than it was before.
Yeah, and a name that is actually, and frankly, impressive given all of the fear of like the SaaS apocalypse. We're only about 5% from these highs, at least recently, in this name. So last name today here is Best Buy. Best Buy is down about 2.6%. So our real lone red name of the group today, but received a double downgrade to a sell rating, with a Goldman Sachs analyst team writing that sales could falter as rising memory costs push up laptop and computer prices. So this team, again, downgrading shares to a sell designation, also trimming their price target down to 59 from 76. Which represents about 9% downside from where we closed on Friday. They did say that Best Buy could see a benefit to same-store sales from a pull forward of PC demand and higher tax refunds in the first quarter, but they also do see a risk to sales on the horizon this year, saying that these higher costs for computer memory and data storage will start to work their way into the prices of these laptops and computers. And so they believe this could lead to margin compression as consumers look towards more of these lower priced units, and could also result in volume declines as manufacturers prioritize fewer consumer electronic shipments. And so obviously the memory boom has benefited names like SanDisk, Micron. I mean, the list just goes on and on, but that does not mean, again, that this memory demand is going to be a boom for the entire tech trade. And I think that we're starting to, again, realize some of these underperformers and these names that could see like long-term impacts of these rising memory costs.
Yeah, I talked with Marley on Trading 360 on this particular note, and when you look at this stock, I think it's disappointing in a few ways. One, you do have those dynamics that you described, which is sort of product mix weakness, the memory shortage and how that's influencing, the focus of some manufacturers, the trade down effect of consumers. But also kind of a skewed first quarter based on some of the support of pull forward demand around PCs and higher tax refunds. But what really kind of alarmed me as I dug into Best Buy a little bit further, I looked at some of the second measure data. So think kind of observed sales by a Bloomberg, or we've had Placer AI on before. They'll do foot traffic. SimilarWeb will track sort of, hey, website visits, things like that. All of them not only were disappointing, but in some cases significantly disappointing relative to the industry. So for example, observed sales is compiled by Bloomberg as of March 31st, were down 8.5% year over year, but for the industry, they were seen up 14.6%. And so that's not only a meaningful divergence, that's like a crater between those two. One's going one way, one's going the other. Foot traffic was down 1.1%, and then even web traffic growing 2.7% year over year, lagged industry growth, but that was closer to 6%. So any way you slice it, not a super promising second measure data for Best Buy going into this first quarter earnings whenever we get them.
Yeah, and I will say a name that has been a weak spot for this year, and I mean is lower this year, lower today, has fallen about 10% year to date, so it's not like it's seen a huge contraction, but I do think an interesting call, especially because they also have that exposure to like appliances, some of these big ticket items you purchase for your home, which we've also seen a bit of a slowdown in that regard. So unfortunately exposed to some areas of pricing pressures, it seems, and that's called out today by this Goldman analyst with a double downgrade. And so we'll leave it there for the top of our show today. But coming up next, time to discuss two names with earnings still ahead, those coming this week, at least tomorrow morning. Johnson & Johnson, which is lower on the session, and CarMax actually up about 4.5% into its earnings again out tomorrow morning.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Intern, this place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Come again? Yeah, at Schwab they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. Think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that now. Schwab.
Invest your way with Schwab.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's time for our Chart Master segment, a little bit of chart and trade action here. We got Rick Ducat, lead market technician, here with me. I'm Alex Coffey, of course, and nothing says Next Gen Investing like Johnson & Johnson, Rick, so let's talk about this ahead of earnings.
Hey, you know what? It's a big market cap company. It's had some interesting moves here, so sometimes opportunities are found in places you might not always be looking at the start. So, like I said, up almost 59% on the year here on the past.
It's like a snake we got going here.
Well, exactly, yeah. So, I mean, it's really been a pretty nice, consistent channel that we saw for a lot of the past year or so. Now we can see that things have kind of moderated a little bit here. 251.71 is where we hit our highs. From there, you could draw a downward sloping trend line connecting these subsequent highs. You could also draw an accompanying trend line going across these lows. So kind of a triangular shape here. Kind of funny that you say a snake, because it's also called a cobra type pattern sometimes because it can resemble that figure. So these low volatility periods can often be a precursor to higher volatility, especially when you have earnings on the horizon here. So some notable horizontal levels, obviously our old highs first, 251.71, our set of relative highs here at 247, and then a low point here, 232 would be kind of a breakdown point to watch out for, and then 225 potentially. So if we were to think about our moving averages that we follow here, we can see that we have seen much more of a sideways drift over the past couple months or so. You can see that our dark blue 5-day, our teal 21-day, our weekly and monthly exponential moving averages right around 239, 240 roughly here. To the downside, our gold quarterly 63-day EMA comes in just below 234. So an easy short-term downside boundary stands out here because it lines up roughly with our relative lows as well as our trend line that you could draw here. RSI, our measure of momentum, trending lower, green trend line broken, downward sloping trend line in play, but a pretty common situation heading into earnings is for momentum to drift, so I don't think I would make too terribly much of that at this point. Finally, our volume profile study shows that we have some pretty distinct nodes that you could be on the lookout for. The most notable one closer to current price activity between about 238 to 246. Then to the downside, a pretty small pocket here, but still one that kind of stands out as a bit more of a blip on our overall picture here. Near about 230 roughly. Then down here, near about 220.
So if we were to summarize here, maybe short term, kind of lost in the price action here a little bit, consolidating, but certainly this longer term trend seems to be intact. Moving averages sort of illustrated that as well, but can't ignore that breakdown in momentum. It has been notable, but certainly you mentioned it's not uncommon around earnings. Speaking of earnings, looking at an example now in Johnson & Johnson ahead of those results. Now, for this example, I elected to skip this Friday's expiration and go to next. So it gives it a little bit more duration than we would typically say a traditional earnings trade would have. So for this example, acknowledging sort of the lower volatility element that is kind of synonymous with the Johnson & Johnson, I went out a little bit more in time to get a little bit more premium with these options. So it's the 230, 227.5. April 24th, so skipping again next week's expiration, or this week's expiration to next week's, and looking to collect 50 cents. So that 50 cents would be 1/5 the width of the strikes, Rick. So it's creating a situation where you're risking 4 to make 1, or in this case, we're using real numbers for this example, 200 per spread with a chance to make 50. Break even at 229.50 is below that kind of pocket of volume, below some of those moving averages, and of course, below some of those support levels that you talked about. So it's a risk-defined, neutral to bullish, a little bit over a week and a half or so long trade till expiration. Certainly going to be influenced by those earnings results. All right, not the only name with earnings pre-market tomorrow. We're also looking at CarMax. Stock ticker is KMX. In this case, Rick, also Screams Next Gen as the Next Gen upgrades their cars. Maybe they go to the lot, the CarMax, kind of the old school way of going about it.
Yeah, so this one, quite a different picture than our last chart here. Down about 26.5% during the past trading year, 251 days here. But we are up pretty notably as well from the lows, up 61.5% from this low point that we established here near 30.26. Much more of a sideways drift once again during this past quarter here, with some big swings interspersed between that area. A low point that we established here near 38. But really this was much more of a consistent bottom area near 40. Our high that we saw here near about 49 or so, that's about where we find ourselves today heading into this earnings event. So kind of staying within the boundaries of our established range here, but very much more toward the upside here. If we were to, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say what really stands out to me is clearly disappointment longer term, but we're actually percentage-wise much closer to those highs than we are to the lows. So it's had a really significant rally, but just so much damage was done.
Yeah, exactly here. And it was seeming to be based on earnings. You can see our white line here, vertical line representing our earnings area there that we saw. So also too, consider this low point here and this pre-gap downward low point here gives us a resistance zone of around 54.50 to about 56.50 or so. That could be an important area to watch out for if we do break above these old highs that we established here. So when we look at our moving averages here, we have crossed above all 3 of our shorter term moving averages in pretty quick succession here. Our 5-day comes in near about 46 in dark blue, lining up roughly with our trend line here. Meanwhile, our gold and teal are 63 and 21 day respectively, both align right near 43. To the upside, 51.19, our long term 251 day yearly EMA in orange, that stands out as well. Entering into the overbought area as well today, actually, kind of the opposite of what I was saying. You often see momentum slow. In this case, we're seeing a push above our old relative highs and a push into the overbought area. So an interesting setup if you had a more bullish outlook in this name. Finally, our volume profile shows that we are entering this very thinly traded area that we have here. Everything kind of dried up here. You can see it's because we had those big gaps. So not much sense can be made of any heavy trading areas around here until we start to get around 59, 60 or so to the upside, and then more like 47 to the downside. Point of control comes in around 41.50.
Yeah, second in as many days, I feel like, where we've had that significant price gap on these charts. But Rick, really a story of 2 different CarMaxes as you're kind of in this CarMax 2.0 the last 6 or so months, then all that price action here really skewing that look. But an interesting stock, especially as it approaches that level, as earnings, as Rick pointed out, was certainly a catalyst and has the potential to move really, really dramatically. Appreciate that, Rick. Before you go, though, quick look at an example trade in CarMax into earnings. Now, this is a stock that only has monthly option cycles, so you were forced to make a decision. Do you want to extend time, or do you want that true earnings trade? In this case, I kind of found the middle ground. I went out to May, so it's the second furthest or closest dated option cycle, but it does give this trade a little bit more time than just the true earnings expiring at the end of this week. And I couldn't get out of my head sort of that new price range that had established itself over the last quarter or so, Rick. And this is an iron condor, a neutral or range-bound look for a strategy. looking for that range to hold, and there's of course momentum building. If it does break out, it has that pocket where it could really hit potentially escape velocity, and that's why risk definition is so important. So it's a $5 wide iron condor, selling the 50 strike, 55, and then selling the 40-35 put vertical, looking for $1.75. So really this is probably going to be leaning a little bit more bearish than neutral, just because we're closer to that 50 strike, but looking for that longer term moving average, the upper bound of that particular price range to hold, and a chance to make 175 on 325 in risk. Break evens, of course, 38.25 to the downside and 51.75 over the next month and a week or so as we go out to that May 15th cycle. Appreciate it to Rick Ducat for the help as always, lead market technician here for the Schwab Network. Coming up next, we'll be joined by Marley Caton here in studio as we discuss Nike, our FOMO stock of the day, a stock that just can't seemingly catch a break. Downgraded to hold at HSBC and really trending near its lows of the last decade. We'll talk more about that right after this.
For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at npetalides. And connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization. And track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caton. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
Hey, Pop.
Hey, Andrew.
Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable.
Wait, had a stroke?
Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Jim, my financial consultant. I probably met 20 years ago.
Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, the SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's time for FOMO, and today's discussion, of course, will be Nike. Joining us here in studio to discuss the stock is Marley Caton, host here across the Schwab Network. Market on close, Trading 360. So we talked Best Buy earlier on Trading 360. We're talking Nike now. It's hard not to see the Nike logo. I've made the case. It's one of the most recognizable. We've talked to those who survey, like Piper Sandler, who survey consumer trends and consistently rates across generations one of the most popular brands. You look at the stock and you don't see that, but you turn to the Masters. Here comes down the 18th fairway. You got Rory McIlroy for the second year in a row, basically stepping up for a putt to win the Masters. You got the guy he's going to have to play if he doesn't make the putt, and Scottie Scheffler, who also dons the Nike swoosh. 2 best players in the world, 4 of the last 5 Masters won by those 2 guys. They seemingly are dominating in the culture, but not in stock price. What's going on?
It's such an interesting observation because obviously if you watch any sports, not even just the Masters, but particularly the Masters this weekend, because so many people on the leaderboard have Nike sponsorships. I mean, Rory has been with Nike for more than a decade, I think. But the swoosh is so identifiable. I mean, it's a culture phenom really at this point. I mean, people have tattoos of the Nike swoosh. But the turnaround story is just not happening fast enough. And I think that's where we're at right now. I think they got so diversified across different places. Now they've got Elliott Hill in place since October of 24, and he's really trying to target in on getting things back to being profitable and being the Nike that I think people think of when they see the pop culture thought of Nike, not necessarily the investor version of Nike, trying restructuring, shifting people, restructuring the business, trying to offload some of their heavy inventory numbers. But the analyst consensus is that it's just simply not happening fast enough, Alex. That seems to be what I'm reading overwhelmingly. It's also showing up in the numbers. The latest one's coming from HSBC. You know, HSBC putting out a note. They downgraded Nike to a hold from a buy. So I mean, they're not at a sell, but they are at a more neutral stance now. They have a target now of $48. Now, it's a pretty significant drop-off from the $90 that they had before. And they cited some visibility issues. They don't think there's a lot of visibility in that recovery plan. They said the turnaround thesis, what they say, has shifted from a not if but when, which is where everybody thought they were, that Elliott Hill would right the ship, it would get better. Now they're saying it's a show-me story with no short-term catalysts. And that's a direct quote from the note. Elliott Hill's been doing everything he can, I think, but still seeing weakness in the last report. In Converse, the numbers were bad there. China and Europe, the Middle East, Africa, not moving along fast enough. That sportswear athleisure segment, which is so popular with the younger demographic and very important to any company in this space's success, not doing well either. So HSBC then went farther. They cut their fiscal EBIT targets for 26 to 28 by about 35% overall. So pretty massive trim there. I mean, a third. Right now they're trading pretty close to 52-week lows. We're just cents off of them at this point. We're about a 100% downgrade from where we were in our 52-week highs. I mean, it really is not been the year for Nike. Just year to date, as we take a look at some of their performance, they're down almost 33%. And Piper Sandler also weighed in on Friday. They gave a pretty negative note. They downgraded to neutral from overweight. So again, we're not into sell territory, but a lot of the bullish sentiment is really waning here on this name, moving into skepticism. Piper Sandler, they really cited that sportswear athleisure segment as their reason for dropping their price target to $50 from $60, also saying they think the turnaround's too slow, and particularly referencing Greater China revenue. They're also a little bit worried about margin compression because of tariffs, and also their weakening direct and digital channels. I mean, overall, it just wasn't a great report from them, and now the market's responding.
Yeah, I think we're circling the target now in the sense of how can seemingly 2 things be true at once, which is objectively the recognition, the power of the brand, the popularity of the brand lead to a stock chart that looks like this in what's objectively been a bull market for the better part of the last 20 years now, post, or I guess 15, post the GFC. And the reasoning might be twofold. Well, one is, while you were talking, I looked up NFL, NBA, just objectively not niche sports. Both Nike, partnerships on those 2 sports. Carlos Alcaraz, a little bit more niche in tennis, is a big Nike player. But you look at the brand recognition, it's objective, it's strong, and it's worldwide. But we are sometimes, I think, prisoners of our own bubble and our own reality. It's actually doing okay in North America. I noticed you didn't mention North American weakness. 4% constant currency growth 3 quarters ago, 9%, 3%, trending towards 3% again. But Europe, Middle East, Africa, struggling. China, absolutely struggling. And then, of course, it comes down to this is a dollar and cents story, and the execution has been hampered by tariffs. And so they do so much stuff overseas in terms of their manufacturing, getting their product. thin margins, big business, little impacts may go a long ways.
Yeah, I mean, their fiscal third quarter margins were at 40.2%, I think was where they fell. I mean, it's a decrease of 130 basis points from the year prior. That's not what the market wants to see. They've got regional pressures. I think I read a note from B of A mentioning that earlier. They've also had some departures, which is another issue. We never see any response that's generally positive when a company isn't doing well. When we see the departures, their chief innovation officer leaving, less than a year in that role. Also, it's the third such departure in under 3 years. So I think that there's just a lot of things weighing here. And Elliott Hill's been straightforward, saying, you know, we're moving as fast as we can. It's not as fast as we wanted. And you did mention North America performed well. That was one of the places they were focused. Those numbers are holding. But China was another place they were focused, and those numbers didn't hold at all.
Do you think it's also possible, too, that I'm trying to figure out a way to phrase this, and I'll use an example. Under Armour was very popular in sort of the 2010 timeframe, and they tried to like double down and they expanded into footwear, and it was just a miss. Has Nike overestimated its branding power and tried to step into regions of this marketplace, notably athleisure, where it just didn't compete very successfully against a Lululemon and some of these other direct-to-consumer brands, and maybe that was just a misstep?
There's a possibility that's true. I think whenever you step into a fashion segment as opposed to sports apparel, which I would argue is sort of a separate sect than athleisure.
Or just footwear.
Yeah,
that's their bread and butter.
And fashion is cyclical. Trends are cyclical. Lululemon was the only thing anybody wore 5 years ago. Now I'd argue that's Aloe, at least in major cities in America. So they're cyclical trends. But Nike Dunks are still on everybody's feet. Air Force Ones are still on everybody's feet. So you bring up a good point. Sneakers will always be their bread and butter, not Converse. Converse is not performing well. But their signature swoosh shoes are doing well. But you bring up a good point. Perhaps they just over-broadened their market. Yes, and if athleisure is not their space, they have to offload that inventory and focus on what does sell for them, which consists of, I mean, I was in the airport yesterday, certainly in 2 different heavily traveled international airports, and there were Nike shoes, I would say, on probably 20% of the people I saw.
And sometimes, hey, you just got to be refocused. And we're watching that happen at a company like Starbucks that maybe just saw their offering expand too much. They're honing it back in. Maybe that's what Nike will do too, as they focus on getting things back in order. We appreciate it, Marley Caden, with the update. Before we go to break, though, a quick look at an example trade in Nike. Say you think that it's finally time for Nike to make a turnaround. We got a bullish example here for FOMO, and it's risk defined, most importantly, in case it continues on its downward spiral. But looking at a call diagonal spread, it goes out to June to give this stock just a little bit of time to work its way back up, and it, of course, sells a May option against it, creating that call diagonal spread. It's the 40-45. Really just looking for stabilization and upside from here in Nike shares. 325 debit means you have $325 in risk on this bullish call diagonal spread. Best case scenario, move towards 45 or so by mid-May. With that, we'll take our next break here as we shift towards social trends in the real world. We'll talk about how that intersects with the market and the economy coming up next.
She's got your smile.
Carl.
Yep, your #1 broker's here to welcome your new little dependent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab now. They have everything we need all in one place.
I can set up her college fund.
I've been learning about new trading strategies.
Schwab helps me generate retirement income.
All this Schwab is everything you need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a nap?
Schwab!
Invest your way with Schwab.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. I'm Alex Coffey, now joined by Sam Vadas, of course, host across Schwab Network, host Market on Close, of course, with Marley, as well as Morning Trade Live every morning here on Schwab Network. Good afternoon to you, Sam. Evercore ISI has home builders on their mind. Talk to us about what they have to say.
Yeah, so they've had 3 upgrades here across the space, not just home builders per se, Alex, but also those in the business of supplying them as well. So let me run you through the key names here which they've turned more bullish on. So you've got Masco to an outperform with an unchanged price target of $78. Of course, not a home builder per se, as I mentioned, but building products used inside homes, more of a supplier type. You've got also Evercore upgrading Pulte Group to outperform from inline as well. Price target now up to 146 from 143. So just a slight tad up there. Evercore also upgrading Toll Brothers to outperform from inline 2. Price target now of 176 from 174. So the latter two, Pulte Group and also Toll Brothers, also trading near recent lows, which really caught the attention of Evercore here. Pulte Group actually currently trades at a PE ratio I was looking at about 11 times, which is below most of its peers. But what Evercore ISI is saying here behind this call is that they are relatively more resilient than peers to the current industry challenges. So it's interesting because when you look across these 3 particular names, all in the business of home building, obviously, Toll Brothers, as we know, more in the luxury side of the business, Pulte Group not so much, it's more of a sort of broad strokes type of builder here, but have both successfully, I was reading about, targeted the so-called move up buyers, so those that are looking for a bigger, more expensive home, and also the retirees, where this market is actually seeing more of the demand in a pretty subdued home market out there, or housing market, I should say. So Evercore ISI says the market has already priced in much of the bad news for these builders stocks, and the group may actually lack a near-term catalyst, but downside from here, they say, may be manageable. So it's very interesting framing coming from the analysts over at Evercore ISI, which feels like more of a measured assessment of things right now. Interesting that they said that there's no sort of near-term catalyst, particularly because we continue to get this data. We got more out this morning, the existing home sales, that was at a 9-month low. It doesn't show any signs of improvement just yet, certainly not the turnaround that everyone was hoping for the housing market. Another interesting line from this note is that they say that the home builders hit their historic buy signal last week when the median small cap builder traded below 0.8 times tangible book value. So essentially what they're getting at here is that this is how the company is valued, or what it's worth if you take out the intangible assets, and then also, of course, if you liquidate the balance sheet. So there are signals that the market is pricing in distress here, and typically more than the fundamentals show. But that's the angle that Evercore is very much highlighting right now with some of these names, Alex.
Really appreciate it with Sam Vadas with the update. And with that, we'll say goodbye to Sam, and we'll welcome in our next guest. That's Fabio Bin, the co-founder and CMO at WeRoad. And first off, Fabio, really fascinated to have this conversation with you, because you've dubbed this kind of part of the market the IRL economy, and it's seeking to solve what you've also dubbed, but I've heard it elsewhere, the loneliness epidemic. So let's start there. What is this loneliness epidemic, and how did we get here?
Okay, first of all, thanks for having me. I think that we are seeing like this emerging trend. Actually, it has been a few years seeing that coming, especially after all the digitalization that we went through in the last decade. So after the emerging of social media, people tended to say on social, on screen, because everything has been optimized for the screen, for screen engagement. And so after the pandemic, we saw the explosion of the, let's say, dating apps, also the rise, but also the fall of dating apps, because people now, they tend to be quite overwhelmed by the interaction they are having online, and the lack of a real meaningful interaction in real life. That's the point. There's plenty of articles out there and research out there that are basically underlining the fact that all the dopamine stuff that we are having in the online interaction are not turning into something real, a real connection. So that's the point, is bringing back people in real life and start to try to make a business out of it.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. And I imagine some of those trends were already kind of snowballing down the hill, and then they just fell off the cliff once the pandemic kind of forced us into those kind of buckets. That said, we're past that, or at least we've reopened, we've returned to IRL, and we've tried to fill that void, or at least many have. And Fabio, you and your business are seeking to provide experiences, is my understanding, to help people who are experiencing that loneliness and wanting to re-engage. Talk to us a little bit about that IRL economy and the opportunities that you and your business are seeking to find consumers at.
Yeah, look, we started because we have a problem and would like to find someone to travel with, for example, doing trips, long-haul trips, and it's meant to target people in their 30s and 40s. The point is, you just moved to a new city, you have a new job, and it's very, very difficult to rebuild your network of friends. Or maybe your friends are like, they are married, they have children, so it's very, very difficult to travel with them. So the idea when we started in 2017 was, okay, I have to find someone to travel with. And we started, of course, providing itineraries like on-the-road tours, like 10, 15 days long. But what we immediately understood is that the real need that we were fulfilling wasn't about providing a nice itinerary, but it was providing a context to make new connection, meaningful connection. So this trip were meant for people that they didn't know each other before the trip, and they got to be friends during the trip, and they stayed friends after the trip. So we understood that the real deal was about connecting people, not about making them traveling, It's something slightly different, because we took care of the context, but the real need was about connection. In fact, people started to come back and get in touch with new people again. We did it with travel, but travel is just one of the channels, one of the means that you can use to do that. Now there's a plethora of new startups working in real life. There are people organizing dinners for strangers. There are small groups organizing, again, running clubs. Or there are people using Strava, for example, to meet new people. So the point is that people are getting back to real, but not because they are just tired of swiping on the online side, but because they are looking for real connection. That's the point. And to get real connection, you need time and you need a proper context.
Yeah, this is really, really interesting. And so, Fabio, I know that this show is primarily targeting viewers that are self-directed, retail investors. But as an entrepreneur who's operating and building a business within this space, I'm sure you got visibility into the kind of demand for this type of opportunity for consumers who are seeking this. Is the demand kind of following the inverse to what we saw kind of pre-pandemic, the other way, where it was like slowly we're becoming more online? Is it we're slowly going back to IRL and hopefully we'll hit some sort of escape velocity here soon?
I believe so. Look, I believe that the peak of for the dating apps and let's say the online engagement has been soon after the pandemic. We were all about connecting digitally, and then we started growing the need, or at least we started to appreciate this comeback of real life in multiple forms. As I said, it's not just traveling, can be dining out. Dining out is a very, very big industry, still what is changing is not the size per se of the industry, which of course is going back to real good numbers, but the point is the objective. So what is changing is the consumer behavior. So people are still going out and dine out. The point is they want to pair this experience with meeting new people, with getting new, we get to know new people. That's the main deal here. It's not just about the size and the volume of the, let's say, experience economy. Experience economy, of course, it went much better after the pandemic, and even being hit by COVID and you know everything in travel that happened, he get back to the previous pandemic levels and even better. The point is, what is changing is the driver for people to travel or the driver for people for going out. This is the biggest thing, and from my observatory, what I can tell you is the future is not about like releasing the next big app, changing the world, or getting customers, but it's just about intercepting in the right way, in the smartest way, the consumer needs. And that's why, for example, in the era economy, there's not just one dominant app or one dominant player. There are many, many players. Most of them are very local, they are very tiny, they are using very low code technology, still they are generating business. So what I'm seeing here is a huge space for everyone, and also the opportunity for small communities, local communities, just even using low code or vibe code technology to start their own follower base and their own customer base, because people are ready. That's another very important part. People are ready to pay for that. They are ready to pay in form of subscription or just in form of, like, let's say, adding an amount to the dinner, whatever. But they are ready to pay for. They're not ready. They're already paying for that.
Really, really appreciate you taking the time, Fabio. It's been a pleasure, a great conversation, and I look forward to the growth of your business and this trend continuing. That's Fabio Bin, the co-founder of WeRoad. As we shift gears, we'll welcome in our next and final guest of the program. That's Brian C., the founding partner of the Capital Stewards. We're going to take a step back. We're going to talk some macro markets. Nice little start to the week here for the broader indexes. Brian, I want to get your thoughts on how things stand so far in your eyes.
Yeah, Alex, thanks for having me on this afternoon. The market has been moving sharply in both directions to start the year, right? And that's exactly why long-term investing perspective matters. It would have been really easy to go into this weekend and say, man, they didn't get a deal done, so the market's going to go down today, so I should sell. And that would have been the wrong thing to do. Trading day-to-day based on the headlines is a low probability path to success. And so what we've been telling our clients is that investors that put money to work in 2008 before the financial crisis, in late January of 2020 before COVID, in 2022 again before the tech correction, and even for folks that put money to work right before the Iran conflict that we're seeing now, those people are all happy investors today.
All right.
And so,
sorry, Brian. I was going to say, I got a quick question for you. I've been starting to make the case that the market's starting to look through this conflict. Do you think that there's evidence that that's the case, or is it too early to tell?
I think the market is absolutely expecting this conflict to come to a resolution in the next couple of weeks. If you look right now in the Middle East, the barrel of oil is trading at $140, and we don't see that in Brent prices. We don't see that in U.S. energy prices yet. And so the market is definitely pricing some sort of faster resolution to the conflict. Over the next couple of weeks, but there's certainly risk to that, right? Our view on the conflict is really that we expect them to get to something in the next 7 to 10 days, and if they don't, then we're going to be in a different place.
All right, Brian, this is called Next Gen Investing after all, and while we have viewers of all demos, catering to a younger demo or maybe to someone who's embarking upon their investing journey for the first time. Not everybody's got a decade or two experience like yourself, and they want to be a good capital steward of their own investments. Talk to us about some of the things that you've learned in your career, experiencing all sorts of markets, and where this one maybe fits within that framework.
Yeah, so I think the first thing for younger investors to understand is that asset allocation and investing in the market in a broad basket of different assets is the most important investment decision that they're going to make. It's really easy to get sucked into what's really cool today, what's fancy. Maybe it's Bitcoin, maybe it's gold, maybe it's certain kinds of technology stocks. But at the end of the day, the thing that's really going to matter over the long term is getting invested in different kinds of assets: stocks, gold, real estate, all different kinds of things, and then doing that over the long term. And that sounds really boring, right? Everybody's like, man, I don't want to hear that. I want to do something that's cool and nifty. But what we see over time is that that's what drives the highest probability of success for folks, in the long term. And so if you want to be successful, if you want to make money investing, the best way to do that is to take sort of a disciplined approach over the long term. And I've seen that. I've been in this business since 2008. I saw the financial crisis, and so I've seen that be successful now for really coming up on a couple of decades.
Seemingly more important than ever with this sort of K-shaped economy that we've started to see develop over the last 5 years. Even that's always been there, it seems very pronounced right now. What's your kind of longer-term view, I guess, with all the disruption of AI that's sort of looming large over the tech sector at the moment?
Yeah, I think this is a structural reality that we're going to have to live with for a while, right? The parts of the U.S. economy that are performing well are those that are linked to the AI investment cycle. It's businesses that are investing heavily in AI and technology infrastructure. That's going to drive future profitability down the road, but that's really where the business spending is at today. And the consumers that have investments, I talked about this, just a minute ago for younger investors, right? Being invested is really important. And for consumers that have investments, they're continuing to spend because they're looking at their portfolios and saying, man, I have more money than I ever expected to have at this point in my life. And so, I think for folks, regardless of where you sit sort of on that K-shape, whether you're sort of earlier in your career, whether you're sort of trying to grow your investments, or whether you've got capital and you're sort of sitting at the top of it, it's really important to be disciplined, continue to invest over time. I don't think that that's going to change, right? AI is only going to drive returns to be sort of even more bifurcated in the economy. And so getting in is the right thing to do.
Well said. Brian C., the founding partner of the Capital Stewards. We got to run. Appreciate it. We'll love to have you back soon, talk more. And that's going to do it for us here on Next Gen Investing. Thanks as always for tuning in. We've got the watch list up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com. Good afternoon. Welcome to the new watch list right here on Schwab Network. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange, and we have a great show coming up for you. In our tech spotlight, we'll take a closer look at NVIDIA. The stock is just above the unchanged line for this year, 2026. Are there any major catalysts on the horizon to push this one higher? And our watch list panel will take a closer look at the impact of the oil shock that it's having on the larger market and what we can expect in the energy sector as the conflict in Iran continues and hits some of our names. But we have a lot to talk about there. And in our Big Move segment, Alex Coffey's standing by. He's highlighting some of the outside options trades for names such as Microsoft, Alphabet, Intel. We have so much for you in this show. We're looking at the memory stocks, the Goldman Sachs Rule of 10, and a slew of other names, Palantir, etc. In the meantime, and Intel too. Take a look at the markets here. Look at this turnaround, right? You remember this morning where we had so much red and now it's all back in the green. The S&P is now up almost 0.5% at 68.47. As of Friday's close, about 2% off the real highs. And so you'll take that after 2 weeks of gains, right? That was up 3.5% last week. The Nasdaq was up 4.5% last week, and it's up 0.5% today at 25,248. The Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 3% last week and is up today, right now, 29 points. And the Russell also gaining. All of this, obviously, on now that we're hearing that Iran may be interested in coming back to the table to talk. And we have a lot to take a look at. Look at this. So you're seeing a lot of green now. In the morning, you didn't see that. Now it's tech, energy, financials helping to lead the way. You have a lot of big moves, which we'll go over. NVIDIA's had some great moves. You've seen Palantir with great moves. And a lot of positive comments that go along with it. A name like Palantir that
Cathie Wood has been buying into. We have other names, the memory stocks with up arrows. And right now, as I look at the heat map, you see Walmart is down, even though that actually got some positive comments. We did see some upgrades today on some of the housing stocks, Pulte Home and Toll Brothers. Williams-Sonoma got an upgrade, and so that's a name to watch. CoreWeave has been killing it. Microsoft is unbelievable. Microsoft is a name that a lot of people are looking at. We're going to talk more about that this hour and next hour too. And here's a look at the futures right now. We're looking at gold down 32 bucks at the moment. It's at 47.55 a troy ounce. Oil is higher. Look, it's well off the highs of the day. Had been up over $100. Both West Texas and Brent crude had been above $100. So this is a nice move here. And now it's at 98.85 the barrel. The 10-year bond yield comes down. There's still a lot of bets that the 10-year bond yield will continue to come down lower. And the US dollar is at 98.33, and the Bitcoin trade right now is down 1.6%. So that's worth noting. But we've heard some positive comments from Morgan Stanley today, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, on why you should be buying into the big picture. And so we're 2 hours away from the closing bell. As I just mentioned, some of those big names that are saying they're turning cautiously bullish. For example, that's what Morgan Stanley said. Let's take a closer look at today's market moves. Joining me right now, Diane King Hall is with me, and that first story here this morning, we woke up early and then we heard from Goldman Sachs, which kicked off the bank earnings this morning. I love this kind of week. It is trading a little lower, but there was a lot of excitement around the name.
There was, and listen, banks take center stage this week. Goldman was first up at bat, and this one gives you kind of a temperature check on how the banks are doing. And to be fair, you know, some of the banks have been underperformers so far this year, especially in the context of the outperformance last year. Now, Goldman actually did do better than expected. They had one weak point within their quarterly results. The CEO was a little bit more cautious with regard to the macro picture. Of course, we know there's geopolitical headwinds that have been surrounding and slowed some activity. But they did beat expectations on the top and bottom line. You saw a profit coming in at $17.55 per share. That was better than expected, up 19% on a year-over-year basis. Revenue topping $17.2 billion. We're looking at a lot of the strength. Global banking and markets up 19%. Asset and wealth management higher. Investment banking, huge surge there, almost 50% there. The CEO, David Solomon, saying companies are looking to scale and consolidate here, even with the geopolitical tensions. The hesitation, though, is the uncertainty tied to the Middle East. We know we're continuing to have those conversations. The peace talks ended without a resolution this weekend, coming into this week. So we've seen some escalation of rhetoric, but it looks like investors are looking beyond that, especially when you look at the price action throughout today's session. Yes, Goldman is still under pressure, but as you mentioned, Nicole, big picture, quite the recovery that we've seen from this morning there. Now, the question is, can Wall Street keep up the momentum? We've got more banks reporting this week. We've got JP Morgan Chase up next. At bat. We've got Citigroup as well at bat. And Citigroup's been a huge outperformer so far this year. Hats off to Jane Fraser for all the work that she's done. The momentum it's had both on a year-to-date basis and a year-over-year basis, especially given the weakness, for instance, if you look at the KBW index, it will be interesting to see how they perform.
You know, I'm just going to add one quick thought, and that is on Goldman Sachs here. I mean, obviously, you heard David Solomon. He talked about, he really was pretty confident about how they were positioned, talked about the geopolitical landscape being really complex, but that the IPO market conditions will stabilize. They saw a lot of good things going forward, record quarterly, IB and trading. So there was a lot of good things. But the one thing I wanted to add was private credit. And Bank of America saying it's good to see how maybe these banks have less exposure to private credit than they did in past years. And so that can set the tone, too, for the rest of the week, because you don't want to have too much exposure to private credit, which has been beaten down.
Absolutely.
So we'll talk about Rule of 10 here. And this is something that we don't necessarily hit, but Goldman Sachs has its own way of looking at stocks. And maybe stocks that really have some growth potential going forward that have been beaten down, right?
Yeah, some of these on the list now were high flyers once upon a time. So you get these emails from Goldman every now and then that kind of takes an assessment of how they look at the market, whether it's on the economic front or the equity front. So there's something they have that's called the Rule of 10. 10. And you put this in the context of what had been your high growth names. Think of like an NVIDIA or Meta or Amazon. But they've been lagging badly here. So the rule of 10, to kind of keep it simple, is companies growing revenue at least 10% consistently. So that's one of the metrics there. And it's not just past growth, but the expectation from here, right? What does the future cast look like? Are they expected to continue to grow on this level? So it's kind of a quality growth screening mechanism here. Goldman says we've seen a major derating of secular growth. So these stocks, like as I mentioned, the NVIDIA, the Metas, the Amazons of the world, still significantly below their highs, even with the S&P 500 near records, because even with the pullback that we saw is not as dramatic as one might have expected. So Goldman says a comeback is coming. The macro backdrop could be flipping in their favor. So, you know, the setup looks good for this. Rates are the swing factor from the point of view for Goldman Sachs with regard to this. They expect the 10-year to fall to around 4.1%. I know you've been honing in on that, Nicole. So lower rates equals higher valuations for these growth stocks. So again, the AI overhang is something that has been hitting these companies, which they acknowledge that, and they think that that's still a risk. But they say that, you know, the uncertainty there needs to be resolved, but the proof has to come in terms of AI helping and not hurting. So that is something to watch. Who's in the comeback trade? Again, they think AMD, Broadcom, NVIDIA's been on this list, Alphabet, Netflix, Uber.
I love this list. I was going through it, and it obviously talks about the last 10 years, the last 2 years each with 10% growth, and then the next 3 years with 10% growth, the projections, right? And I thought this list was really cool. I mean, I was looking up some of the names too. Uber, which had a $94 target today. Netflix, which is expecting ad revenue of $3 billion. We also saw some positive comments on Netflix as well. Meta, which actually has an AI version of Mark Zuckerberg.
I know,
you could talk to your AI boss. I mean, I can't get over it. It's going to have his mannerisms and all these things, in addition to being a digital advertising space and maybe unseating Google for the top spot, and some of the others that you mentioned, Aristanet, AMD, NVIDIA. So I think this list was really cool, and I'm glad that we had a chance to take a look at that. Last but not least, we look at the memory stocks, and let's take a look, because they have been some outperformers, and we've seen a lot of buys and good news on them, right?
Yeah, I mean, huge move on memory today. SanDisk rallying more than 8%. The gains just keep going right now for this one. Citigroup is bullish on the sector, on memory and storage. So we're talking SanDisk, we're talking Western Digital, we're talking Seagate. They're doubling down on this trade, raising their targets across the space. The core thesis here is that AI is driving an explosion in data, and that data needs to be stored. SanDisk, their price target, they're upping that to 980, so getting close to 1,000 there. They've got a buy rating there. Seagate raising that to 595, also a buy rating there. That's up from approaching 500. You got Western Digital increasing that price target to 405 from 335. So in other words, even the huge outperformance that we saw last year and the explosive gains that these memory stocks have had, they see still more upside to come from here, Nicole.
All right, there are a lot of opportunities, folks, especially if something's sold off. These price targets, many of which are higher than where we are now. Diane King Hall, thank you. Good luck at a lot of the top stories there and some of the stock movers as well. Coming up, we'll spotlight some more tech for you. NVIDIA in particular. The NVIDIA shares are up nearly 10% so far here in April. We want to take a closer look at what lies ahead for that chip giant. And still to come, big moves. Alex Coffey is standing by and will join us with real options trades for Microsoft, Alphabet, and Intel, which is at 5-year highs. We're going to take a look at Intel. So much more when this new watch list returns right here on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back. We're here, the watch list. We're watching Intel, which is rallying in Monday's trading, hitting new 5-year highs after analysts are both Jefferies and also Northland raising the price targets. Jefferies now has a $60 price target on the stock and maintained its hold rating. And then Northland has a bit more bullish call there with a $92 price target and an outperform rating. Intel is up more than 40% so far in April. When you weren't watching, Intel was soaring to 5-year highs. And here's a full screen right now. Take a look at these chip stocks. And some of these with up arrows, AMD and Broadcom and Intel. NVIDIA is pulling back a little bit, and we're going to be talking about NVIDIA. In fact, we'll go further into that in just a moment. But Intel's at 64.74 here today. So let's go deeper in on those chip stocks in our tech spotlight. Joining me right now are Ray Wang, CEO of Constellation Research and author of Everybody Wants to Rule the World. So you are feeling bullish and bullish on NVIDIA in particular. So tell me about NVIDIA. You know, it's been a bit of a laggard. We know it was the darling of Wall Street over and over again. Is NVIDIA going to rule again? Why?
They're going to come back. The demand is real. All these SaaS apocalypse, AI apocalypse, all the different kind of scenarios are basically being relooked at, especially given the context of where we are on the geopolitical stage and the AI demand that people see that's real, that's physical, from data center development to energy and power plants that are being built to orders for chips. It's there. Let's be honest, the stock is barely up 1.2% for the year. It's down 2% for the past 6 months. And there look like it's $178 to $180 support level on the back end. And on the top end, there seems to be immediate resistance at a 190 to 192. But once it breaks past 192, you're going to see something different. And it's not because these are made up numbers. I mean, they're real revenues. I mean, you saw 78 to 79 billion. You see Jensen talking about a $1 trillion in sales from Vera Rubin and Blackwell through 2027. These are real numbers, and it's a year-over-year increase of 77 to 80%. You still can't deny that. And so when we look at the reset that's going to happen after this Iran conflict, you're going to see something different. You're going to see people coming back with tech as a flight back to safety. And more importantly, you're looking at tech as the only growth driver because it's the only unregulated industry out there, and chips are the heart of it, and NVIDIA is at the heart of that AI boom.
And, you know, so many guests who come on say how NVIDIA is such a, you know, enclosed network that it does a little bit of everything. It's not just, you know, the chip sector or just, you know, what a big picture it is. And that's what really differentiates it from its competitors. Would you agree to that?
Nicole, you're absolutely right. I mean, what they've done is they've gone from chip all the way to software, all the way up to agents. And they have not only invested in companies that are in the future, they've not only invested in the rest of the market, they've taken the entire ecosystem with them, not just through the CUDA software, not just through simulation, through the Omniverse. There are still, we're only seeing 10% of the roadmap that's imagined in Jensen's head. And if you just look at market share, they have 94% of the add-in board market, 80% of the AI chip market, 80% of the AI data center market, and 95% of the gaming GPU market. And because they're investing and partnering all the way up the stack, they have the entire AI factory. This is compute, data, pathways, orchestration, and that's what's giving them leg up. And so they're now in software, they're now in connectivity, and that recent deal with Marvell shows that this glue moves across chipsets, optimizing power, latency, and they're basically building an OS for a single platform. And what they want to be is that one-stop shop where you access tokens, and tokens are the currency for AI, and they plan to be in every piece of that business.
Yeah, I mean, Marvell is hitting record highs, right? I mean, you don't see that every day. In fact, over 1 year, it's up 113%. Year to date, it's up 53%. And one of the articles said how it's getting a boost from Amazon, as well as from the optical business that it has. And we know there was actually an optical trade show recently. That was a big deal, too. It wasn't just the GTC show for NVIDIA. That following that was that optics show, which had a lot of the big names, too. So Marvell getting a nice boost here.
Yeah, and this is just the beginning. We haven't talked about physical AI. We even talked about sovereign AI. Every country now wants to have their own AI so they can get the scales that the companies in their country are protected, their cultures, their values are being delivered in the right capacity. And the physical AI with the robots is coming 3 to 5 years out. It looks great now, but it's going to take 3 years for it to get commercialized. So sovereign physical AI, then the next set of chips. And the inference that they're doing now that we're moving out of training to inference is really shifting. So, but there are constraints, there are headwinds too that are in this space.
You know, Ray, I can't tell you how many people come on and they talk about AI strength, how many people come on and talk about surging global demand and the AI revolution, and that we're still in the early stages. How does this Iran war factor in for tech investors overall? What would you say to them? Is this a great opportunity on the pullback? Because you have a lot of great names that are down, 20% off their highs right now, right?
Yeah, there is. Here's the thing. If the Iran war continues for 3 months, we're going to run out of sulfuric acid. We're going to run out of supply chains. You saw today, it's kind of funny, it shows up on your terminals. It said Toto not shipping any toilets because their supply chain is completely cut, right? So that's going to continue in the chip sector and in the AI sector if we're past 3 months out. If we're before 3 months out, which is where the traders are at this moment, they're betting the fact that this will be over in 3 months, then things are going to be okay. But what we're missing is sulfuric acid. That's what you need to etch chips on. You're missing all the components that are passing through the Strait of Hormuz. You're missing all the components that you need, not just the chemicals, but also the capabilities in terms of moving chips to one area and then back to the other area, back to Taiwan and then back out. So that's really what's holding things up. And so those are some risks that are out there that you think. But if you look at the sentiment of everybody on the street, they think that this war would be over in 3 months, which is why you see the hedging in the different direction.
Well, it's good to see you. Ray Wong, thank you, of Constellation Research. Appreciate it. Well, some of the latest AI updates from Oracle have that stock up 11%. We'll dive into the technicals for Palantir and NVIDIA. A lot more to come. We'll look at the energy sector as oil prices still hovering around $100. What's next there? The watch list. We'll be right back.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals. You can spend less time searching and more time.
Welcome back to the watch list. We're watching Oracle. Oracle is rallying today, up 11% after the company unveiled AI-focused updates to its utility software suite at its Customer Edge Summit. Now, the company also announced that its Acon X platform has been updated with new capabilities to improve project transparency and control. And even after today's move, Oracle shares, well, they're down more than 55% from the September all-time high. And here is a look at how the rest of the group is doing. So you see Oracle there, but look at the rest of the names. Software stocks, looking at Salesforce and also Palo Alto and ServiceNow and Fortinet and Adobe. You know what I see? And Intuit, green, 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 Microsoft, green, Synopsys, green, Intuit, green, CrowdStrike, green, etc. So that's what you're getting there today. Wow, right? You're going to see a lot there. And Palantir has been an incredible story, too. I mean, Kathy Wood just bought up about almost $11 million worth. Let's get some technicals for all of this. So now it's time for Charts to Watch. And joining me right now, Rachel Deschelle. Oh, my goodness, it's great to see you. Senior Manager of Trading Services at Charles Schwab. And Rachel, I know you've been watching a lot of these stocks that have been on the move. The geopolitical story day in, the headlines, they can sometimes really move this market around and can weigh on the market. You're watching the S&P chart. We're not that far off the record highs, but we had 5 weeks of selling, 2 weeks of gains. What are you watching there?
Yeah, Nicole, great to join you for this one. And yeah, I will say the headlines have been loud, but the trends are even louder. So as far as the S&P 500, we are trading up nearly 8% from the lows, and that's occurring on improving breadth as well. And now, believe it or not, we're just over 2% from all-time highs. So we are really close to making our way back to those levels. Now, a couple major levels of support here in the near term. The first one is definitely going to be that 50-day moving average at 67.60 or so. And honestly, I would not be surprised if we saw a little bit of a retest there, because some of this rally is actually occurring on a little bit lighter volume. Then below that, if we do retest the 50 and for some reason don't end up holding it, the next long-term level of support really is going to be that entire gap from the 8th last week. And that gap is pretty large. It's 66.20 to 66.70. We see the 200 period moving average falling right in the middle of that gap as well, right around 66.70. Now, if we kind of take a look down below, breadth-wise, that advanced decline line has been improving with trend, and you have now more than 50% of stocks now trading above their 200-day moving average. So the trend is your friend, and we have improving breadth, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, and you know, the headlines, as we just mentioned, geopolitics and how things are moving around, and today we've been getting, even just moments ago, we've gotten that there's continued engagement in the U.S. and Iran, forward motion to try to get to an agreement. It was reported by Israel that there may be another round of negotiations, and there was talk that the U.S. was asking Iran to freeze the enrichment for 20 years, and Iran came back with a shorter single-digit period. But the facts that they're really talking a lot, I think that's bringing optimism to the market that we're not going in to hit Iran again, and so maybe there's some good news there. And I'll leave you with the last thought when it comes to this, and then I want to get to Palantir. The Pakistani official that's involved said that they've intensified their diplomatic approach to attempt to bring the U.S. and Iran back to the negotiating table, according to CBS. So there is you know, the fact that they're talking, Rachel, and there's a lot of back and forth, and 20%, you know, that shows that it's in the works and not dead in the water, you know, and so that's a good sign. Let's turn our attention over to Palantir. I mentioned, for example, that Kathy Wood of ARC went in and bought, what, you know, 85,000 shares recently, about $11 million worth. So she's hot on Palantir. What are you seeing when you see this name, which is the software sector is also down 25%. So what do you think?
Yeah, I had to bring this one up because we know software and semis, tech in general, has been in the headlines quite a bit, and Palantir has really been on the watch list for bottom fishing. Now, to first kind of give the backdrop on software, we know software over the last few months has really been dragging the tech sector down with it, but software right now is actually looking like a little bit of a false breakdown. It had a break, a support break, and a new yearly low that it put in yesterday, and then it's having this close above the high of the low day possibly today, which would give that first confirmation of a support bounce. And the The reason I mention that first is because you're seeing that same exact price action here in Palantir as well. It printed a doji candle right on and below that long-term support line yesterday, signaling that possible reversal coming. And then today we are just getting that follow through with, I know the market's not closed yet, but in an hour and a half or so, you're seeing that possible close above the high of that low day. So that gives bullish traders or investors confirmation that, hey, we are seeing a support bounce from this level. And even so, even with that low that we put in on Friday, we were seeing momentum has diverged very positively, which is usually the first sign of a possible reversal. And then you see that trend, that price kick into high gear. So it gives a favorable risk to reward setup for traders here. You have support in your risk down at that long-term level of support. And then you have really resistance at those anchored VWAP highs from those all-time highs right around 160 or so, Nicole.
Thank you for that. All right, and then before, I know you have to go, you're a busy lady, but I want to pick your brain on NVIDIA because it's been stuck a little bit around the levels. Lately, it got a little pop, right? So just for this month of April, it's moved higher by about 7.8%. Ray Wong was just on with us a moment ago. He said he liked this name, but at 188 today, and the high was 212. You know, so obviously we're off the highs that was last October. Your thoughts on this chart?
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree with your previous guest here on his view here. So semiconductors have really been that area of the market that really didn't miss a beat, ripping to new all-time highs. And as far as NVIDIA really being the supposable leader in that space, for most of the last 6 months, it's really been stuck in this range between 195 and 170 or so. We saw, similar to the last chart with the recent lows being made, we saw momentum diverge, pricing in or printing a higher low, so giving that bullish momentum divergence, which is that first sign of that possible bottom taking place. So looks like we had that false breakdown at support. We know that failed breakdowns or failed moves really turn into fast moves in the opposite direction, and that's what we've seen here. So I will say NVIDIA does have short-term support right in the middle of this range, right at that 200-day moving average, right around 180 or so. And then resistance, long-term resistance is going to be up ahead at 195 from that range. But on shorter time frames, you can see bottoming formations like a cup and handle pattern. You see that momentum has actually shifted into a bullish regime on the shorter time frame. So I will say if NVIDIA can make its way up to and out of this range, they could be looking at a much larger measured move to the upside past those all-time highs around 220.
All right, Rachel Duchelle, thank you. It's great to see you, Senior Manager of Trading Services at Charles Schwab. Thank you, Rachel. Coming up, our panel is standing by. We're going to look at the surge that we've seen in oil prices. You saw 117, 119. Okay, right now, we're seeing it at 98 bucks. But better rub your eyes because they're moving around a lot. Conflict in Iran continues, and what could happen next? We'll be right back.
Enter. This place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Come again? Yeah, at Schwab they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. Think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that now. Schwab.
Invest your way with Schwab.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time market moves, earnings breakdowns, and trade-ready insights. Follow me on X at Sam_Vardis and connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram for more.
Welcome back to the watch list. We want to take a closer look at oil, the energy sector. Now, some of these names have been soaring. Oil has been soaring, but it's a lot of back and forth. And we're going to have a back and forth with Andrew Graham, Managing Partner, Jackson Square Capital, and Ben Cook, Portfolio Manager at Hennessy Energy Transition Fund. We also heard from OPEC and lowering the global outlook. And we know that the production from Iran and Saudi Arabia and UAE has all come down a bit. So, Andrew, I'll start with you. Some of your thoughts here as we take a look at the big picture. Andrew, go ahead.
Well, I think the price of Brent crude that sort of spooks equity markets is usually something above $120 a barrel. So we're beneath that now. If the conflict ended tomorrow, I would think that prices go back to something in the low 80s, high 70s, something like that. We had a structurally oversupplied market prior to the conflict, and I don't see any reason why we wouldn't return to that, right after the conflict ends. But it'll take a while. I see structurally higher oil prices for 3 months, probably in that $80-$70 range for about 3 months.
Yeah, I had a guest on who said 65, 70 for oil. The front contracts are coming down, so they do think it's coming down. Ben, your thoughts? You think that the crude oil supply disruption is really unprecedented. What say you?
Yeah, as we've said, we think the magnitude and the duration of the outage ultimately will determine where pricing goes. And what we've seen to date is a pretty significant disruption in global supply last month on the order of 7 million barrels a day. This current week may be off our high of 13 million barrels a day, but significant impact to global inventories. And the reality is that the market will price off the days forward cover of demand, and as long as this outage persists, that's just going to require more time over the next several quarters, through the end of the year to support volumes back into the pricing that will incentivize volumes back into the market. So, we could see some softness if we do see, peace start to break out, if you will. But for now, our view is that the disruption is going to have a meaningful impact on supplies and pricing.
Austin Goolsbee of the Fed also was just talking about consumer sentiment sort of souring. We saw the Michigan sentiment number came in at a record low there at 47.6. This is gasoline prices are higher, and the expectations for inflation could move higher, right, Andrew? I mean, what are you thinking about that? Are you worried about that?
So headline inflation is definitely moving higher, right? That's food and fuel is like a big component of headline inflation. But the core rate, I think, is what the Fed cares most about. And Fed policy is very important in terms of determining, what growth looks like, what earnings growth looks like going forward. We still have 2 rate cuts priced in for this year, one in September and one in December, because core inflation, the key drivers of core inflation being housing, shelter prices, and wages, those are all in disinflationary mode, and we just proved it today with existing home sales for March down 3.something%, month over month. So no, we don't think inflation's going to be the big issue here. The core inflation rate we see is well contained and something close enough to 2.5%. And you can see that in the inflation break-even yields that have been well anchored. Anything beyond 3-year inflation yields have been well anchored.
So what's the biggest energy story, Ben, outside of the Strait of Hormuz? What are you going to be watching? I know you look at a lot of the stocks, the energy equities, the other stories.
So I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's for Ben.
Sure. We continue to look at the disruption in refined product inventories as well. The Strait has actually seen, obviously, a very significant volume of crude oil disconnected from the global market, but we've also seen significant volumes of refined products as well, in the order of 3 million barrels a day. as well as natural gas. We think obviously those commodities are ones that are maintained in storage around markets that are dependent upon imports, and to the extent we see supply impacts there, we'll, just as with oil, we'll see elevated pricing in refined products as well as natural gas. Now, obviously, we're during the shoulder period in the Northern Hemisphere when we have generally weaker demand than we do throughout the year. But if this conflict continues and the duration, as I mentioned, continues to extend into the future, that's going to have important implications for obviously refined product prices like jet fuel, gasoline, as well as natural gas and going forward.
Yeah, understood. And a final quick thought here, Andrew, a lot of your stock picks that came in today had nothing to do with energy. Do you own any energy stocks? And if you do or did, what did you do with them?
We've got just two positions. They're sort of idiosyncratic positions. One's California Resources, symbol CRC, which is, there's a, believe it or not, in California, there's an improving regulation kind of environment that's going on, a little bit of deregulation that's going on, and that's going to help California Resources. And then on the other side, we have TC Energy in Canada. That is a vertically integrated natural gas producer. So those are our two names. We're not big because we believe that the oil market is going to be oversupplied again once this situation resolves itself. And that was originally a function of trying to force Russia to the negotiating table with regards to Ukraine, and that hasn't changed at all. So again, we expect oversupply, but it's going to take a long time, or 3 months probably max, for this sort of physical supply issue to resolve itself. So yeah, structurally higher oil prices in the $80 range, high 70 range, and I don't see that becoming a big problem for U.S. growth.
Yes. Andrew Graham and Ben Cook, thank you both so much. A great look there at the oil energy stocks, where oil could be headed, nat gas, and more, all about that. Thank you so much. Now we'll continue to take a look at some of the sectors that are on the move in today's session and examine a new ETF that focuses on crypto overnight. It's after the close. You want to hear more about this? The watch list will be right back.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Real-time market moves, earnings breakdowns, and trade-ready insights. Follow me on X at Sam_Vardis and connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram for more.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides. We're coming to you live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, corner wall and broad, looking at the sectors on the move, making the markets, stories, the big ones. And Kevin Hanks is joining me now, and you're looking at today's overall trading. I saw some up arrows in some cool sectors. Some of your thoughts today?
Yeah, hey, Nicole. It's basically as we get close to the 2 o'clock hour in Chicago, it is 5 up, 5 down, and 1 unchanged in the S&P 500 sectors. Why is the market up then with a mixed market? Because information technology, communication services, and consumer discretionary are all 3 of the main leaders on the upside, and they're such a big fraction of the overall S&P 500 that it's leading the market higher. Crude oil, that is such in focus right now, was up overnight. It was up early this morning. It's still up, but it has worked its way down the rest of the trading day today. So that's not up as much as it was. The overall market is feeling a little different. I'm looking at the VIX. that's barely positive on the day. Despite the market being up, it's still positive. So I think when you look at it, it's a relatively mixed day in terms of the sectors. However, the leadership, especially within information technology, the software stocks, all higher today. A big bounce back in that software sector that, as you know, has been so heavy, Nicole.
5 up, 5 down, 1 around town. I like how you said that, because the truth is this morning you only had energy higher and the other 10 were lower on the sector. So what a day it's been so far, and it's not over yet, folks. Kevin Hanks, thanks. Let's look at the ETF space. It's time for the ETF watch list. Joining me right now, David Nicholas, CEO and founder of X Funds by Nicholas Wealth, and taking a look here at night, NGHT. Tell us about this one, a little overnight exposure for folks?
Well, really excited to talk about this fund. It's the first of its kind overnight Bitcoin ETF. So yeah, essentially what we're doing is we are buying Bitcoin at the close. So we buy it at the close, we hold it overnight, and we sell it right at the open. Because it's really interesting, if you look at the numbers, Nicole, since IBIT was started in January of 2024, it's pretty fascinating. If you look at all the performance from IBIT have come in the overnight hours. So if you just held it in the overnight hours, you were up 200%. If you just held IBIT during the intraday hours, you're actually negative 50%. So all of the returns, 100% of the returns since January 24 can be accounted for the overnight hours. Our fund attempts to really hopefully give that arbitrage, give investors the ability to really own that arbitrage and have exposure to just the overnight hours and then own treasuries during the day. So first of its kind and totally unique, Nicole.
Look, 200% up or minus 50%. Which one do I want? It's really obvious that the overnight in this case from January that you did the summation. But what's interesting though, did that come from 50% of the time it was higher, or was it big moves that really accounted for that? Did you have to hold it the whole time? Obviously you had to hold it the whole time to get the returns, but is it more than half of the percent of the time that it is higher overnight?
Yeah, so it is interesting. We've been in a bull market for Bitcoin during that time period. And so what we do see is that the overnight hours, the majority of the up moves for Bitcoin happen in the overnight hours. So that benefits the strategy. But again, to give you some context, year to date, right, we've been in somewhat of a bear market for Bitcoin. And so how does the performance look? So if you look at the numbers just year to date, it's actually, if you were to do the overnight trade is down not 14%. The intraday is down 9%. So we actually see it work against us in a bear market, but regardless, and this is what I think is the big takeaway here, regardless of whether it's a bull market or bear market, you're still better than buy and hold. So the buy and hold for year to date, you're down, this is as of March 31st, you're down 22%. So it's still, the overnight hours still outperform the buy and hold, but depending on a bull market or bear market, whether or not just the intraday versus the overnight is actually better, but overall still better than buy and hold.
So the actively managed part, you have Bitcoin overnight and you hold treasuries during the day, and I know it's actively managed because you're making moves every day on this. Let's talk about the different way to diversify, because that's what you're doing here. People don't have this kind of exposure. This is sort of a way to hedge to a certain extent.
Yeah, I think it's a good way to look at it. So we think of diversification traditionally as asset class diversification, right? We may have equities, we may have bonds, we may have commodities. But I actually think as 24-hour trading, it might become a thing with tokenization. We really have to start thinking about time diversification. So we actually think this is a really unique way. If you already have exposure to Bitcoin, but you're a buy and hold investor, why not give you some time diversification? Only have exposure to part of your Bitcoin exposure just in the overnight hours. We actually think, as a prudent investor, this is a new way to think about investing as different type of diversification, being time versus just asset class diversification. We think this fund, and also just from a tax standpoint, if you were to replicate this, Nicole, just for you're going to buy Bitcoin at the close, sell at the open, you would get killed in taxes. ETFs under the tax code have a very unique wrapping where we do not have to pass on those capital gains to investors, so we can do this in a very tax-friendly way because it's sheltered inside of an ETF, where if you're just a retail investor trying to mimic that trade, it'd be tough to win with the taxes you'd have to pay.
And I I like that you're talking about tax efficiency, right? I mean, that is great. People love that, especially because they're 2 days away from April 15th. David, Nicholas, you probably gave people some cardiac arrest, and they're probably saying, oh, I didn't get that into my accountant. David, Nicholas, thank you, CEO and founder of X Funds. But in this case, you don't have to do that with Knight ETF by Nicholas Wealth. Okay, coming up, we're going to take a closer look at the outside trades that we're looking in, the outsized trades that we're looking in the market. See, Alex Coffey has been all over this, and he has been looking very closely at some key names. Microsoft, Alphabet, and Intel. The watch list will be right back.
The final 90 minutes of the trading day, that's when markets make headlines and traders make decisions.
From earnings shocks to sector rotations, we're tracking the catalysts that move markets right into the close.
Here on the floor, I bring you real-time sentiment from traders driving the action.
And in Chicago, we break down the data, technicals, and trades you need to see before the bell rings.
Live coverage of the close every single day.
This is
Market on Close, live weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves, and Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Sam Vardis, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to the watch list. Time for big moves in the day, and where we are looking and highlighting outsized options trades from today's trading activity. Joining me right now is Alex Coffey, and he has found 3 bullish trades in the tech sector today that you're going to share with us. So we're looking at Microsoft. This one is up first. It did struggle to start the year. It's down more than 20% this year. It has some new features that, you know, we talk about agentic AI. It's up today. I did see an up arrow today. Right now up 3%. And you found a trade that you're going to share with us, a bullish trade.
Yeah, this is a very bullish trade, and it's a very large trade, Nicole, even by Microsoft standards. 10,000 of the August 21st of 2026 450 strike calls traded for an $8.90 debit this morning. So I'll do the math for you. That was $8.9 million worth of options premium on a trade that not only needs upside, of which it has unlimited profit potential if this stock really does move to the upside, but it needs a significant rally of a move to 458.90 just to break even by that August expiration date. So nearly $9 million in options premium, Nicole, for a stock that needs to move over $70 just to break even. Now, so just for context, if we were to go to the 460 call in that same expiration, that August expiration, which sort of represents our break-even point, there's a probability that it would be touched over this life cycle of the trade, 130 days to expiration, of about 32%. So let's call it 35% chance that this stock, or 33%, 1/3 chance that this stock gets to 460 by that time. But for it to be there at the expiration date, only about a 16% chance. So we're looking at about 1/6. So 1 in 6 times it breaks even basically at expiration based off current option prices. But if you're bullish, unlimited profit potential if this stock were to make a huge run.
All right, 8.9 million. That's huge, as you said, even by the Microsoft standards. So we are watching for that, and it has been down 30% from all-time highs. Let's get to Google. A bullish trade. It's up on the year, up more than 105% in the last 12 months. Let's check it out.
Yep, similar trade structure here, Nicole, except in this case a little bit smaller in size. And by smaller in size, it's only 3.6 million in options premium. Trader bought 3,180. A little bit shorter dated calls here in this case. The June 18th, 2026, 335 call for an 1130 debit. Break even on this trade would be 346.30. Right now, Google trades at about in those Google L shares trades for 320, so it needs about $26 worth of a rally just to get to that break-even point. So if we use the 345 call as a similar metric, 60% probability of touch, about a 30% probability of finishing in the money. So on this one, Nicole, higher probability of success, little bit smaller trade, though certainly less units.
And the exciting part of Intel today, I mean, what a run it has had, and then hits 5-year highs today. I mean, no one was really expecting that. There was a time it was so beaten down. Let's talk about the bullish trade you found.
Yeah, we're almost running out of strikes here, Nicole. That's how rapidly things have repriced in the case of Intel. This is a much shorter dated trade. This is a trader who's looking for a move to happen this week. It is the April 17th 70 strike call. Earlier today, they bought these for 68 cents. In real time, they're trading closer to 55 cents. So right now, a little bit underwater. That theta really moves a little bit quicker as we're only 4 days to the expiration date. Smaller trade, but so short dated, out of the money options premium. In many ways, this is almost a bigger trade given how quickly this could be worth zero if it doesn't get a move quick. 9,996 of the 70 calls expiring Friday needs to move to about 70.68 to break even. Looking for more upside. Can't believe we're looking at $65 in Intel. What a last couple months it's been.
It really has been incredible, and when you think about how the NASDAQ has been moving here, last week we saw the NASDAQ up 4.5%, and year to date the NASDAQ now is just down, it was like 0.3%. I mean, is it almost positive year to date? Just turned positive. The NDX is now positive today with this move. I mean, and you just talked about 3 tech names. It's pretty incredible, right?
No doubt about it, and call buying returning. Microsoft certainly leading the charge as one of the most highly active call bought stocks today, and one of the market's generals. So we'd love to see, if you're a market bull, a recovery of Microsoft leading the Mag 7, which of course leads the market.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alex Coffey. Great look there at Microsoft, Alphabet, and Intel. Alex Coffey, thank you. And thank you, friends, for joining me here today on the new watch list, where now we are seeing the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ positive for 2026. I'm Nicole Pedalides. Download our Schwab Network app. It's available in the Apple App Store. 24/7, schwabnetwork.com. Market on Close is next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting
a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists, streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing up houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves the markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are.
It's 3 p.m. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden, coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters.
Hello, Marley. I'm Sam Bartas, coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at what is coming up on today's show. The Paramount Skydance takeover of Warner Brothers Discovery is facing some new challenges. So what does the deal mean for overall entertainment space? We'll discuss that. We'll also get some stock picks in tech and cybersecurity and why utilities and fossil fuel energy companies may actually be overvalued after the recent rally. And today's closing bell ringers here at the New York Stock Exchange, Diversified Energy. They're going to stop by the set to discuss their change, the listing to the New York Stock Exchange, and how they're feeling about the Middle East war currently going on. But Marley, take us through what you've been watching in the mixed markets today.
Oh, Sam, you know I'm excited to talk about that P-Sky Warner Brothers deal. But as far as what I've been watching today, Goldman Sachs, of course, top of mind, moving lower despite posting a beat on both the top and the bottom lines. The big bank reported record quarterly equities trading revenue in the first quarter, but shares still dropped after its fixed income number significantly missed expectations. Intel stock is higher today, though, and on track for its 9th straight day in the green after getting a price target hike over at Jefferies. The firm maintained its hold rating, but says that increasing CPU demand and favorable pricing conditions will benefit the chip maker. But Best Buy falling after getting a double downgrade from Goldman. Analysts lowered the price target all the way down to $59 with a new sell rating, as it sees potential risk to the company's sales going forward, as it has to deal with higher memory costs as they start to work their way into the prices of electronics. Lots to talk about there, but first let's check in with the markets, see how things are shaping up as we head into the end of this Monday trading day. We are holding on to green across the board. The S&P trading about 0.6 higher at 68.57 right now. The Nasdaq about 0.7 higher, 25,285. The Dow was weighed down heavily by those Goldman earnings. Goldman clawing some of that back, still in negative territory, but the Dow overall up about 0.25%, adding 104 points at 48,022.91 right now. And the Russell 2K trading more than 1% higher at 2661.83. Taking a look at the 10-year, we're falling just slightly. We're down to 430 right now. The dollar at 98.18. For gold, we're down about 0.5% at 47.61.80 a troy ounce. Crude oil has dipped below $100 a barrel. We were up north of 102 earlier this morning, just a few hours ago. And Bitcoin also falling just ever so slightly, but still pretty range bound, down about 1% at 72,620. I do want to check back in with Sam, though, and see what top stories caught her eye today, or what sectors on the move. Sam, what's sticking out to you?
Well, it really took a few hours, didn't it, Marley, for stocks to warm up this morning on these Iran headlines. But we got there in the end. Software's absolutely ripping after last week's absolute beatdown. I'm taking a look at the IGV, up 5% right now. Workday up over 6%. ServiceNow doing a similar thing as well. So some really nice gains today. Oracle, one of the best names on the S&P 500 ahead of the product event tomorrow here in New York City. You've got Microsoft that's having a very good day as well, putting on over 3%. So the clear winner across the Mag 7 today as well. Now chips, interestingly, are also gathering steam because obviously we've seen this game of ping pong happening between the hardwares and the softwares, but today we've got the SOX on pace for its 9th day higher as well. I'm just looking across the memory space. You've got SanDisk up 11%. Of course, this is going to be interesting because it's going to join the NASDAQ 100. It's giving a software company the boot, so that just goes to show what's going on in that space. You have names like Intel higher, 4.5%. We're going to be running through a couple of those names later in the program, but Nvidia is just on the line at the moment. But Intel and Marvell both getting price target boosts as well. So no doubt all of that is helping put the wind in the sails of our semiconductor stocks today. We're getting airlines that hit today. Oil obviously was back in triple digits. We've come off that now. We're at 97 on WTI as we have seen these easing tensions, particularly around the headlines. But that has very much still, as those energy prices stay elevated, helped out some of the names in that patch, particularly when you look at those in the business of oil. Home builders having a good day after Evercore ISI also upgraded. Pulte Group and Toll Brothers, they're basically saying the worst is perhaps behind them as far as the market bearishness is concerned. But markets really, Marley, at the mercy of Iran headlines right now. We're in 5 hours into the US blockade of Iranian ships in the Strait of Hormuz now, so we continue to track these headlines. But suffice to say, things are holding up pretty well at the session's high as we speak. So I'm joined here by Nicole Petalides to break down some of the stories that I just mentioned. And Nicole, obviously software is front and center. We saw this nice rally out of the gate, even before the major indices actually managed to get going on some of these Iran headlines. I mean, I'm looking at the IGV, as I mentioned, up 5%. I love numbers. And it looks like we could be on the longest losing stretch for the IGV in 4 years, even with this gain today. Intel, a 9-day winning streak. If it closes higher tomorrow, it'll actually be the longest winning streak in 20 years since 2005. So I thought that was fascinating. But just talk us through some of the stories and catalysts which might be behind this today as far as what you've been seeing.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably when some of the other big names like Duran Duran or something
exactly.
were really popular. You know, make a good point. And you mentioned Intel, and today with this run that we're seeing, and today a 5-year high on that stock, which I know you know. But it really is exciting because Intel was sort of left behind for a little while, had some tough PR headlines, was sold off, and people didn't love Intel for a while. And look at it now, an incredible long-term run and new 5-year highs. I think about the SaaS apocalypse, hundreds of billions of dollars in software market cap erased. And now what? I mean, you can't say that AI agents are going to eat into the whole group and nothing is worthwhile. This is the typical, Sam, baby out with the bathwater.
That's right.
It's too much. Even our own friend Dan Ives has said the carnage is overdone, arguing that the market has really underestimated what AI can really bring to the table, expand in the world of software. And in fact, he leaned in and he re-added ServiceNow and Salesforce to his top AI ideas list. So, he said it, he framed it with this, and he said a generational buy. You know, that instead of it's a terminal decline and oh my goodness, it's over, it's the opposite. It's your big opportunity and a generational buy to get into some of these names after hundreds of billions of dollars have been lost in software market cap.
And look, they're on sale, aren't they? I mean, we have seen those valuations come off considerably. And I mean, he makes that point as well in his notes, doesn't he? I mean, while we're seeing another turbulent week here, I mean, these tech winners are on sale. And he's been beating that drum for a while, that this whole SaaS apocalypse thing has been a little bit overblown. I know there's been that short-term money where we've seen swift rotation, quite aggressive moves in and out of the softwares and the hardwares. We've been watching that semi-verse software spread quite closely over the last year or so. So it's a really interesting move today while you have chips up as well as the softwares too. So it seems like a bit of an everything rally across the space today, even though some of the Mag 7 are lagging. But But we also finally are getting back to fundamentals, are getting some corporate reads on what is going on right now, something to chew on, some meat on the bone. So we got Goldman today. It's been an interesting reaction. It was down, like 3 or 4% earlier today. It was really weighing on the Dow, but it's up like 100 points now, and it's coming off the low. So what happened there?
Yeah, with Goldman, I think it was some of the buy on the rumor, sell on the news. I mean, the weakness was actually in the fixed income and commodities part of the story. The stock had a beat on the top and bottom line and actually saw investment banking, trading revenue surging and really set the tone for the rest of the week. Also, the fact that these names, how much private credit are these bank stocks exposure to? So I think that's another great point, that you don't have to worry. After the financial crisis, these banks won't have as much exposure to this kind of volatility. You mentioned Palantir, and I thought Palantir was a great part of our story. I just wanted to add one little quick thing, because, as our friend Jim Cramer, he called it the software empire strikes back. And so what we saw there was that the software empire strikes back, and he really talked about some of these names coming back. But when I was looking at Palantir today, do you know that Kathy Wood of ARK bought 85,000 shares like about a week ago, $10 million worth, and that this is a name that's also fast catching up. So I will leave you with a final thought here, and that is that many of our guests tell us how Bitcoin and software can sell off and sometimes move in tandem. And when it's risk on, people get back in because they won't throw them out. They still love them. They're just not the first choice. And so when it's risk on, you might see some of these names back higher once again.
Yeah, that's a fascinating point that you make. And then obviously sticking with this whole AI theme, I mean, CoreWeave, you and I were discussing this earlier. I mean, we've seen the reaction throughout the course of the session today as well. I mean, adding to that, 30% rally it saw in just 5 trading sessions last week as well. I mean, it looks like there's a little bit more conviction that this is here to stay. It's not sort of a temporary fix right now.
Yeah, and now CoreWeave is getting into the conversation as a top-tier player, right? It was sort of a secondary player, but has made so many deals. It is now moving, and it's been sort of claiming a top spot with the surge that it's had in its AI deals. And as you noted, a big run-up overall. With all that's been going on in the AI strength and surging global demand, data center revenue, the cyclical spending, AI is not stopping anytime soon. Every guest who comes on here and picks something AI-related. And CoreWeave, as you know, was a pick, and you talked earlier today about the analyst calls as well on CoreWeave. You mentioned I think you talked about the Macquarie call. Yeah. And I also saw Bank of America. Macquarie had a 125 target. Bank of America had a 120 target. Everybody's in. It's all in on a name like CoreWeave and some of these AI-related stocks. So really good news here, and becoming a structural player. See, I said it's becoming a top player. It is no longer in the background.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it. It's fascinating, isn't it? Because you still have some of the risks around concentration, and then also I mentioned earlier, I've been reading about how some view this as one that is so closely tied to NVIDIA as well, that if NVIDIA sneezes, CoreWeave could catch a cold. But I think, obviously a really positive and much more sort of bullish perspectives and more conviction coming from the street around this one. Yeah.
That I know you saw this, but the Anthropic Mythos really crushed everything because of its capabilities to find imperfections, and so it really hit the market, cybersecurity, and some of the software stocks and all that. But there really is now, they're really working on, and once again said, we are not releasing Mythos out. It is not going out, so don't worry about it. It is not going out to, sort of rule the world and ruin the world. That's not happening.
Well, to think it was so powerful that they had to all get in a room together in DC last week, Bess and Powell and some of the bank CEOs. You just wonder. So, yeah, interesting times. But obviously we've got this partnership with CoreWeave too. Nicole, thanks so much for joining us today and running us through some of these top stories for us. I'll send things back over to Marley in Chicago for now.
Thanks so much to Sam and Nicole. Coming up, we're going to turn our focus to the entertainment space, talk about the latest of the Paramount Skydance takeover of Warner Brothers Discovery. What will the deal go through it all? What does it mean for streaming and the movie business? What's the latest? We've got it for you next.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves, and Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab For market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Bartis on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange alongside Marley Caden over in Chicago. Let's check in with these markets. We've got about 45 minutes left in this session, and obviously it took a little time to warm up for stocks this morning, which looked a little bit directionless as this US blockade of Iranian ships over in the Strait of Hormuz kicked in at 10 a.m. Eastern. But then we hit some intraday highs, particularly off the back of some of President Trump's commentary around Iran agreeing on a nuclear issue, that is as per the White House, and of course calling Iran this morning that they do want a deal. So we continue to watch these markets and this sort of shadow boxing match between oil and stocks right now, as oil came off the triple digits, which had sent stocks lower, remembering regionally speaking as well across Asia and Europe. And right now we've got it at about $97 a barrel or so. So it was trading up around 103 earlier today. So we've come off the highs and then we've come off the lows on stock. So that is the relationship inversely that we are working with and looking at right now, as oil is clearly driving the bus. Even the US dollar has come off a bit. Some of that strength coming through this morning had been putting pressure on some of those other major regional currencies. Bitcoin has been taking a breather today. Interestingly, even though we have some risk on in these stocks, and then the 10-year yield, which is holding pretty steady there at 431. Obviously, we've got some more inflation data to chew on later this week. But we're back to fundamentals, back to some corporate guidance, which is good news for these markets as we look for some direction, particularly from the banks this week. But I'll send things back over to Marley in Chicago for now.
Thanks so much, Sam. To take a closer look at this Paramount Skydance takeover of Warner Brothers Discovery and the evolving media landscape, joining us now, Seth Schaffner, the managing director at Strat Americas and host of Breaking Down the Biz podcast. Seth, great to have you with us. It's a poorly kept secret that this is my favorite story in the markets right now. You know, the latest update is we got a lot of these big Hollywood names signing this open letter saying it's the worst possible time for this deal to go through. They don't support it. Does that move the needle at all? Does the deal still go through?
It could. You know, this is there's going to be a shareholder vote in 10 days on it, and I personally, expect that the vote will go through. But, it's a really problematic merger from a lot of perspectives. Netflix, dropped out and didn't win, and you've got kind of the Noah's Ark thing, if you will, of two, studios. They're not identical, coming together, and a lot of it was predicated on cost cuts, meaning layoffs, and whatever is said, I'm probably still of the school that there'll be production cuts in terms of the number of things that are financed and released. And what it means for everyone in the town, both the business and the creative community, which is what the news is about today. And there's a long list of everyone from Lin-Manuel to Ben Stiller and Jane Fonda. It means that we're losing a studio, and we're probably losing a buyer of creative talent, whether it's scripts or directors or actors. And the legacy studio, it's not just some run-of-the-mill studio, it's Warner Brothers. So for sure, there's going to be a lot of outcry on it. And it's very, very legitimate from the perspective of losing a buyer. I think the concept is called monopsony. It's not monopoly. But I totally